chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. We shake the sound. 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 We shake the sound, need a renovation. We shake the sound. 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 We shake the sound, need a renovation. We shake the sound, need a renovation. Chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound, need a renovation. sound. Appreciate your 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 sound, needed renovation. Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Chasing the thrills, I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Chasing the thrills, I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. We shake the sound. 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 We shake the sound, need a renovation. We shake the sound. 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 We shake the sound, need a renovation. We shake the sound, need a renovation. Chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound, need a renovation. Appreciate the sound. 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 Appreciate the sound, need a renovation. Appreciate the sound, need a renovation. Chasing the thrills, I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound, need a renovation. Appreciate the sound. 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 sound needed renovation. Appreciate your sound needed renovation. Yeah, I'm on the run, chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound needed renovation.
And we are live with the very first League Amateurs Network presented by 1Life2Play. I'm Diddy.
And I'm Trifold.
And Trifold, it feels good to be back.
Oh, dude, I was just going to say the exact same thing. Me and Diddy, the dynamic duo, back on the cast. This time we're out in the lounge. You guys can't see it, but we can look out into the beautiful 1Life2Play and see everybody here hanging out, and we're excited to get into these games.
Trifold, for anyone listening to this that remembers our LSS experience, in the back, kind of not cooped up, but just in the studio alone, to be able to look out in this open space and see gamers in real life, sharing our love for something in person, just feels really good.
Hell yeah, you can't beat it.
Cannot beat it.
I think we've got people from a couple different states here as well, which is a great feeling.
Definitely. I know some players drove up from Tennessee, so shout out to those young men. That's a bit of a hike here, and they're just gonna put it all out on the Rift. And yeah, I mean that's at least 2 states. I'm curious how many different states we're drawing players from here.
Yeah, I don't actually know. Including we have some familiar faces here as well. A couple names I recognize was Moosinator, Kenny, some LSS.
Some LSS
classic.
throwback stars.
Yeah.
Kenny, a Moosinator. Starponer has changed his name to Void Star. But as I hear we're getting close to draft, we'll talk about our round 1 matchup here. It's going to be CSU, that's Cleveland State Green, versus the team. And I think the team makes a bit of a statement with their team name. Like, we are the team to beat. So in our round 1 match here, we're going to have to see how they come out.
Here we go. Look at that.
In pick ban.
Hopping
and this
in.
is looking pretty clean. Here we go with the team. Well, Cleveland State's going to be first to ban. We got Keep Up the Tempo and the Link, who are our substitute players here for Cleveland State. Shout out to these guys for jumping in, getting on the sticks, and helping us compete here. And we're waiting for some bans, but
yeah, we'll see they're coming in once we see timers, and there we go.
Okay.
Cleveland State, first ban.
Cleveland State is on the ban. And we could talk a bit about the meta try, but we're on a patch here where we haven't seen enough pro play to really know exactly what the meta is. And at the same time, the pro play meta is not going to exactly translate to what happened here.
Yeah.
So we see Camille going down. That's a top laner that we will see in this tournament.
Oh, 100%.
If not picked, definitely ban. Xin Zhao, him and Jarvan are kind of like 2 of the most popular AD jungles at the moment. Lee Sin, if there's any Lee Sin players here, they're going to have a bit of an advantage. Lee Sin's a really strong pick. as well here.
And the Wukong
The
getting taken down.
Wukong. Very
Do we
interesting.
see some target bans here? I don't know much about the team. This is our first encounter with them.
Yep.
I would like to, if we get the chances here today, maybe we can get some quick interviews
Oh,
in the lounge right here. I can swap out and you can ask some questions from
yeah,
some
I'd
of the
be happy
players on
to.
camera
Yeah.
because I want to know, is this a local team? Did they drive up from somewhere?
Is that a Vex ban? Hold on. Vex is disabled. Vex is disabled, so you don't need to ban that champion.
Yeah, I
We
think.
maybe we should have made that clear. Oh, and then we have a flip.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
So it was the team banning Vex. Oh, you're good.
We're
Hey, we're just getting started here. Shaking off.
warming up the overlay, guys. Don't worry
And
about
the
it.
Aphelios first pick. So try when you see Aphelios pick first, it makes red team kind of want to pick up Thresh. Thresh is like the most commonly paired
Yeah.
support with Aphelios, and I do think Cleveland State is aware of this principle, but it's not game defining. You don't have to pick up Thresh. They could go MF Amumu
Oh
here.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is this the Amumu support? Because
Yes, it
this is,
is.
yeah. Remember, I
Well,
was gonna pull that out the one day.
yeah,
I,
yeah. You were.
I'm excited to see it happen right
Hey,
now.
aren't you like an Amumu main?
Yeah, I mean everything. That's
So MF Amumu, obvious synergy here, right? Amumu bandage toss in the middle of the team, locks them all down. MF presses R,
mhm.
your entire comp disappears here.
Yeah. I'm
Now,
excited to see how this works out this set. So they don't necessarily have to pick up the Thresh here yet because of the
hmm
bot lane picks on Cleveland State. So I'm thinking we'll probably still see that Thresh coming out later down. Oh,
so they
okay.
opt out of the Thresh. It could just be
Yeah.
that their support isn't that comfortable in that
hmm
champion, or it could be Thresh has gotten a few nerfs recently,
Okay.
and maybe has dissuaded some players from picking that
What do
champion.
those nerfs target on him?
Yeah, so
Like,
one of them was 5 move speed, which sounds like a meme, but on support, move speed is probably like the most important stat. And just some other small details, like maybe shield value. That's kind of just a
yeah.
guess.
No, she is not. Yeah.
Hopefully they typed in chat like, "Hey, that's actually a this ban," and then they
Oh, it
said,
could have been.
"Okay."
It could have been. So yeah. So for the viewers right now, guys, we are using Pro Draft for champion select here. We've run into that issue a few times during LSS. Was not everybody's having all champions, so we've set up the production this time around to use Pro Draft instead of client. And we do know that sometimes when using Pro Draft, there can be some mix ups when trying to select characters or
Mm-hmm.
ban characters. So
Happens all the time. I always tell my players, Pro Draft's harder than League.
it is.
Easy to mess up for sure. And we see the Malphite coming third for Cleveland State, so obvious, showing that we want a Wombo team fight. Basically, kind of showing their hand a bit early, banning away
I
some.
dig the Wombo. I like Cleveland State's draft here over the
Mm.
team. I just got to say it.
I think so too, especially because we know Set is likely top, could be mid, but you know it's not support. So when you pick
hmm
Set, typically you want it to be a flexible pick, but they're showing it's not support. We'll see what Cleveland State locks in for, and that's going to be
Oh
a
boy.
new. Well, it's not locked yet. Don't want to get baited by hovers. Okay, and it is locked. So Nunu
Okay.
to kind of
Yeah.
accelerate the game. Nunu, a champion that just wants to spam gank and be annoying and just
Yeah. I
snowball
really like this.
into your lane on repeat. And they are leaving up their mid for last pick here for the Link 222. Let's see what he pulls out. Echo coming in. Echo is kind of new meta.
Okay.
New meta jungler.
I was just gonna say jungle. Okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
they buffed his the amount of damage he does to neutral monsters, right? And
Okay.
that kind of
Yeah.
put him right into the jungle meta. And so, we might see a good amount of Echo in this tournament today. And let's see what they're
I
going to
could dig
bring
that. I could dig
out.
a little bit of Echo and the Yone. Oh,
Echo
I like
Yone.
it. I like it.
Echo Yone, pretty scary mid jungle duo, I must admit. Very mobile, very
hmm
scrappy. And also, both those champions scale well into the 2-3 item range. And Syndra coming in now for the Link 222 to answer the Yone. And,
Ooh,
Syndra offers like a first kind of setup. Like the range of her stun could be like
could be the setup for the Amumu or
exactly, yeah.
even the Wombo from Malphite. So
And she's a champ that if Nunu's snowballing in, she can close the gap. And Snowball hits you up, then she'll follow up with the QE, and by then you got a Mumu running you down and Malphite on top of your face. So it's gonna come down to if Cleveland State can really pull off the Wombo,
yeah.
or synergize some of their CC and get some one shots. If they can't one shot the Echo, the Yone,
I
if they
always
can't get
fanboy
to
for
the
Yone though. So I might be biased. Like,
Yeah,
if they could pull it off nice, then it works. If not, it falls pretty flat.
definitely. I have to agree with you on that. And so, do you like the team's draft a bit better now that you see the Echo Yona? It's pretty saucy,
I don't know. I
pretty
still think
flexible.
I'm looking at this Cleveland State draft, and to myself, I think, uh, it, where's you can't really make many mistakes with that. If you play
Right.
the macro right, then these champions are pretty easy to execute,
Hmm.
and definitely could take the game.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna head over to a quick break while we wait for the spectator delay and the guys to load into game. So we'll catch you guys on the Rift.
Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. your sound. Appreciate 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 your sound, need to bring innovation. Appreciate your sound, need to bring innovation. I'm on the run, chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, need to bring innovation.
Welcome back. Oh, that is so loud to the League Amateurs Network, where we have our round one matchup between the team and Cleveland State Green. We are loading on to the Rip Try. What are your initial thoughts coming into this game one?
My initial thoughts are we going to get some shenanigans right here, level one? Because you know I love it.
Dude, you never fail to just say,
No,
what if they
no.
bite level one? It looks like somewhat of a 5-point setup, kind of.
Yeah, somewhat. We're missing some stuff. We got a little AFK in the top lane with this set.
Yeah, sets John under turret. Also, there's no one stopping CSU Green from going into blue and getting a deep board into that blue buff. So that's okay. Not taking advantage. So early start. Pretty standard here.
No one's risking it for the biscuit yet. I think a lot of that has to do with the single elimination.
Oh, no, it's double.
Or sorry, double
Best
is
of
best
one,
of
you
one.
mean.
I meant
Yeah.
best of one.
Yeah, I said round one, but what I meant was round of the tournament one. This is a BO1 here. So one mistake.
Hey, we'll figure it out.
One mistake, one miss smite on Baron, one oof, and you could be sent to the losers bracket. It is a best of one, so high stakes here. And both jungles starting bot side, so you can expect them both to be pathing towards the top side where we have a Malphite set matchup and a Syndra Yone matchup. We'll have to see how that turns out. Or does a Dale on the Nunu opt to take a non-traditional clear and do some early activity? So my eyes are on Nunu right away.
Some early activity.
Eyes got to be on Nunu at the start of the game. He could path anything he wants. He could gank from level 2.
Break down this bot lane for us a little bit, because I don't know too much how this Amumu support works out. I've seen it. I've seen people talking about it.
Sure, yeah. So the change they made in Mumu that made him a support is they made his bandage toss have 2 charges.
Yeah, it buffers up, right?
Yeah, like
you
it
have
charges. So you
Okay.
can, you know, I think it's like maybe 5 seconds in between. And so, you know, his level 1, like when he starts with a bandage toss, he has a good amount of CC. And when you're against Alistar, Alistar is pretty useless level 1. They're going to get the push, which means they can stack 3 waves, they can crash it, they can look for an early recall. Amumu can go for a roam, or they could just bounce the way back into them and look for a heavy trade here. But Aphelios is no slouch of a champion in the early levels. He's pretty much strong all game. He's just vulnerable, right? And he doesn't have that Thresh Lantern.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that Braum shield.
That's why I'm wondering, are we going to see CSU playing aggressive in this early game, or trying to play for 6?
Well, a Nunu aggression is already going to show up top lane and get the flash away from Set here. They're going to have to track that cooldown and maybe return, while meanwhile Echo is going for a red into full topside clear. And Nunu with a nice invade here is going to disrupt this, and you know he could chomp that. And does he have Smite? It appears he does. He could chomp Smite, take that away from Echo, and then Cleveland State would be off to a great start. Let's see who gets the last hit here, and it will be the Nunu. Great stuff here. Aqualad, he wants a short trade. Alistar is going to bop him away. Some damage going down on the Aphelios. Meanwhile, mid, everybody's scrapping here.
Something we need to keep in mind here is the team did not line up top to bot, so as we look at the scoreboard and sums, keeping in mind what champ we're looking at when you're trying to quickly grab sums and things like that.
Yeah, it is a bit tricky. I did look and see the Alistar in the top
Yeah.
lane, but wait, keep up the tempo is going to have to flash. Now that's both top laners with no flash. 2v2 breaking out in the bot lane, going in the favor of Cleveland State. They're going to get an exhaust, but I want to see who gets the scuttle crab in the top side of the map.
Some nonstop action right now. The director cam doesn't even know what to do. It's just flying back and forth across the map.
Hey, it can only do the best it can. Sometimes it's just not watching the right thing, but you gotta live with it. Nunu is gonna cross over.
Here he comes.
Syndra QE into the Nunu snowball. That's a nice setup. And first blood going over to the Link 222 for Cleveland State. Here comes a bandage toss for Mumu. And there goes the follow-up. The Ignite goes down, but wait, he's under turret. He's gonna escape with about 100 health. And Cleveland State off to a great start. Another kill from the Ignite on Amumu. And I'm wondering why try when Amumu bandage toss is onto the Alistar. I think he has the option to Q him, walk behind him, or flash if necessary, and then bop him under turret. I did not see that coming from...
It could have been cooldowns there because we were watching mid and then it hopped back. We don't know what was burned before we had eyes on bot lane.
Definitely could be a possibility. But we'll see if Paraton Penguin ever makes that play, because I see nothing but aggressiveness coming out from Aqualad. And Cleveland State off to a 1,500 gold lead. Feeling good so far. And importantly, try kind of perhaps setting the Yone behind a little bit, which is very important. That champion, not very useful from behind, needs that 1-2 item spike in particular to really pop off. Set having a nice time in the top lane here versus the tank matchup. But we all know Malphite's just waiting for that 6. He's really setting up the wombo here for Cleveland State.
So this is where I'm getting mixed up. I was looking at CS difference here. A small gap in the top lane, but not 5 to 31. That's what threw me off for a second. Yeah. Oh, and here comes a Mumu.
Oh, a nice support roam from Aqualad, showing that activity. But wait, Yone has to go back to his shadow. Does that mean he's dead?
Oh, it seemed like I don't know if they were ready for that.
Like they weren't ready to...
Yeah, I don't think they realized he was coming back.
Maybe not. But I really like that roam coming out from Aqualad. He's kind of popping off this game already, all things considered. It's only been 6 minutes, and this Amumu has been very active.
Oh, and there's the kill. Oh,
my
no way!
God,
I
how
spoke
much
too soon.
HP was that? It had to have been like 15
I
or less.
thought for sure that was it.
Definitely. So Mumu leaving base, heading towards the bot side of the map. He could look for a gank through the lane, through the jungle. You know, if he runs right up the lane here, it could be a decent time. If Ardoka wants to push this wave, he could get ganked. So Nunu's going to snowball in river. He's crossing over the pink right about now. Aqualad will land the bandage toss. We have the snowballs going to pop up the Alistar, and wow, simple as that shot.
That's one way to get it done.
You talked about, you know, the ease of execution for Cleveland State's champions. And, you know, I give them credit for not trying to be too fancy and not going for the Reddit comp.
No, you just got to do what you got to do to take that win.
You know, it's all about getting the dub here at the L.A.N. And that's going to be Drake 1 going to Cleveland State. Echo kind of just trying to scale his way into the game. Echo scales surprisingly well for his type of champion, you know.
Yeah.
AP Assassin. Man, when that champion gets 3 items, God forbid he has a Magi's with some stacks at that point, he can legitimately one-tap MF at like 2 items. That champion is really crazy. Bit of silence.
So let's see on the map here what we have going on. Echo's bot side is full jungle is clear. He's probably going to look for potentially a play on bot side before reset here. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, we have to see how much gold he has.
Mumu's there though, so.
Yeah, this Amumu's getting ready to hit 6, and once the Amumu MF are 6, I don't know if you want to gank that lane, given the fact that they're already sort of ahead. It's Berserker Greaves, Longsword Dagger versus just 2 Longswords and a Cole. So I like where MF and Amumu are sitting right now, looking to get their wave in, perhaps get a recall for Misfortune. Amumu on the top side of the map where we see Herald has just spawned. I think now would be a good time for Amumu to maybe book to Herald and try to get the 4v3 on the top side of the map.
So it looks like, oh, I thought maybe he was, but he's just getting a little bit of vision there. Nunu taking plant over into Herald Pit right now.
And he's going to snowball towards top, so he's over the ward about now, but I think they're going to have the CC to lock this setup, or at least get his flash.
Oh.
There's the flash, but then responded by the Malphite ultimate. Oh, and he U-turned! The U-turn on the snowball, big set W,
The wham
but
bam,
it
thank
doesn't
you, ma'am.
matter. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. He says, it still hit the snowball, even though it got flashed. That feels pretty bad. Cleveland State keeping up the pressure here in the bot lane. They just want to perma
So
push.
much hard CC on this comp.
Oh, nice scatter here from Syndra to deny the E-trade from the Yone. You love to see it. Cleveland State off to a really clean start. And that's going to be Herald started up, so I know the Link probably wants to push this wave and be available for that fight if it breaks out, because we see Echo lurking. Does Echo have anything to say about this? He's going to cast the W. They know Malphite doesn't have ulti. He'll take it. It's going to be a smite battle against the Nunu. I don't know if you're going to win those. She's going to ulti in place, and he will be dead. And now no flash set. Probably next to go. Big W damage, but yeah, Cleveland State easily winning that one out. You got to criticize Shade here for taking a smite battle against a Nunu and then using all of his cooldowns to put him in a position to get the smite, kind of cost him his life, and your chances of winning that are just really small. Dale having a great game here on the Nunu, starting from that early invade and just objective control sense.
So is he going to look to drop Herald right now top, or save it for another lane?
Let's see how this Yone all-in goes. And there's your answer try. He will drop it top for that early cash money. Echo trying to get some XP here. And Adale's going to have some nice money in his pocket. And that could be his first item, if not tier 2 boots on his recall here. He's got a ring with some stacks. Cleveland State are looking fierce here.
Amumu is really looking here.
Yeah, just
applying some pressure, get them to let that wave crash.
MF needs a recall by now.
Yeah.
She's been on these Zerker Greaves for so long. And that's going to give Amumu a window to look for a roam. He has his tier 2 boots. He's a bit speedy, and I think his target's going to be the Yone. Can Syndra set it up and stay safe? The scatter's going to have to land.
Oh,
it does. Into the bandage toss, into the curse of the sad mummy, and the aftershock will take care of business. That was just too easy.
Yeah. This is what I mean. This is kind of what I was thinking. I'm seeing their comp, and it's easy to execute, and they're just working it out flawlessly.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, what the team could have done is maybe said, hey, MF has a push, she's going to recall, Amumu could come mid. And if Yone knew Amumu could be coming, he would know, I can't be in scatter range here.
Okay, so that's pretty good. They delay Alistar's back here. Where's our dragon? Okay, we got dragon up in 24.
And
Ocean
full
Drake.
control.
Yeah.
Full control for Cleveland State. Syndra wants to get on the map, push that wave, and then there's nothing stopping Cleveland State from starting this Drake on spawn, and you know that's where Nuno will be. And keep up the tempo. Is going to go in and just solo kill the set. Oh my goodness. Just a Thor
The top half of the map is rolling now, and I think it's going to be hard to slow them down.
And even while you mentioned that, look at the bot half of the map. They're in total control as well. So
take this free Drake.
And get back to business, back to farming and stacking those items. And why not add a first tower while you're at it? Here we go, scatter in a Nunu snowball into the MF ultimate. Oh my god.
That is just brutal. That is exactly what you're talking about. The Syndra can set up the long range CC and just set it up for the Nunu, the Amumu, anybody to just come in and get the free crowd control.
Yeah, Cleveland State making it look so easy out here. Everybody getting rich, everybody eating.
Oh,
Nunu,
no.
why not snowball bot? Let's see how it goes. Can they 2v2 jungle support
Oh,
versus
the
bot
flash
lane? Flash R. And then, okay, the flash and the heal coming out from Aphelios. They could turn this and maybe win it because
there's
Cleveland
not enough
State
damage.
are on cooldowns. Yeah, you're right. They're just, the damage isn't there and the re-engage was not quite there.
Yeah, it's not the ideal two to take those two on, but
they got Aphelios heal and flash there with the jungle support duo, so
opening up opportunities.
Definitely. And now with no neutral up for almost 4 minutes, where do you think Cleveland State will look to attack next? Is it going to be this bot lane, the last side lane outer, or do they want to knock that mid turret down? That's the question. Oh, we see Echo showing for a gank here. He's going to engage on the Amumu. MF has a good amount of damage to say. No dice.
Wow, nice.
And, you know, maybe he crossed over a ward. Maybe Cleveland State was aware. It doesn't
I think they
look like
just
they
cleared
had one.
wards in the tri-brush, and because of that, Cleveland State a little bit aware of what could be happening.
Okay. And I will say the team right now, blue team, has vision control of the bot side river, but that means Cleveland State can just look top, and Set is not having a good time in the top lane.
These two are punishing that Set.
Just making it look easy. Nunu is so active as a champion. My goodness. You know, sometimes when we flex as a team for practice, you know, the other night I suggested, oh, and we have another Nunu gank. As I looked away for 1 second, I should have known Adele.
Nunu not even giving us a chance to talk.
Kill. This Nunu is too active, and they're heading bot. It looks okay. Nunu will take a recall. What I was saying, Tries, the other night I was telling my team in Flex, hey, ban Nunu for this game, because Nunu kind of makes games so chaotic that it's hard to get a good practice game, like, you know, go through the motions and get a nice rep, because when this champion gets locked in, he could just gank lane after lane. His clear speed is very fast, and, you know, the routes he can take, and that snowball is just devastating, as we can see the result of here. And so now we might want to talk about how TT could win this game. It's 11-0 try. They got, Cleveland State got first Herald, first 2 Drakes, first tower. They're kind of getting everything on the map.
Yeah. If they want to win, I think.
Oh, Bandage Toss will land, and now they're looking for the Shadow, the Scatter to follow up. Another Bandage Toss, and then a Snowball just in case he would have lived. Come on, Cleveland State is all over this map. And looking like they have a lot of team synergy.
Yeah,
like,
they really do.
It's kind of crazy. Aqualad.
I think this was really the right draft for Cleveland State here.
Definitely. Yeah, and I mean, they kind of showed what they wanted to do in their first 2 picks. They locked in the MF and Amumu right away. and they're kind of telling you, hey, we want a wombo chain CC
Mhm.
engage over the top MF ult,
And it's working like a charm.
and it sure has. The draft adaptation and execution has not been there from TT, and
Keep
here
up
we
the
go.
tempo, coming
It's
in
Malphite's
hot.
turn. And no flash, no heal on the Aphelios, so he knows he has to turn. MF gonna respect with a flash, but you gotta imagine the Aphelios will drop for
Man.
that MF ultimate. Bullet time?
Oh, you're looking at the wrong guy.
As we see Nunu setting up a gank, that support jungle synergy coming in, but will they trade one back? It looks like they will. A big shutdown going to Yone. That is a good champion to get that shutdown onto. But meanwhile, Cleveland State just taking down turrets, and Yone's going to need to complete that first item. And
They're down a little over 8K gold. It's going to be tough to get back into this game.
Yone needs like a quadra kill on the other 4 shutdowns, and then he can maybe go 2 items.
The thing about Yone is that this team, that the team comp that he's playing into is so difficult
For sure.
to actually make a play like that happen, especially when you're behind.
One thing lands on you, and
you're
can,
dead.
You could bet another 2 or 3 forms of CC can follow up, not to mention the MF damage. And, you know, everyone on Cleveland State so far ahead. They all do respectable damage at this point. We saw already. And here goes Drake number 3. Will Echo get the steal? He's going to jump over.
Oh.
He will steal Drake 3. Keep Cleveland State at 2, and he beats the Nunu in the smite battle. Adele angry about that, so they're going to look to just pick a fight.
Oh, the Amumu flash.
Flash ulti. Aphelios has his sums, but oh my god, he just instantly died.
Yeah, that was.
Whew.
Ooh, yeah.
Cleveland State very angry that they took their dragon.
What felt like it was going to be a flawless game. Now, loss
Yeah.
of Drake and a kill.
Yeah,
The team is in shambles.
no perfect game in terms of everything. No perfect games in terms of objectives. So the team can be happy about that. But getting the win is going to be tough. And is the Echo just going to die to chain CC? He didn't have ultimate, but I'm not sure if it would have mattered. Cleveland State making this combo again just looks so easy.
Yeah, dude, the comp is just works together so well.
And now we have Baron spawning in a minute 20. Could be a reason to take control of the top half of the map, but Baron is, you know, pretty tough to take down in the 20, 21, 22 minute range. And you could argue, wait a second, Mudkip is going to face tank the Yone, but the ult misses, and Mudkip's just going to take the duel. They both walk away low HP.
So you brought up Baron, and my counter to that was, wouldn't CSU, even if it's a risk to take the Baron, I mean, at this point, you want to have a fight around Baron. That could mean the end of the game, whether or not you take the Baron. But your team, that team comp they have, I feel like you want to fight.
You definitely want to fight. So yeah, I think pulling on Baron, making them come to you and turning would be a good idea. But trying to secure the Baron, I think, would be maybe a bit of an overstep. Because look, they're already up 11K. The only way they lose this game is by aggroing Baron for too long and somehow throwing and getting it stolen, right?
Yeah.
So you're kind of giving, right now, TT has like a 1 to 3% chance of winning. And if you aggro Baron and
if
try
you
and
throw
take
at
it,
the Baron, then it's
you
like a
take
30.
them to like 6%. Or like maybe 10%. I'm saying of
Diddy's
winning the whole
tearing
game.
these guys up.
I'm just trying to call it how I see it. But they don't care. They will start it up right away. You do have the Nunu secure, so the chance of stealing is low. And, you know, the team... TT,
Are they even aware right now? I don't think so.
if they are aware, they're not in position to do anything about it. And Cleveland State wasting no time with these objectives. And now it's Nunu Snowball. Nunu Snowball time. Look at that Disco Snowball. Oh, the Malphite ultimate is going to just only hit the Alistar, but Syndra, Scatter the Weak will almost kill Aphelios. There he goes. He will drop. The MF ultimate will follow up, and 2 go down to the Nunu.
I don't even think Echo's going to get away here.
He can't ulti back because that is certain death, and here's another Disco Ball. Here comes the ulti, but certain death. As we all knew, a TP, and not sure how advised that will be. Seth's going to get a decent W, but he's next to go, and Trifold, is this game over right now?
I think it is. If we're looking at spawn timers, we've got about 5 seconds on the team bot lane, but
can they do anything?
let's see what kind of... We don't have any ultimates up for CSU, but, I mean, still plenty of CC on the team.
Let's see, is this the throw? Aphelios will get another shutdown.
This is Yone's chance.
Yone going in for the play, but too much burst damage here. And now Cleveland State happy to turn back and take this fight. A nice scatter will keep the Link alive. And they're looking to end again. They're low on resources. A few of them pretty low on mana, but I don't think it'll matter. Echo going to go in for an engage. The MF double tap doing a lot of damage and keep up the tempo. Dropping the Malphite ultimate to finish off the Echo. Turrets are down, but they'd rather kill Set than hit Nexus. Set gets a shutdown. That's 3 kills for TT, but Cleveland State is on to the Nexus, and they are going to wrap up this game 1 and advance in the winner's bracket here. Cleveland State.
Yeah, a well-played game by Cleveland State here. I think their draft was insane. Dare I say dummy-proof, you know? It's like if you know what you're doing and you can hit your CC, they had so much wombo combo there.
Yeah, from the beginning of the draft, the MF Amumu, they showed their hand, but they did not shy away from we want to chain CCU and wombo you down. The Nunu was such a nice addition, something aggressive early to get them going, and once they got leads, it was just so hard to dodge all the CC based on the champions that were picked by TT. And that was a complete stomp and a steamroll by Cleveland State.
Do you think that now after that game, you know, we've have all these spectators here, everybody's watching the stream. Do you think that we're going to see certain pick ban phases swing differently for CSU now after pulling that out of their pocket?
I do think so.
I don't think you let that one slide for Cleveland State again in the rest of the day.
No, sir. I think the teams that were watching that game are taking notes. Okay, Cleveland State, you know, maybe Mumu is the champion to take away, maybe Nunu, maybe MF. And yeah, I don't think comp very
and we have a lot of good players here today. That's the thing too. So you know, I hadn't really thought about it before, but, you know, somewhat of a disadvantage to run up first and having these teams here. A lot of, like I said, good players, watching how your draft goes, watching how your game plays out, and then being able to take that into the following up, the games that follow up, and being able to adjust your pick ban.
Because they will be up against the 1 seed here. I forget what they call themselves. I should know that, but yeah, their next round opponent will be very strong. And like you
Gamer
said,
Hours you're talking about.
Yeah, Gamer Hours, very strong team. And they will be able to use that information of the game that they were, you know, had to play round 1 to their advantage. So, yeah, I think, you know, maybe some tough games ahead, but that was an excellent performance.
It was. I'm excited to get into these following games. I think up next, if I'm not mistaken, we have Peter's Avengers versus 1Life2Play. Peter's Avengers is where we saw the roster had some familiar names on it. Moosinator, Kenny, 2 guys we know from the LSS,
and
great players.
Formerly Starponer, but now Void Star is also on that roster.
Oh, okay. See, I did not know that. Yep.
So they're pretty stacked, not gonna lie.
And who else? The Delivery Man?
Yeah, the Delivery Man.
Oh, it's the OG.
Is maybe their jungler at this.
I think so. Don't quote me on it. Okay. I put it all in the sheet earlier, but not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think Delivery Man is jungling. Maybe.
Have anything else to recap about that game? I feel like it was just a CSU played it by the book. We said what was probably going to happen based on their comp, and they just ran with it, and it looked like flawless execution.
Yeah, definitely. I saw, you know, a bit of a lackluster map start for TT. They, you know, didn't 5-point, which didn't punish them, but it led into a Nunu invade. It didn't lead into it, but following that was a Nunu invade on the blue buff to take it away from Echo. That's a huge swing in golden XP in the jungle. And then just not respecting the, you know, possibility of Nunu ganks. You kind of got to weather the storm in the early game. When you're against a Nunu, you really need to track that champion. But it seemed like Cleveland State was the one being aggressive, getting the early information, tracking Echo probably better than Nunu was.
That first, 7 minutes, we just saw the director cam hopping from top to bot, just while Nunu is swinging around Tokyo Drift with his disco ball slamming.
Disco Nunu at its finest, everybody. And that was an exciting round 1.
All right, I guess we're here chatting it up a little bit while we wait for our producer to return to his seat.
Well, so looking ahead to this next matchup here, we got 2 high-level teams in I don't want to say Kent State, but I think I can. It's kind of like
It's most of the roster that we're familiar with.
yeah.
But we're going to hop to a quick break while
Oh,
we
sure.
get ready for this next match, and we'll be back with Peter's Avengers versus 1Life2Play. So we'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound, need to bring innovation. Appreciate the sound, need to bring innovation. I'm on the run, chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate the sound. 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 Appreciate the sound, need to bring innovation. Appreciate the sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Appreciate your sound, need a renovation.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Appreciate These are the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound.
Welcome back to the League Amateurs Network, brought to you by 1Life2Play. I'm Diddy here with Trifolds, my main man on command, and we have a exciting
That's the first time I heard that one.
we have an exciting round 2 matchup coming up between the home team, dare I say, 1Life2Play.
The home. Dare you say this be the home team of
Are
One
we
Life
not? I
Play?
don't know. Is that an
Yeah.
advantage? I mean,
Is
this
it?
is
I
home
don't
court
know.
advantage. I don't know.
I don't think so because most of our team has not played in the lounge yet.
Exactly.
So we don't have home court advantage, but yeah, it's the
It's our
home
home opener. I
Yeah,
like
let's
that.
go.
Okay, yeah. So, like a few of them haven't been here, but when you look around and you see the 1Life2Play logo, and then you look down at your shirt and you got a 1Life2Play logo, you kind of feel at home, right?
Yeah, you've got the vibe advantage.
The vibe
Yeah.
advantage. We'll have to see if that helps them against Johnny's
Peter's Avengers.
Peter's Avengers. Because I would say Peter's Avengers have the rank advantage. They're actually the higher seeded team.
That must be Peter.
That must be Peter. The logo right there. And yeah, they're the higher rated team. They're like D1 across the board, whereas 1Life2Play, for context for the viewers, uh, they couldn't get their jungle to come out and made a
Mhm.
role swap and had a Phil come in, so it's not exactly
It's not the dream team.
it's not the dream team, but we'll have to see what kind of strategy they come out with. I don't want to talk too much
Yeah,
about
let's
it. You know
cover a
what I'm
little bit of
saying?
these bands then, because we were a little distracted and missed a bit of this pro draft.
Yeah, definitely. So we see from Red Team, it's Action, Seraphine, and Ziggs. The Seraphine and the Ziggs are a target ban for Void Star. This guy hit Masters just spamming Seraphine.
Yeah,
That champion just had, a buff to its ultimate cooldown, one of the most impactful abilities in the entire game. And so you want to remove that, but they left up Xin Zhao, who I was talking about. Him and Jarvan are two of the highest priority AD junglers in the meta. There's also Lee Sin I mentioned. There's also Viego you'll see here and there, but
and
two of the best.
if they take this Yone here, we have seen Kenny before on the Yone.
We have seen Kenny Yone. That
Mhm.
is giving me taking me back to some
Some flashbacks.
some flashbacks. I'm having some nightmares already about the Kenny Yone, and then they're also gonna lock in the Misfortune 3 here. So Kenny Yone, he's paired up with Xin Zhao, and we see a Galio third
I'm always
come
down
in
for a
for
Galio.
1Life2Play, and we see some synergy between Jarvan and Galio. Try if you Jarvan Cataclysm someone and they don't have flash or a mobility spell, you drop the Galio ultimate on the Jarvan, and boom, you know they're
You're
getting
talking to
knocked
a
up.
Galio main here, buddy. Of course I know.
Hey, I'm just, just for the viewer, in case
Yeah,
anyone out there is
yeah.
new to the game or doesn't know the synergy that comes there. And MF, pretty nice target for that combo, not gonna lie.
Mhm.
If that champion doesn't have flash and you can
Yeah,
cataclysm
easy.
her, she's probably dead. So
I mean, even okay, we see the Camille
and
ban,
Gwen.
and bear with me, I can't remember the name of that champion.
Kenny?
No. The other band
Gwen?
from One Life. Gwen.
Yeah. Gwen, oh god. We weren't casting when Gwen was like
No,
terrorizing.
I've seen her maybe. I haven't played much League in the last few months. I've maybe seen her in my own games like 2 or 3 times, and I honestly don't really know what she does.
Well, we don't have to worry about it this game, but you know
Perfect.
what I'm pointing out here, an adaptation 1Life2Play made. So Peter's Avengers picked MF3, giving 1Life2Play the next pick, and they're gonna take the Amumu away to kind of deny that combo that we saw
I think
Cleveland
it's a good
State bring
call.
out
Yeah.
last game and say we want the Amumu. We're gonna take it away from your MF here, and it's gonna be a Riven in the
Oh,
top lane.
that's a
Blind, by the
dicey
way.
one.
Blind Riven, by the way, coming out from Peter's Avengers.
Runins must be, or Roonies must be confident on that ribbon.
He looks like a fighter player through and through. And the Zyra double immobile bot lane Trifolds, that is balls.
I think it is balls because if you're looking at, I really do. I think that's going to be a hard matchups for them with the choices we have here,
mean-
and the Wombo with the Jarvan and Nar.
Yeah, the lane phase is strong when you have a Zyra. You're gonna be able to push. The MF chip short trades are strong. They're gonna beat the Ezreal Mumu
Mhm.
in the lane. The whole idea is, can you get Jarvan and Galio down there to lock them down? They don't have any mobility spells. Can you get their flashes? Can you return gank? Can you Jarvan Galio them? And like you mentioned, the Gnar and the Jarvan, the Narvin, if
The
you
Nar-
will.
I like it. Yeah, the Narvin. I'm
You
ready
know,
for it.
Jarvan creating terrain in the middle of a team fight for Gnar to go ahead and just womp people into. Uh, I am so excited for this game. That's
I'm excited for
all
this
I
game
can
too.
say.
I
It's
think we're. What are your predictions? You look at these two comps. How do you think they play out? I like, unbiased completely, but I like 1Life2Play's comp
yeah, no bias. No bias. But 1Life2Play's comp is resembles what Cleveland State drafted
with a few tweaks.
last
Yeah,
game. A couple tweaks, but much easier to execute. Lots of chain CC, reliable ways to lock people down and get the job done. And then they can always fall back on the Ezreal scaling into the late game. And
that's
let
what
me
I was
tell you,
just thinking.
Boomer on Ezreal is nice. All
Nice.
right, so that's all I gotta say. But for Peter's Avengers, they are all skilled players. Not a single guy on this roster is incapable of playing their champion at a high level, and they have so many like really crafty champion picks. Things like Yone can pop off and take over the game. The Riven, if she finds her moment, can just
Hmm.
completely dominate the game. So it's really on Peter's Avengers to execute in the game. But if 1Life2Play can execute similar to that we saw Cleveland State, I think they could come away with the dub.
Yeah, I agree. I'm looking forward to getting into this match. I was messing up the rosters bad earlier. Who is the delivery man with?
Oh, he's with.
Gamer Hours.
Yes, he
Okay,
is
that
with
makes more
Gamer
sense.
Hours,
That's
and
why I was
he's a
confused.
former Kent State
Yes,
player,
yes.
which this isn't Kent State, but we
We-
thought it was, and so then we
yeah,
associated the delivery
yes,
man,
that's
but
why I did that.
he jumped ship and now he's
So
on Gamer
we have
Hours.
3 veterans here on the bot side of the map: Kenny, Voidstar, and Moosinator. So
Former
I'm
LSS, All Stars, Hall of Famers,
Hall of
former
Famers. Yeah,
LSS Hall of Famers here on
what a
stream
title to have.
against your home team here, 1Life2Play. And my question, Try, is if you're Xin Zhao, right?
Hmm.
Who are you going to spend your time with, and where are you going to path to? Which scuttle are you going for? Do you want to play around your Riven and try to snowball and maybe pick on the Gnar when he's mini? Or do you need a path to your pushing immobile bot lane and preserve them?
Here's the thing. I think you'll know more than I do, but I think that if you're looking at top jungle duo or mid jungle duos,
Mm-hmm.
that you kind of want to steer clear of the 1Life2Play. I mean, I don't know if the Xin Zhao just has a lot more like presence in that early fighting, but J4 and Galio, like
Mm-hmm.
that's just where Galio thrives in this matchup.
Oh, most definitely. I
Yeah.
have to agree with you there. Yone, I think, needs some time to ramp as a champion. He's not the strongest in the 2v2, but Xin Zhao is. He
Mhm.
is the strongest in the
Yeah,
2v2. So he kind of offsets that. But the entire top half of the map is AD for Peter's Avengers, which means tabbies on the top side are going to be very valuable.
yeah.
So if Jarvan gets some early tabbies, if Galio wants to opt into tabbies, which I don't think he will, that could really sway the 2v2 to the side of 1Life to
Quite a
play.
bit.
But
Yeah.
I agree with you that the mid jungle for 1Life2Play is, more reliable at the very least.
I just think it's like, if I'm that matchup there or that duo, I'm trying to get all the scuttles. I'm trying to be
Mhm.
aggressive.
For sure.
Even though it's a Xin Zhao, I think that the 1Life2Play duo there, has the advantage.
Definitely. So maybe 1Life2Play will kind of decide which side of the map they want to play through mid
Hmm.
into maybe bot lane, or do they want to roam their Mumu, get the push mid, 3v3 mid, and maybe they want to abuse the Riven
And
with
just
the
let
Galio
Ezreal scale. He's a
roams.
safe champion.
Yeah.
Let him scale up, get some
Yeah.
items.
So,
And
looking at the both of these comps, it's not exactly clear which side of the map either
Mhm.
team wants to play on. I think maybe you want to play away from your Gnar, but for Peter's Avengers, I think it's less clear where they want to go to, and I could see it be equally viable for Xin Zhao to camp Gnar and play for the Riven, or to spend a lot of time bot lane and protect his pushing immobile bot lane.
I look forward to seeing how this plays out.
I know, I'm nervous.
Yeah. We'll head over to a quick break and we'll catch you guys once we load in to the Rift.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
Chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound, needed renovation.
And welcome back, everybody, to the League Amateurs Network, brought to you by 1Life2Play, where we are in our round 2 bout. And this is a best of 1 between Peter's Avengers and 1Life2Play. Trifolds, what are you hoping happens in these first few seconds?
Oh, do you even have to ask? You know I'm ready for those level 1 shenanigans.
But it looks like a line of scrimmage.
I get let down every time, dude.
Hey,
Every time.
at some point in this tournament, I bet something goes down.
At some point, to everybody watching out there, I just want to see a 5-man face roll right into the enemy level 1.
Yeah, could we
That's
make
all I
that
care
happen?
about.
Can someone out there just draft a level 1 comp?
Dude.
Braum, Olaf.
Yeah,
Who else?
like a Lucian.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Lucian Braum,
Yeah.
Olaf. Oh, man. And just sprinted at him. Level 1. But no, we see a 5-point start here. And try. To be perfectly honest, I think I've been watching level 1s in some of, like, pro games like LPL or whatever. A lot of teams are kind of sticking to their own sides of the map. The jungler likes to drop an early ward recall.
Yeah, we get it, guys. It's the most efficient meta way to do it, but,
There have been,
I like a little fiesta.
There have been metas where it's like late invade bot side happens all the time, but I think it just
I
depends.
feel like that was a while ago, though.
It depends on what junglers are meta and things like that.
I feel like that was a few seasons ago. We were seeing lots of stuff happening early.
Yeah, definitely. Now we see both junglers are starting opposite sides try, so that means that they could be planning on trading scuttles.
Hold up 1 second.
What's that?
What is that Yone skin, boy?
Oh, I think it's Dawnbringer.
I think it's clean.
That thing is gas.
Oh,
and the
my
Jarvan
God.
with the level 2 gank on Kenny, but he autos a minion, and that might be enough
Oh.
to pay first blood to 1Life2Play. And we see a Mumu going in on Musinator. The bandage toss, 1 for each bot lane member. Voidstar going to return some damage. And here's Runis with that level 1 ribbon trade that we all hate. And 1Life2Play with a Jarvan red to mid gank that results in Kenny's flash and the kill. They get his TP as well, off to a 600 gold lead. And Jarvan's going to return to his bot side here as Zinjao's going to path. But wait, was that a flash bandage toss? But Boomer misses the first Q. Does the auto do it? It will. Boomer off to a strong start as well.
All right, I didn't get level 1 shenanigans, but I got level 2 shenanigans, so I guess I'll take it as a
Hey,
win.
the next best thing, am I right? If it's not level 1, level 2, but Fox, is he going to Hex Flash for the angle? Voidstar going to respect it. And you're absolutely right, Try. We have had some shenanigans happening in these early levels. And now, So Xin Zhao is wise to the Jarvan path. He knows he went red straight to mid, and he saw his CS count. So wait, Xin Zhao's going to return gank now. Pogo's going to eat into. Here's the 2v2 you're talking about. Taunt into Jarvan EQ. Is the damage going to be there on Biscuit Flavor? Fox with the roam, but he misses the bandage toss. It's really close. Both junglers low, and both junglers
Fox
returning.
there throwing the bandage toss at his teammate instead of the enemy.
Yeah, you know, maybe he saw his teammate was low in HP, thought he would need a bandage. And now both junglers are trading Scuttle Crabs here. And they both need recalls, so we'll have to see who gets to base first. Okay, Xin Zhao is going to invade now. And is Gnar aware that Xin is on the top half of the map? He should be, because Jarvan's on the bottom half of the map. Oh, but his wave's in a terrible place. He has flash. Oh, but he uses his hop and he doesn't get a double hop. I think he's dead.
Yeah. Oh, okay, the flash comes out. Maybe he...
No, because they both have flash.
Yeah.
He's for sure dead. Biscuit
a clean
Flavor.
play there by Peter's Avengers.
Definitely. If you're Gnar there, you have to get a double hop at some point. You can't use the single hop and expect to live against two flashes. Not good enough here. And great adaptation from Biscuit Flavor to sprint top. Take advantage of the wave state of Gnar. Luckily for Senior Ice, he does have TP, and we'll be able to collect this wave. I don't see a dive coming there. And that was only Riven Flash. Xin Zhao didn't have to flash for that, which is huge. If they both flash for that, you kind of can live with that. But the fact that Xin Zhao still has a really threatening gank up his sleeve with his flash means a lot in this game. And man, do we get to exhale for a second?
I think so. And now I'm getting to inspect what kind of items and everything we've got in the lineup here. We do have everybody lined up in the proper position. Okay, we'll trade there.
Yeah, Kenny with a nice trade. I'm not sure if Poggle was able to access his Aftershock. Oh, he has Predator. So Aftershock really helps you for that Yone trade, but Predator is gonna help.
I like the Predator. Yeah.
You do? Well, they buff Predator as well, and they buff Galio recently.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, I forget what they buffed on Galio. I wish I knew. I should have read patch notes before today.
Yeah, I like the Predator. That's, for me, it's like 50-50, depending on the matchup, what I would take there. And I don't know what I would have taken against a Yone, but...
We'll have to see if he uses the speed to his advantage. And now, let's see what Jarvan wants to do. He just got done with this clear. I don't think there's blue vision in the river. Oh, I'm wrong. He's going to cross over a ward there and kind of tip off the bot lane of Peter's Avengers that he's near. They have a nice pink in their own tri-brush to kind of keep them comfortable. And here we go, Runis with an all-in trade that's going to hurt the Gnar. He can do a good amount of damage on the way back, but...
Okay, that was a good trade. That was... I thought it was going to be a lot harsher there for Gnar, but getting the auto procs off, or the third auto proc off there was a big swing for him. Make it even trade.
Yeah, definitely. The damage you can do on the way out. Wait a second. Poggle and Neuro are going to go on Biscuit, but he has flash. The combo is there. It does a good amount of damage. Wait, the Galio ult was interrupted. It must have been by Kenny. The E damage is not enough to execute. And another 2v2 where everybody walks away low HP.
I like it. This is going to be a close matchup here.
Oh, 1Life2Play with barely an edge in gold, but it looks like Peter's Avengers with control in bot push and mid push. Poggle half HP. He might want to recall, but Kenny is just smacking away at the wave. He's going to generate some tempo, and it looks like it could be Peter's Avengers Drake #1. I think Jarvan knows this, and he's going to go collect his red. And they're going to give Drake one. Let's see if they could do anything in response.
Oh, we're having...
That mouse needs to...
Yep.
That's all right. Try, I'll get it. Well, we're going to watch Peter's Avengers base and see if anyone arrives here. There was a mouse got bopped while someone was doing something, and we're back to direct-to-cam.
Little bop on the mouse there. We're good.
That's all right. Well, we didn't miss anything, but we see a Jarvan invade. So in response to Peter's Avengers taking Drake 1, Jarvan is going to invade the top side of the Xin Zhao, which is a smart play. He can get the Gromp, and that's a nice XP and gold trade. But if he greeds blue, he could run in a Xin. But look at the Amumu rotate is there first. Zyra's in bot lane, and Amumu is top here. And it's almost 8 minutes, so is this the 8-minute Herald play from 1Life2Play? It's going to start with a blue invade. Here's the Amumu showing up first. Now, Peter's Avengers know that they are outnumbered, and they might have to respect this, but they're going to go in anyway. And Runis with a big Q3 combo. There's the Cataclysm. We need the Galio ulti, but Galio with Poggle with the double kill to follow up the Jarvan EQ, and it looked like the numbers advantage comes through for 1Life2Play, and they will be able to start this Herald up. I thought Riven's initial engage combo was going to be one of those highlight plays.
I missed it, though. I did not realize that Mumu was there, and he was in the right place at the right time, and if it weren't for him, it would have been potentially in the favor of Peter's Avengers.
Mumu showing up huge. It's the 8-minute support roam to Herald. You leave your Ezreal to 1v2, you send your Mumu to Herald when it spawns. Because Peter's Avengers took that Drake 1, Jarvan knew he could invade that top side, and then that set off a series of plays that led to Mumu coming to follow up that invade, and it gets them Herald 1. Let's see where they want to drop it.
I like it. I like it. I like the way this game is playing out. We're seeing some great competitors here. The way that, I was so focused in on that Riven there is why I missed the Mumu coming up.
Yeah, Mumu was level 4, but he was not afraid. Literally level 4, hitting Blast Cone into like a Riven with
level
ulti.
4, but he's got tabbies.
Yes. How big of a deal are the tabbies when the entire top side? Oh, here's the Yone all in. He just barely doesn't get enough damage as Zyra Root will land on Ez, but that was a quick E as a reaction there.
I think that if he had time for one more Q or even another auto, maybe Kenny takes down Poggle there.
But look, did Galio have tabbies for that, or did he just buy those? I think he just bought those.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure.
But we see these tabbies coming in, and they are massive for 1Life2Play in the early to mid game. But Musinator can legit 1v9 on Zyra if the entire enemy team is buying tabbies and you're solo AP. That is when you pick Zyra. You want her solo AP. You disincentivize Merc Treads so that her CC really sticks and her E to R combo lands, and so that her slows are perpetual with once she buys the slowing item. Bright Eyes Crystal Scepter. But the tabbies are paying off so huge for 1Life2Play so far, and they're going to drop the Herald mid for some early plates. Some money going to go in the pocket of the Jarvan here, going to help him complete his Gore Drinker. And look, he's up 20 CS as well.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at CS and items right now. Yone up quite a bit on this Galio as well, though.
But when we talk about mid jungle 2v2, Galio's kind of the supportive unit. And, Yone is the carry for his side. So,
how is the Yone right now in meta?
So Yone just got a buff to his W. The amount of shield you get when you W multiple champions went up.
Increased, okay.
So it's a situational buff. It's not meta defining.
It's pretty important. When you're looking for late game engages, you get an ultimate on 4 members, and then you get that W swing. It's, that could be pretty impactful depending on the amount of the buff.
What I would argue there, not that I need to, is that if you're going to get a multi-man R, it's kind of a win more buff. In that situation, you're already probably ahead, winning, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a really situational buff that's going to, help some Yones in some games here and there. And I'm wondering, we see the mid and support duo helping to get Poggle a push. I wonder if 1Life2Play is going to make a play for this Drake. It's up in 20 seconds. Boomer and Voidstar fighting over push here.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get control of the river here.
Wait, the Riven is walking. Riven is already here. Gnar has TP, but the Riven is already here. So that's the difference. Gnar's going to early TP. We're still watching both ADs kind of jockeying over for pressure. But the fight is going to go down for this Drake too. Soul is live. Or I'm sorry, Ocean is live. Here's Kent State. They're grouping on a pink. This is a smart way to enter the river. They're walking together.
I like this.
Clearing out some vision. 1Life2Play, pulling the Ocean Drake up. We see a clear line.
So this is where it gets tough. I mean, does the... Yeah, I think maybe...
Oh, the flash. Gnar ultimate, followed up by the Jarvan EQ. There's the Cataclysm. The Galio ulti wasn't exactly there. Kenny goes backline. MF ulti does a lot of work. Fox with the 2-man ulti, but no one's there to follow up. But 1Life2Play with 2 for 1 on the back end there. That was a nice Ezreal ultimate. The 1Life2Play, it wasn't exactly perfect how everything lined up, but it was good enough for a 2 for 1. Not to mention they had gotten Drake with proper control and setup beforehand. And a really positive play here for red team.
Again, I lost track of Amumu halfway through that fight, and he's coming around their try, and it works out good enough. He goes down, but they trade 2 for it and end up taking the dragon. So I was, right before that fight started, I was thinking to myself, okay, Peter's Avengers maybe doesn't want to look to contest this dragon as hard as they did, because I thought, it's a 5v5 and we're looking at 1Life2Play's comp, kind of similar to the CSU comp in the sense that they have a lot of Wombo, CC, kind of like dummy-proof CC that they can use that would make a 5v5 in the river like that when they're a little bit ahead be really tough.
Yeah. And that makes approaching as a 5-man unit difficult for Peter's Avengers. I think what Peter's Avengers wants to do is create a fight. We see Ezreal, he'll go down. I don't think much more will... Is Boomer going for this? He is a crazy man. He just goes for a crazy EQ. He lands it, but he doesn't follow up for the lethal damage there. But what I was going to say, Try, is I think Peter's Avengers needs a fight with multiple fronts. Grouping on their Tribrush Pink and walking in together is a good way to enter River, but if the other team's already set up and wants to fight you, look at the pink wards in the River here for 1Life2Play. They completely cut off and zone that other entrance. Peter's Avengers needs to fight on multiple fronts to get the most out of their champions like Yone and Riven. And here we see a 3-man gang on Senior Ice here. Tabby's doing work, but not enough. The teleport from Galio was the answer, but it was too little and too late. Great, great aggressive play from Peter's Avengers.
Yeah, and the kill goes over to Kenny on Yone. So I think working out exactly how they wanted there. 1Life2Play, about 3K gold in the lead. Next Drake is going to be Mountain Drake in 230. So I wonder if we're going to see the teams kind of slowing down here a bit, waiting for objectives to be up. What is up right now? Herald's up.
Possibly. So it's kind of on Jarvan. You saw that there's a 3-man play top here from Peter's Avengers. Does Jarvan want to take that as an initiative to look for something bot? We see a push in here from Boomer and Fox, which means they can set up a bounce. Jarvan is here. He can sneak into the lane brush, and as the blue wave is bouncing back out, they can attack this immobile bot lane. Misfortune has no flash, but Zyra does. So if they are tracking flashes, they have an easy first target, and then Zyra, a pretty defenseless champion. But Xin Zhao's had enough time to path down, and Jarvan, he doesn't want to waste too much time, but it looks like a possible angle. There's the Amumu ultimate into the Jarvan follow-up, and Boomer is going to snipe with the Ezreal ulti. Pretty easy, considering Misfortune doesn't have flash.
That was her cleanse as well.
And now this is 1Life2Play's response for that 3-man gang top. You see how the game is kind of going back and forth and ebb and flow. And now Riven looks for a one-on-one, but Senior Ice, does he get enough damage on the back end? He's turning Mega soon.
Up here in a second.
Oh, the ulti turn from Runis makes Senior Ice hop away on the minion. You know, that R trade for nothing. That's really well played by the Gnar. But I gotta admit, when I see Riven engaging on the Gnar, I get scared every time because Riven's such a lethal champion when that Gnar is mini. Oh, and here's the Kenny roam. Oh, he's going to get swept under tower. Here's the Galio ultimate. Is going to get the Riven flash.
So, unfortunately there, when he threw Kenny, it made him all in the wrong direction, or like way past him.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, it seemed like maybe he buffered it before he got Gnar ulted, and during the animation, he like...
went past the Gnar.
Yes,
like, didn't scoop the Gnar and stop himself. Yeah. He went way under turret, had to E out, leaving Riven kind of... with our hands tied, forcing the flash.
Might have been another story if that R had hit
and
before
now Drake,
the toss.
Drake in 24, and I gotta point out, look at 1Life2Play vision control on the bot half of the map. MF is on a ward. There's deep vision. There's river vision. They have proper setup. Their CC utility units are camping pinks in the bot side of the jungle. This has to be 1Life2Play, Drake. Unless...
I'm not sure the exact time, but Gnar TP about to be up any second now, and Riven has TP as well.
They're going to look for, I think, a play on the Gnar, right? Gnar should be aware. My team is getting Drake. Does that mean they cross-map me? Biscuit Flavor, good dodge by Gnar here to dodge the W from Biscuit Flavor. But what Biscuit Flavor wants to get Herald here.
I'm so out of the loop with the updates and patches for League right now, but that Xin Zhao W went so far.
Let me explain, Try. And to any of the viewers who haven't watched League in a little bit, Xin Zhao they made him so broken. They like tripled his W range to make it this long range skill shot. Wait a second. 1Life2Play might be contesting this Herald because they're simply stronger. Ezreal is on Spike. All their champions are on Spike. They're just going to walk in the river and take control. And I'm not sure if Peter's Avengers are going to answer this.
I don't think there's anything they could do. Riven was coming from base. I think at that point it was too late to utilize the teleport.
Yeah. So what I was saying, they tripled his W range, and they also made it, Shai, that if you land your W, you can then E that amount of range.
Mm-hmm.
So his engage range got, like, increased hugely, right? Like, tripled. So that made Xin Zhao really broken. I think he had 1 or 2 tune-up nerfs, but he's still, we saw Peter's Avengers B1, they first picked Xin Zhao. Like, this champion is still meta-defining. Even in pro play, he sees a lot of play. I'm not sure. He will be picked and banned here and there in Worlds, but I think the #1 jungler in pro play will maybe be Lee Sin. That's just, I'm just throwing that out there as a, just...
Lee Sin is back.
Yeah, Lee Sin has been really strong for a long time. There's even a period where he was a solo laner. Like, he was like a 5-lane flex. Like,
recently?
He was that broken. Yeah.
Oh.
He was so broken. Now he's only just broken in jungle.
I don't even play League anymore, but I think I'm gonna need to pick up that Yone skin.
Hey.
Hey.
Are you gonna play League then?
We'll see.
I'm a fan of the aesthetics.
Oh yeah.
Tripod.
I mean, I can't that's where League does it. Beyond many others.
For sure.
It's the
appeal to the arts.
Yeah, their art style just hits.
For like an animated, like cartoon game,
yeah, that's
they do a really good job.
You can't
with
compare the
characters.
graphics to something that's trying to hit, the realism level, but their style and aesthetics for their art is just too clean.
For sure.
You can't beat it. Splash arts, come on.
Yeah, some really nice splashes. Well, let's focus on the game here. It's 20 minutes. Baron has spawned. Let's look at lane assignments. Gnar and Riven both in the top lane. Both mid laners have swapped down to bot. Both bot lanes pushing for mid control here. Drake up in 2 minutes. My guess is that teams are looking at this Drake, not necessarily the Baron. It's a bit early for, neither team is ahead enough. 1Life2Play is not ahead enough to pull on the Baron and look for a turn. I don't think that's their best line of play. I think just securing Drake 3, getting another mountain on your belt, putting the pressure on Peter's Avengers is their best move. So
yeah, I think they don't really need to force anything. They just take it one step at a time. They have a bit of a gold lead, roughly 5K. Up in a little bit of kills. The next Drake up is in 140. I think you kind of just one step at a time, play it slow, and keep your advantage.
And I think I smell a fight happening in about 5 minutes time. Not to spoil these or anything, but I hear some comms coming from across the room here at 1Life2Play in Parma. I can hear the guys cheering and calling and doing all that.
That's the great part, is getting that, being here at a LAN rather than us in the back with some online action, is getting the vibes of the lounge, everyone having a good time hanging out.
I could go on for days, but it sounds like we heard some shot calling here. We're casting with that 5-minute delay, but the players are ahead of us, and we heard some shots called, so we know some things are going to go down. It could be for this Drake 3. 1Life2Play with doing the right things to set up so far. They want to push this bot wave and demand a response from a member of Peter's Avengers that'll give them a man advantage so they can protect their wards and be the first ones to hit the Drake here in 40 seconds. They got that bot push. Kenny wants to do the same. He wants to push his bot wave and maybe threaten that bot turret, pull some members to him. Again, Peter's Avengers, they want to fight on multiple fronts. They don't want to just front to back against this Amumu, this Gnar, this Jarvan Galio combo.
Okay, so stacking up on a pink here a little bit. We got 17 seconds on this Drake.
And now Peter's Avengers with a nice crafty move here to go ahead and take this bot turret. That's what I was talking about. If you don't send a member to answer, you are going to lose structures. 1Life2Play see this. They're going to respond with a mid push here. Mid priority, very important leading up to an objective, but they're losing their wards for that mid push. But now with the mid push, they're either going to deny a wave mid or force a member from Peter's Avengers mid. They're going to deny the wave, and here comes the Drake start. It looks like a fight on a single front. And here goes a big Gnar, a huge ultimate. The Galio to follow up. But wait, a big MF ultimate coming from the side. That's multiple frags. And it might come down to the Ezreal here. Because, wait, Riven is completely unleashed, 1v1ing the Ezreal. It's a close fight, but Jarvan is hard carrying on the backline. Neural Network. We see a triple kill already. Is that a quadrant? No, it's Boomer. That's going to clean up. Drake 3 will go to 1Life2Play.
Wow, that fight was up in the air as I saw it unfolding.
Oh, it was. Try.
Dude, that MF ult was huge.
That was massive to counter engage, and we saw Riven break through the shields of 1Life2Play and find a duel against Boomer, the Walrus on the Ezreal, but he is so far ahead. He's so crafty on this pick. He didn't even have to flash. He held his composure. He kept everything and finished off the fight strong, not to mention Neural Network on the Jarvan, putting in work.
What a fight. I really thought it was, when that MF ult was sticking down as long as it was, I thought it was all over then and there.
That was huge.
It was
that
huge.
Really was huge. Now 1Life2Play, they have Soul Point going for them. They can set up and play around Baron for the next 4 minutes. This reminds me of what we were talking about for Cleveland State last game. If you're 1Life2Play, you're so comfortably ahead that one of the only ways you can lose is overplaying for Baron. You might want to just make sure Peter's Avengers doesn't sneak the Baron and just keep control and then revisit Mountain Soul. That should be your primary objective. But
on screen now.
If they want to pressure and put... Oh, we see a Zyra root into the R, but he's mega at the right time. Is there a follow-up? Fox is here to have an answer. We see the Jarvan Cataclysm on Voidstar, and a one-tap coming over from Boomer, the Walrus. Finished off by the Gnar. Does this prompt 1Life2Play to start Baron? They see Kenny in the bot lane, but Kenny has TP, and it will be a Baron start at 25 minutes. Fox is dueling Biscuit. I don't think that's the best angle for him, but does he have Curse of the Sad Mummy? He does not. Here comes an all-out scrap. It's a front-to-back. Neural Network will dive backline and one-shot the Zyra. Here comes Kenny. He will be forced to E back, and 1Life2Play completely dominating this fight on all fronts. It looks like they will also get Baron.
The Ezreal damage is too big right now.
And he gets to buy a Frozen Heart try on top of everything. Not only does he do all that damage, he gets that CDR armor item against the 4 AD comp that Peter's Avengers drafted. And this Baron could not come in a more perfect time because Drake's Soul will be up in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. They get to recall and now take control of the bot half of the map with pushing lanes wherever they want.
Yeah, this is a great game for 1Life2Play, and I think it's going to be, it's becoming further and further away from Peter's Avengers. It's going to be hard to get back into this game. They're about almost a 10k gold lead at this point. Soul is up in 2:30 for 1Life2Play.
Yeah, 2:30, that's the amount of time you kind of want to spend thinking about Drake setting up, pushing your waves, dropping vision, recalling for wards, returning your waves, pushing again, denying vision, advancing your vision, taking the steps necessary to decrease the chances of the enemy team getting this Drake, because if you get Mountain Soul at this stage of the game when you're already up 8k, that is going to be your win condition here. That alongside the Ezreal, who can scale almost infinitely to the later stages of the game. Boomer the Walrus working on his 4th item. For Peter's Avengers, you kind of have to rely on this Infinity Edge completion by the Yone. If Yone gets a sweet, sweet ultimate, finds an angle on the Ezreal, finds multiple crits in a row, he can string together a series of play that could lead to a Yone triple, a Riven triple, something like that is what Peter's Avengers is going to need.
Trying to look at the items here for those two champions. I mean, we're starting to get some items on Yone here, as well as Riven. I mean, those are the 2 core items you need on Yone to finally start to feel like you have some damage behind you. So we could see, you know, like, you know, maybe if they can hold off this Baron and potentially do something about this dragon that's coming up, you know, they could scale into this game.
Yeah, definitely. Those champions are really scary as they complete items, especially the 2 you mentioned. And you gotta look at the Zyra. The solo AP on the Zyra here, she hasn't completed her mythic yet, and it's 2730. She's kind of the carry.
Yeah.
When you draft this comp, she is the solo AP. She needs to do a ton of work. She needs to complete her items as well. So it's really on 1Life2Play. They are in total control. Peter's Avengers needs mistakes to come out from this 1Life2Play team. Here comes the Drake setup, the vision denial, the river control coming from 1Life2Play. They want to sweep pit.
TP on both top laners as well, so we could see a 5v5 breaking out here. I think they really don't want to let them get this soul.
Absolutely not. They might even flip the whole game right here on this contest. Down about 9K. If that R hit Xin Zhao, the Xin was dead.
Holy moly.
If that R hit Xin, he was dead.
It did. That was the R damage.
Oh, it was?
That whole chunk.
Oh. I am blind. But wait, 1Life2Play starting than Drake. Where is the response from Peter's Avengers? Are they
Can
giving?
they respond after that? I mean...
you could sack your life for a steal. I mean, you can't get this Mount Soul. Here comes Kenny. He finds only a Mumu, but he's going to get locked up. Chain CC'd. And it's going to be one member after another dropper from Peter's Avengers. There goes Neural Network. He's legendary with the ribbon kill, and it's one after another. Jarvan, Neural Network will also find the misfortune. That is a clean ace and soul for 1Life2Play as they have just closed the casket.
Yeah. We're looking at a 10K gold lead. Dragon Soul. Baron just wore off. This is going to be a tough game to get into. Look at this
Extremely
Ezreal,
tough.
Boomer to Walrus, 300 CS. What is almost 4 items. I mean, and this man is doing so much damage.
He's
that
10
ultimate
CS a minute.
half HP on the Zyra and the Xin with that ult right before Drake.
And without a reset, they are stomping into the base of Peter's Avengers, but they will not.
I like
take
that.
the
That's a
mid
safe
hit.
call there. Take the tower. Don't risk it for the biscuit. Already in control of the game.
And you know, we hear some. Let's not spoil it. Let's not spoil it. So 1Life2Play looking to recall, pick up maybe some luxury items, some stopwatches, some grievous wounds, finish off that Ezreal 4th item, and get back to business. It's going to be a Soreldia's Grudge, loading up on pink wards across the board, hopefully, and they're going to look to close out. So what you do to close out here is you pressure that mid inhib, and you take control of the top half of the map tribe because Baron is spawning in 120. So as you pressure mid inhib, pressure top wave, get those waves pushed up, clear out that defensive vision that Peter's Avengers have done a good job building up. When you clear that vision out, it makes Baron so hard to contest. And now here's Peter's Avengers. They're kind of looking for some form of cheese. Like, they need to do something like what they were just doing. They need to kind of stack in a brush, find a cheese, find a pick, and flip the game. They need a flip. They need a super play here because they're down 10K and they're facing defeat. As we see the steps taken from 1Life2Play setup, push top wave, clear out some vision. Here's a 3-man unit looking to get some offensive vision or clear some defensive vision. And Fox looking for an engage, but Runis will fall back.
Oh.
Biscuit Flavor will engage on a Muma. That might be a mistake. The Gnar will find the Zyra. That's your AP is completely gone. Misfortune Ultimate will only get a stopwatch. Galio finds the backline. Boomer de Walrus is... I lost him in this fight completely. Wait. This fight actually looks decent for Peter's Avengers, but Neural Network is doing so much damage here from the Jarvan, but it's looking like it's going to get turned here. It's already a 4 for 3 so far.
Oh, didn't make the jump, though.
And Gnar is forced away. Peter's Avengers turning the game back with a few shutdowns and major kills. We have possibly a game on our hands here.
The kind of turns we like to see on the caster's desk.
I was looking for Boomer de Walrus. I completely lost him. I have no idea.
He went down early on in the fight.
What happened to him there? Because he is the most important member. So once we saw Galio go backline, once we saw the Gnar pick up the Zyra, the next thing I was looking for is where is Ezreal? If he is deleted from a fight, it completely changes how 1Life2Play needs to play.
So Baron up now. Both teams kind of getting a second to breathe and reset during these timers. Everybody's up now, and I think we're going to go right back to what was happening before. Everyone's going to make their way into that top side river. They're going to try to regain control, and like you said before, pressure that mid and top.
Yeah, and we saw Yone has completed his 3rd item now, and Riven working hard on hers. Yone also has a stopwatch as well. And we know Kenny on this Yone champion can completely take over the game if you give him the right fight. Yone at 3 items is so impactful. but you have to keep your eyes on Boomer de Walrus here. He needs to stay alive. Maybe it was Yone just like one-shotting the Ezreal. I have to do a better job watching Boomer in this next fight. Here comes the setup battle, the vision battle here. Senor Ice with a nice Narbar. He's going to advance into some Zyra plants, but they're not doing much.
Whoa!
He tries to engage.
Getting the Xin Zhao ult.
Is it going to be a Baron start? It will be. So is this a turn or is it a rush? It probably will be a turn with a Mumu. So let's see if Poggle or Fox can set up a nice turn. 1Life2Play, DPS in the Baron. Here comes the advance from Peter's Avengers. It's going to be a Mumu engage. Here comes the Jarvan Galio. It will get a few members, but there's Kenny. A massive Yone ultimate will get a stopwatch, but it looks like 1Life2Play is going to be able to turn the fight back in their favor. Voidstar's alive, doing a good amount of damage, but will also drop, and that is an ace from 1Life2Play. They will forego Baron, and they will advance to what looks like mid-inhibitor. Are they going to go for the end? Can they push this wave? Can they kill the base turrets in time? Zyra will be alive. Xin Zhao and Riven will be up in about 25 seconds. They're completely giving up their chances of Baron, and their red wave is lagging behind. I don't know if they can end.
I think it's an inhib and back off.
Inhib and, yeah, but then no Baron. So what's more valuable, inhib or Baron at that point?
Can they reset and, you know, are they going to lose Baron off of that right now is the question. If not, potentially the right play.
Yeah. We'll have to see because Elder's going to come online as well. Did you see that Kenny ultimate?
Yeah,
on the Yone? This guy,
I thought the fight was turned then and there.
This man is a liability. He is who can carry for Peter's Avengers. And we talked about how Kenny is a Hall of Famer LSS player. He came up. And it was on champions like Yone. We've seen him do things like that
That's
before.
the second time this game where there's a huge ultimate on the side of Peter's Avengers that I think is going to turn the fight, and it doesn't. It makes it so close, but it's just not enough.
Here comes the startup here from 1Life2Play. It looks like a single front fight is going to start front to back. Senor Ice stacking up his Mega. He's going to engage and get a flash. Oh, but here's the Mumu engage, the follow-up from the Jarvan. I don't see a Galio ultimate, but Zyra will instantly go down. Amumu with a pretty big ulti on a few, and they're going backline. Jarvan's going backline. Amumu gets shut down. I don't see Boomer de Walrus. He's okay. He's safe. He's doing damage.
Over here.
But wait, Riven is putting in a ton of work, and Kenny's still alive, and they win the fight. It's a 3-for-1. Are they turning this fight with these scrappy champions?
Do they go for Elder here?
I think they should. They should go Elder. It's Boomer against the world. Landing a couple Qs, but I think this is going to go to Peter's Avengers. Oh, he snipes Biscuit Flavor. Look at the cooldown on this Ezreal. He goes for the steal. It's not enough. Oh, he goes in and tries to kill the MF. Here's the Yone. Kenny has to evade the Boomer de Walrus. He's probably going to die to a Galio taunt. Oh, and he will. Boomer with a triple. He is just popping off on this champion.
This is one hell of a game right now.
This is a crazy game. Peter's Avengers get the Elder but lose 3. Does that mean 1Life2Play gets Baron? Ezreal with still another room for a an item in his slot. He could do a Ravenous Hydra here. Oh my god, it's a Baron start. It's a Baron start for 1Life2Play.
They've got plenty of time.
They're going to DPS it down. Who still has Elder? Is it Runus? Is Runus the single Elder on Peter's Avengers? That's my only question right now. Once this goes down, no neutrals on the map for 5 minutes. 6 minutes. No, yeah, 5 minutes for Elder. Woo!
This game's crazy.
This game is crazy. Recalls from 1Life2Play, gonna reset the battlefield. And now the gold lead is only 6,000 for 1Life2Play, which as the gold increases throughout all the members on the map, it matters less and less. So 1Life2Play was in more of a commanding position with a 10K gold lead 5 minutes ago than they are now.
That's why if you don't fully understand the game of League of Legends, you look at this scoreboard and you look at this match and you say 1Life2Play is just in full control and Peter's Avengers is too far behind. But really they're not, and they're playing it so well, and these fights are so close. And if it weren't for the massive lead, these fights, you know,
Could go
probably
either
go.
way.
Yeah, for sure could go either way.
Yeah, these fights are absolutely crazy. But wait, is it going to be a cheese
no.
on Boomer the Walrus? They're going to open up. The Elder's on him. The peel is there,
Oh.
but the shutdown's going to come in. But do they give Riven for it? Riven
Oh,
in a
Penny from over
stopwatch
the
at
wall.
1 HP, and here comes the wombo from Peter's Avengers. It looks like a winning fight. Fox needs to get out of there, but he won't. He will die. And that's a 3-for-0 for Peter's. I'm sorry, 3-for-1 for Peter's Avengers. So 1Life2Play does get the Riven.
And there was that last Elder paid off, cleans up Boomer the Walrus with the Elder finisher, and kind of wins them the fight off of that.
It does. That last tick of Elder and a scrappy cheese play in that bot brush. And I have to say, the more time Peter's Avengers buys, the better it looks for them, looking at how skilled their players are with this Yone and this Riven. Those two champions can take over team fights. And I hear some calls coming out. Oh my god, the game is being decided in real life right now, I think, but we have to watch Peter's Avengers taking down mid inhib. Oh, this is crazy. Mid inhib will go down. Elder up in 3 minutes.
So what is the play here? I think it's going to come down to this Elder. It has to.
Yeah, it's the next objective up. We have to imagine both teams are going to start setting up for it. The quiet before the storm, Try.
I know, right?
The
right?
quiet before the storm. What is there to talk about? Ezreal full build. Galio working on his third item.
The
Yone with
atmosphere in
4
here
items.
is hot. Everybody's running on high octane, good vibes, and I like it.
It's getting crazy. 1Life2Play setting up on the bot half of the map, looking for control. Gnar in the side lane here. MF clearing out top wave. This fight is going to come down to execution. Let's look at sums. Boomer the Walrus has no flash. Neural Network has no flash. For the side of Peter's Avengers, oh, neither does Gnar. For the side of Peter's Avengers, it's Runis without flash. So flash advantage to Peter's Avengers. They could put together a winning fight here.
Still a minute and 55 seconds until we see any action. I'm going to guess. I think what we're going to see is this final bout happening in the bot side river for this Elder. Both teams, like, you know, at this point, both bases are somewhat broken open. I mean, we do have the inhib is up for Peter's Avengers, but down for 1Life2Play.
Mm-hmm.
But man, it's just for the game to shake out this way, where it's gonna come. Oh,
They're looking for a pick on Senor Ice. Is he out of position or will he just hop the wall? He hops the wall, runs out of Mega. Elder up in 115.
I don't know what the cooldown is on Yone all at this point in the game, but he has another minute left for the Elder. I'm going to guess it'll be back up, but if not, maybe that was risky to use the ultimate there trying to get that pick.
Possibly. Yone not a champion that really stacks CDR, so maybe he'll be missing it at the start of the fight, but perhaps he'll get it during the middle. 1Life2Play with Mountain Soul setting up for Elder. They're here first. They're looking for setup. What can Peter's Avengers do? Eyes have to be on the Yone and the Ezreal above anyone else. Riven completing her 4th item. You see GA is live there. What angle does Peter's Avengers take? They're going to go through the bot lane. They're spotted out. But 1Life2Play still having to work on these supers in the mid, so they can't punish that pink take there. Amumu hiding in the brush here, looking for a possible engage. Five men ready here for 1Life2Play. It all comes down to this. Ezreal ulti
tensions are
coming out
high.
early. Oh, tensions are so high. Senor Ice trying to build up his Narbar. That's going to be impactful, and let's see how this shakes out. 1Life2Play going to start Elder and drag it up top to their side. How does this fight start? Narbar is there and ready. Look at Yone flanking around the top side here. I'm not sure if 1Life2Play knows about this. Senor Ice. Wait, it's Runis that goes in first. Kenny looking backline. He gets a couple. The MF ulti over the top does a lot of damage. But Boomer the Walrus is alive. The Ezreal ulti does a lot of damage. But 1Life2Play members are dropping. And in Zanya's. And it's 1-2 down for 1Life2Play. But the shutdown on Yone from the Gnar. Boomer's still in the background in the back line alive, but it's a 2v4 situation. Blue team gets the Elder. They just fight better.
The
Void Star
Elders.
was untouched the entire fight. Senior Ice looking to drop to Elder. TP's going into base. Peter's Avengers looking to end the game. It's Boomer to Walrus versus the world. He can't do it. It's too many members. It's too big a wave. You're just Ezreal. You're all
Elder.
alone. How could it have gone so wrong for 1Life2Play? Peter's Avengers down 10K facing Soul will bring it back and win the best of one.
I'm going to say it right here, right now. I don't think we're going to see – there's no way we see a better comeback today than what we just saw from Peter's Avengers. That was a insane comeback and a clean game.
Game.
A game. What a game.
They clawed their way back from what looked like an impossible game. Peter's Avengers.
If you were to look at 15 minutes in, you would say – maybe not 15 – if you were looking 20 minutes in, you're saying that is a 1Life2Play dubski. There's no way that they're bringing it back. And – somehow they pulled it off. What a game.
They did. It started.
It came down to those fights, man. Late game, the fights were just crazy.
Dude, I think they just fought better. They had to have. There's no other explanation.
That last fight there, Gnar somehow got thrown over the wall towards Blue Buff. And it kind of, I think, threw things off a lot because if he was able to jump in and get an ult on the members there, it could have been a game-changing ult. But instead, he somehow ends up over the wall. He jumped back over, but then flashed back to go after the Yone. It was kind of this weird interaction. I don't know the thought behind it, or I don't know if he jumped over or he got knocked over by Xin Zhao ulti or something. But I think that is what threw off that last fight there for 1Life2Play.
Another thing I noticed about that last fight is Misfortune went completely untouched the whole time, maybe outlining 1Life2Play's failure to access backline in these fights because of the disruption that you see from the Riven and the Yone. Those two champions, like I said, can take over the game. When we talked about ways Peter's Avengers could win, it had to start with Yone. I think he did a great job. Peter's Avengers did such a good job not tilting, not packing it in.
A lot of teams at that point, you in your mind, it's over and you're just playing through the motions till you lose.
But when you're in this atmosphere, when you are at a LAN and you're playing for that prize and you're in the winner's bracket, you don't just tilt and pack it in. I think
this is my first time commentating during a LAN event, and it was hard to focus on the match when I could hear so many. Like, they're just getting hype over there. They're yelling. You could tell, we have that 5-minute delay, but when they are cheering over there and we're over here, I'm like, okay, something happened 5 minutes from now. That's exciting.
I know, and it's kind of a spoiler. Like, based on who I think might be cheering, I'm like, this team must have done something good, or this is it's a whole new dynamic. But yeah, what I was saying, is like teams I think are less likely to tilt at LANs, on LAN, in person.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to just be
you're not in your own room on Discord. You can feed off the energy of your teammates who are right next to you. You feed off of if the enemy team is getting hype, you don't want to let them, you want to, you can't just roll over and die. You got to do something.
And if something good goes for your team and your team leader is like, then you're like feeling that energy. You're like, oh, that's my bully. He's getting hype. Like, I'm going to do whatever I can to win. And, man, got to give credit to Peter's Avengers here, taking out the home team. They're going to force 1Life2Play to go into the losers bracket where anything can happen. These are best of ones.
These two, for all we know, we could see these two teams coming up against each other later on in the grand finals.
Sure could.
So we'll have to see what happens. But we're going to head over to a quick break while we get ready for our next match. So we'll see you guys in a minute. Oh, whoa, guys, we're ready. What? We're sending it right now. Let's hop in to this pro draft and get things going. So coming up now, we have Gamer Hours versus Cleveland State.
Okay. So Cleveland State, because they won their round 1 game, they go up against the 1 seed. When we saw Cleveland State play earlier, they drafted like a Misfortune and Mumu kind of wombo Malphite.
Gamer Hours ain't going to let them do it. They're not going to.
They're not going to let them do it. And we also get a chance to see Gamer Hours style, how they're going to play.
Yeah.
Try looking
again, and we have some familiar faces in Gamer Hours as well.
For sure. We have Jin and Shysept as the solo laners here. Both players that we know well, that have been in our leagues. Jin has even been on our caster desk before. Shysept has played in the LSS before.
Look at that camera here, guys. You guys can get a shot in the lounge of the PC pit here.
At 1Life2Play, 24 PCs set up and ready to
24
go.
HP Omens, custom built for the lounge.
5
Badass.
bajillion
Play anything
games.
you want at on Ultra, everything.
Any game ever.
Any game ever. Even if it's a Nintendo Switch game, guys, it'll work.
And we see the Nunu will go down. First ban. You gotta respect the Disco Nunu, baby. That
you
is
gotta
taken
respect
away.
here is the Gamer Hours logo. Prime real estate right there.
You did it. That is a great logo. Gamer Hours, no team to scoff at. These guys are all D1 plus.
Yeah. So we were talking about the team too. So we also have the delivery man, another player who played in LSS, as well as Applause. So we're this team seems like a whole mashup of good players. I don't personally know Fish Are Friends, so I'm excited to see what he or she pulls out here.
Yeah, so what they're going to do is Gamer Hours are they're 1-2ing champs that are good in every game. Jarvan's good in every game. Ashe is a utility AD. Yes, she's immobile, but I think Gamer Hours are going to play for their solo lanes. And they're going to save their solo lane picks for later in the draft, maybe a red 5 pick.
So here's the thing for CSU here is we're seeing these 2 first picks coming out. If those are the proper picks, like you said earlier, it's been given away. Amumu not going to be support. Well, I shouldn't say that. The Morgana could be flexed as well.
The Morgana is a pretty awkward pick here.
Yeah.
If you pick Morgana into Ashe, it's kind of saying I want to be able to black shield your arrow, and which means is Amumu going jungle? If Amumu is going jungle, do you give that away so early? That's the point you were making. So kind of an awkward 1-2-3 from Cleveland State. Perhaps they were thrown off by
But if that's the flex, they see the Ashe, they want the black shield. That's when they make the decision that, okay, the Amumu is no longer flex. We need black shield for bot.
Definitely. But Gamer Hours, I think what they're going to do, they draft their jungle AD mid. And wait. No, their jungle AD. Okay, and then a mid support flex in Galio. So the Galio could be a support. I know Applause is perfectly willing to play it.
I know that she plays it, and she plays it well.
I think it is support.
Me too.
Because I think what Game Hours are going to do is pick one champion that can maybe go both lanes. Not to spoil, but if Akali doesn't get banned here, I think Akali...
Whoa, that would be... It's not locked in yet, but that would be spicy.
I think this will be Akali that can go both lanes. And then...
Well, here's the thing. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say if that Draven gets picked, it's Jhin in the mid lane with it. Because I can just see him playing some wild stuff like that.
Draven mid... Okay, it'll be Singed,
which
is likely going top for Shicep.
Yep.
Very well known as a Singed player. Also plays Rengar and Jax, but we see the Rengar and Jax have been banned away. And that's a blind Singed, so we'll have to see what Keep Up the Tempo wants to pull out into that. And then they're saving 5th pick. Oh, the reason they picked top here tries to keep the Galio support mid flex alive.
Yeah.
But Jhin is not playing Galio, I don't think.
Me neither. I think it's bot.
So,
but we're giving away their strats.
Well, so, that's okay. If we know things about a team, we're allowed to be like, I think, casters research the teams, and then they know all this stuff, and then they, are more informed. Oh, and Ari Alawi. So Cleveland State with a crazy.
That is crazy.
That's just a crazy draft.
Okay.
So it's a Mumu jungle, Morgana support, Tristana, Ari, Alawi. Not sure.
That's kind of a wild draft here. I don't... what's the game plan here for CSU in this draft?
The game plan...
Dissect this. Pick it apart. Put the team on blast.
Yeah. So, Black Shield your Tristana and Ari as they go in with the Mumu. And then Alawi in a side lane, not team fighting. Or... unless you can get Alawi to the objective first with vision set up, that's the only way Alawi can team fight. Otherwise, that champ just kind of walks around and doesn't get in range of anyone. But we see a Kassadin 5 for Gamer Hours. They're going to put Jhin on Kassadin here into the Ari. So the way this matchup would go, I would imagine, is Ari can get the push early and can roam to different lanes and kind of stay ahead, get good recalls. But if Kassadin gets to level 11 and past one item and the game isn't lost, he will then become just a better Ari.
Yeah, the thing that's scary for that is I don't necessarily see the comp for Cleveland State having any type, like, they don't really have any huge early game, like, presence, in my opinion. Like, the Alawi, the Tristana, like, those two characters take quite a bit to scale. I mean, Tristana early, yeah, but I just think the comp for Gamer Hours here is a lot better. I like the picks. I like the Galio, the Jarvan, the Cassidon. And
Yeah.
I mean, I like the Sin. I don't like Singe's character. I don't, but it's like we know the player who's going to
Yeah.
play the Singe right now is just a god on Singe.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
what more can you say?
she's really insane on the pick. She knows how to team fight with it when she
Yeah.
needs to. She knows how to split with it when she needs to, where to be and when, how to be a nuisance. She builds every item in the entire book on any champion.
Mhm.
Pretty impossible player to like prep for really, and to read. Like it's hard to read her play because she is so crafty in the way she moves around the map. So I think your early game advantages are you should maybe look to push bot. You have the Tristana push with her
Yeah.
passive with her E with the Morgana protection, and you should be able to push mid on the Cassin because he's so weak early. If you have pushing mid and bot, that should get you the first scuttle. It should get you some good recalls, and it should get you proper setup on Drake. If you can stack Drakes with this push that you have mid and bot, if you never drop tempo, you can threaten Soul. If you make a single mistake into the Cassin, if he randomly gets a double kill,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
if
Can't happen.
Singe randomly shows up to a team fight and is running a million miles an hour and you lose, I think if you drop tempo one time to this Gamer Hours composition, then you'll lose.
get outscaled and you're going to lose.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see how it shakes out. We're going to head to a quick break while we get this game loaded up and ready to go. So we'll see you guys on the Rift.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. I'm on the run, chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound, need a renovation.
Welcome back to the League Amateurs Network, and we have a round 2 winners bracket matchup here between CSU Green and Gamer Hours here. I think we're looking at a banger. We have kind of a wonky Cleveland State comp up against, I don't know, the Gamer Hours comp with the Cassidy and Singe, champions you don't see every game. What do you think?
I gotta give it to Gamer Hours. I just like their comp better. I don't like. Maybe it's more of a comfort pick thing on the side of CSU, but like the Alawi, I don't really see that fitting into their comp as well as the picks from Gamer Hours.
So I think I could talk about the top lane matchup. From what I know, it's Singe wants to, you know, perma like push you in and then be able to roam around the map and even proxy you. And Alawi has a good time just sitting top all game and never like moving around the map. So Alawi kind of does what Singe does and wins the 1v1. Singe will never kill the Alawi. There's no kill threat there. Yeah. Alawi will heal on the Singe. It's a melee matchup. So Alawi kind of does what Singe does, but better. I think Singe is a better champion at moving around the map. And
and there we go. I want to point this out. We did get the zoom figured out here, so we have a bit of our vantage point is a bit better here. We can see more of what's going on. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, I like it a bit higher up. As we see Shysep with the level 1 proxy. Yeah. Did she already kill that blue wave? That's crazy. Yeah, she did. So Singe already level 1 messing with a Dale, but will get hit by a binding. A couple autos will do some damage, but
hey, that's what I'm talking about. You know I love it.
Yeah,
some level 1 shenanigans, baby.
Shysep already getting after it, invading jungle level 1. And like I said, Singe, when you can proxy, it buys you time to go mess with the jungle, or maybe the jungle tries to camp you because you're so far up, but you're Singe.
Yeah.
And we are just watching a master, literal master. Melissa was master recently. We're watching a master at work, so I just kind of, just going to trust the Singe in what she does and how she moves around the map. But I do like Alawi in the heads-up 1v1 duel.
Mm-hmm.
And we see jungles are pathing. So Jarvan went red straight to full bot side clear. And Morgana is full clearing bot, which, by the way...
Why do you take that clear on J4?
Because red, I think it's like red, and then you look at your options. Wait, keep up the tempo. No, there's no kill there. Red, and then you read the map as you're crossing over. So if Ahri was gankable, you would go through mid and gank the Ahri. Red into mid gank. And the fastest 3 camp clear is red, blue, Gromp. Okay. All single target. And it gets Jarvan on the map as fast as possible.
So now what? Now he takes these Raptors and then makes his way for top Scuttle.
Yeah, so that's like a reverse clear, because that clear also gives you the option of red, blue, Gromp, then to Wolves, then to like the like you clear
also
back.
Big thing you and I both missed over
Morgana.
right here. Yes,
Jungle.
Dude.
Yeah, we missed that hard.
All right, so yeah, it didn't even cross my mind. I'm like, oh, okay, of course. The Amumu.
Oh, Smite Fight? No, but Adele will hit the binding on Fisher Friends, but Fisher Friends will secure the crab, giving him level 4, and now he's ahead of Adele by a camp and a level. And Jin actually doing a good job against the Link here. As Kassadin, keeping the wave even, actually up in CS. That is not a good sign, usually. And now both jungles kind of want to go for double crab, but Fisher Friends will get the knockup on Adele.
Wow, that's some big damage right there.
But red buff is on Jarvan. Could a charm land into a
charm.
Morgana binding, and it will. First blood is going over to CSU, and they will not give the double crab over. They will trade crabs and get Morgana back on track.
A good flash there by the Link.
Yeah, I love that from Ahri. The CC chain that you get from the mid jungle here from CSU coming out here.
Yeah, I like the aggressive play there. I think it was necessary, like you said, to not get double crab.
And now Shysep going ham.
Shysep.
But wait.
Oh!
Oh, but the flash, but then she runs under turret. I'm not sure if she just ran away, if she would have lived, but Singe,
I think she was dead anyway.
It's a good death because obviously you get the kill, but also your wave is under turret and will bounce back to you. Alawi will lose all that CS, and we see it's 15-28. Meanwhile, mid lane, Jin dominating the lane as Kassadin.
Yeah, I think after she flashed under tower there, she was going to die to turret shot regardless of which way she ran.
You're probably right. Yeah. Otherwise, she would have just lived. But
well, you never know.
I think you're definitely right. And oh my God, is Ahri under kill threat? And Ahri, by the way, took Ignite, meaning she's in Temple of Hell right now. If she recalls here, she is so far behind Kassadin, which you should never be behind Kassadin at all. We see the 2v2 under control by the delivery man, and applause here. We were right about one thing, and that's Galio went support. And here the top lane back to scrapping.
That's the thing. It's like, okay, we were talking about this matchup in the top lane between these two champions, but it's like...
Alawi needs to land E. That's the biggest thing, Chad.
It's just like, can keep up the tempos, Alawi be on the same level as the Singe? I mean, how many Singe games has Shysep played in her League of Legends history?
A ton. And if you look at the rank plates, like Shysep is the higher rated player with probably more games on her champion.
Yeah. I'm not even worried about the elo. Just in general, the champion mastery is on a whole nother
We have an engage from the CSU bot lane, but it's going to be counter ganked by Fisher Friends. The Galio taunt will get the flash from the Amumu, who will go wide with the bandage toss. 3v3 resulting in possibly a kill on applause, but the flash from OG Mudkip was not enough. Here comes one red TP, two red TPs, but Mudkip will get the reset and be able to jump out. Here comes Jin, he's level 6, he gets one kill. Are they looking for another?
The flip.
This would be a tragedy to go on Kassadin. It will go on the delivery man, and that's a 2-for-1 for the side of Gamer Hours. One of those kills going to Kassadin, and that spells tragedy if Jin will snowball this lead and get those levels. He is actually looking for more.
He's still looking here. Okay.
He is proxying that next bot wave. And
he's receiving the question mark pings.
CS,
Jin, what are you doing?
CSU is kind of getting a lesson on getting their waves proxy, because that's not the first time we've seen this. Tricept proxied the level 1 blue wave. And we have an exciting game here, and it looks competitive. It's not a blowout by any means. Keep up the tempo. Up a level as of right now.
Very small gold lead for Gamer Hours.
But he keeps missing his E, and that is what's most important. Adale, gets the crab stolen, but here comes the Link with a nice charm. Where's the binding? Is it going to be a follow-up? He cataclysms himself and has to flash away, but here comes Jin. He shows up late to cover.
Why do you not continue to walk down the J4 there?
Oh!
Boy.
I don't think that was resulting in anything. Why don't you what?
I don't know why they didn't keep going for the J4 there in that kill. I mean, at this point in time, I don't think the Cassin's that much of a threat. You're both full HP. Jarvan has no ult, his abilities are on cooldown. As soon as they saw Cassin, they backed off the play.
Adale in some trouble here. He went for the Raptors, but it's a full 3-man offense. Make it 4. Applause is here. Number disadvantage for Cleveland State, and the Link again with no TP, running out of mana. Wave pushing away. Jin has options here. He could push Wave and deny creeps and get a roam. Maybe visit bot lane again. Tricept here off to a great start. Already bounty on her head. Keep up the tempo. Cannot land an E, and that is the most important thing in this matchup.
Look at that damage there.
Yeah.
That was a lot of damage already from Tricept.
She is not afraid of taking turret shots,
Classic.
obviously, as the Singed champion, the Singed player. Now we see Drake could be the point of attack for either team. Herald is up as well. Neither team really focusing any objective up to this point. We see Jin wrapping around with that push we talked about earlier. Is going to look for a dive on the Alawi. He gets it, and they both get out. Alawi has TP, but that's going to be some plates going over to the wrong champion. And Jin off to a great start, up more than 20 CS. Cleveland State are going to use this opportunity to start up Drake. This could be a give for Gamer Hours. They shouldn't feel too bad giving this one away.
Yep, I think that's the right call there.
And what's next? Is it going to be Herald? Do we see teams prioritize the Herald? Do we see teams make map rotations? Do we see them send their supports out? Or will it be a true 2v2 in the bot lane? Both jungles on the bot side of the map here. Adale could be creeping up for a gank. He will be spotted. And honestly, the clock is just ticking on the Kassadin. He had too good of a start. I don't think Cleveland State got enough in the early game for giving
He's up 25 farm as well. I think that the Kassadin is serious danger right now for Cleveland State.
Absolutely. Who do they have that is ahead? Not really anyone on Cleveland State. There we go. An E. Did that E land? Oh, I'm not sure. It looked like she sent the animation out, but...
The E landed, but not into the pool. Or sorry, which one is which? Yeah. The E landed, but it didn't flip her into the pool.
Oh, I think you're thinking Singed E. I was talking about Alawi E. Alawi needs to get Singed Soul, like right there. That was a good one. But she's already taking off and going to the next wave. Adale will be spotted out on a ward.
Okay, let's see this champion mastery at work.
Okay, Adale can use R as well, but he doesn't black shield himself, so he just gets flipped. That was a misplay, but we also have the Link. Nice. And now that's 3 members chasing Singed. And a lot of damage from the poison going down, and Tricept kind of just laughing at this point. She's even running around in circles like, do you guys want to try and kill me, or... Adale will hit another bind, and this could result in Singed's dead, but she already has Mercs. She already has Mercs, and here comes the Jarvan Galio, and it's a complete wipe with Jin here to clean up. It's actually 1 traded back for 3.
All right. I'm going to say right now, Kassadin is too big.
Kassadin is
303. What level? Excuse me. Level 9. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Jin playing this extremely well to stay ahead 30 farm, always be there on the play, picking up the free kills, and not to mention Tricept just do-si-do.
That was the
ring around
master
the
bait right there.
That was a master.
Oh,
a
look at that
master
damage,
level
though.
play.
OG Mudkip.
Yeah, good damage here. The Ash Arrow will come out to stop the all-in. And what's next here for Gamer Hours? There's no real pressure on them to make any plays. Let's see if Charm will land on Jin into the Amumu ulti. And we have a shutdown here for the Link. That's pretty huge money in the back pocket of the Ahri. Adale landing another root. He's been very accurate on these roots so far. We'll
I don't
also
know
get
if
the
they
crab.
want to fight this.
Here
Alawi
comes-
is in trouble now.
But Alawi likes these 2v2s. Will get a soul. They can't advance any further. 2v1 will get the flash from the delivery man in the bot lane. Cleveland State with some small wins here. Somewhat control over Herald. Shysep being an annoyance, always keeping this wave dead, keeping the pressure up, allowing Fisher Friends to start up the Herald. Ari could be the first one to move in terms of mid laners because Kessin doesn't want to miss that
Well,
wave.
Morgana looking top right now. They don't have any idea that the Herald is happening.
Is this the right play to look for Sinch here again?
Oh, boy.
It's going to be Morgana ultimate into binding.
Oh, boy.
Oh, but Alawi misses E.
Everything's landing, but here comes Applause.
Applause is
Surprise!
here on the roam. Gonna land the taunt on the Alawi, who's in trouble. And here comes Cassidon, who could clean up 1 or 2 kills, but he doesn't even want the Alawi. He wants to finish off the Morgana. Will flash out of turret range. But the Alawi healing back and doing a bit of damage. Cassidon maybe should have spent a bit of time just cleaning that up. And will turn back, clean up the double kill. And that is 2 more kills on Jin, who is about to hit level 11 and become a serious, serious force.
Yeah, and really well played around the tower there. Fish our friends walking in for a shot so that Cassidon could clean up that kill, and then barely getting away with like 50 HP as the last tower shot hits him and he gets out of range.
He went for the max reward play and made it work.
Oh, he did.
He's like, if I turn back for this kill behind me, I might not get the Morgana. I'm going to take the play that gets us both.
Walk out of tower range on the other side. Let my team come in. That Alawi, though, surviving a lot longer than I thought.
Definitely. Wait, the delivery man might just explode here. He needs like 1 more auto. Oh, but he will. But he goes down to a Mumu Ignite. Wait, not Ignite because it's on cooldown. Dies to a Mumu, 1 for 1. I get you like that if you're Cleveland State because it's a shutdown, but it goes on a Mumu. Mudkip doing a good job not dying so far, but down a good amount of CS. And it's got to be eyes on Cassidon as he approaches level 11. Some pressure here. Fisher Friend's going to EQ on a Dale, but he has the black shield there. Not afraid of the taunt.
The taunt barely misses.
Jin, let's see if he can one-shot Ari at this stage of the game. He probably needs 1 more R to do it, and that is dirty business.
Yeah, it was the, what's that item called?
The Everfrost.
Everfrost. Oh, man, that thing on Cassidon. Does Ari have one as well?
She does.
Yeah, okay.
Adele with another binding, but no follow-up. And Jin, with that solo kill, hits level 11 and becomes so much stronger of a champion. I'm struggling to find ways to see Cleveland State can find a way back in this, but we were saying that about, let me check some notes.
Pull
Peter's Avengers. We said that about Peter's Avengers last game.
Right? I did say it, though. There's just no way we're going to see another comeback like that today.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Keep up the tempo. He's going to use his ult, but he's kind of just getting hit and run here by Shysep and Jin.
Little
Picking wisely when they go in and out of that champion. Alawi lacks a lot of that agency to fight with because she's so immobile. And if she misses E, she's not much of a threat.
We got to see J4 needs to use that Herald soon. It's a little over halfway of its duration. Trying to think, if I look at the map here, where does he want this to go?
I mean, I've already gotten all
it's
all tier 1s. I guess
really
it's
not that
bot.
important at this point where he uses it.
Maybe you just drop it mid for the damage and make like a half play to, you know, drop it mid, push mid, and then rotate bot and try and kill this
tower
say bot lane and the turret. Yeah, that could be his best play. He is on red right now, and we're seeing the 2v2 kind of play out in the favor of Gamer Hours. Ash doing a good job staying up in farm, has that Kraken Slayer online, but as does Tristana.
Jin, level 12 now on this Cassidon, 7-1. Man, he is an absolute force to be reckoned with.
That is the worst champ in the game.
Yeah.
Literal worst champ in the game to see with that stat line.
Yep.
And here comes a TP. Ooh. It's going to be started off by an Ash Arrow. It's going to be easy follow-up for Dicep, who will flash flip the OG Mudkip, and Aqualad is stuck in a 1v4.
A double kill to Shicep here.
Yeah, Shicep rushing the Rylai's after her Merc treads, just feeling so comfortable on this pick. We see leads across the board for Gamer Hours. Control kind of going away. Oh, is that a one-shot on the Cinch? Not quite. Not enough damage. Not enough burst. Fisher Friend's going to come answer the play and take down a Dale on the Morgana. Jin with some aggression. He is under turret in a Cataclysm, but he will stopwatch and get out. Link using his ulti to get away. Herald will get that tier 2 and try. They found a really good use for it.
Oh, I thought that was it.
Oh, but Jin gets caught. Is he out of mana? Will he die to bomb? I don't think so, but it's close. Ignite,
oh, he does.
Mumu Ignite gets the last tick. That's another shutdown. But man, Gamer Hours just got a ton off Herald. Multiple towers. They just got 3 towers in that series of play. Yes, they lose Caston. Yes, it's a shutdown. But they are just being so active and it's working.
Look at this confidence by Shicep here as well. Staying for another wave before she leaves, even though she's a quarter HP.
She does
Team's
not care.
down.
She is the definition of Mad Lad player and so much fun to watch. Over the years, I watched so many Shicep games. Always a treat. Win or lose, honestly. You never know what she's going to do. And, yeah, 1 HP stays to take Krugs. Knows her limits there. Like, and that's how you get those farm numbers up. You're staying that extra wave. If you have the information to stay, get that extra wave. Make sure it bounces back to you. Invade the enemy. Take their camps.
Yeah, so we see it's a 10K golden lead, roughly, for Gamer Hours. And Drake is up in 1:30.
Both teams fighting over mid control.
Do they want to go for this Herald here? Is that play this mid topside river? And
no try because
there's like nothing.
Baron will spawn shortly after Herald.
Oh, yeah.
And the amount of time it takes to get the Herald, like you would have to full commit to it. And then the other team, if you do that, could get control of Drake. I do think it's possible to kill it.
They're going for it. 20
I think
seconds.
they have 10 seconds. I think it
spawns 10 before.
I think
it despawns 10 seconds before 20.
Yeah, they're not going to get it, but they're going to turn and fight because Cleveland State is going to approach the situation.
Oh,
meanwhile, Jin with a nice flash on the Ari charm. Here comes the despawn of the Herald, but they kind of got what they came for.
No.
Jin casually walking by the entire CSU team, but there's the bandage toss that counts. I don't know if Jin has enough mana to get another Realm Warp, but he does it right into a wall. But does he walk away? Aqualad fighting his heart out to get that final kill. It will go over to the Alawi, but they trade 2. Every time Cleveland State does something positive, Gamer Hours answers it with an even better series of play. And is it Baron time try? We've seen...
Yeah, you were right, man. As Jin was walking up there, it just seems so casual. He's walking by everybody, and then at the very end, he barely makes it out. Not enough range. Give us back old Cassidon, and he would have been good to go.
Give us back old Cassidon. It's almost like if I'm Aqualad, maybe his screen was up above him on the fight, and he's clicking down away from the fight.
Yeah.
As he pans down, he realizes that Cassidon's walking past him,
and then just tries to like get it
panic
quick. Like,
yeah.
That's
my thought process on how that Q could go wide. But either way, like I said, you fight long and hard for a positive play on Gamer Hours, and they always turn it back. Here, Jin is in a commanding position, looking to flank on Aqualad or the Link. He will get hit by Charm into Everfrost, into a follow-up from Aqualad. It's good chunk damage.
They're going to get out. Unfortunately, Mudkip gives up the kill on J4. I think he laid down some autos, realized Jin was in the red buff pit, and he jumped away. When J4 had nothing, he could have just autoed him down as he walked away.
Oh, big taunt. Big taunt coming for applause. Oh, she kind of walks out into a charm. Tanky champion. I thought applause would go for the taunt there, but I think the call was maybe to back up and wait for Fish for Friends, who comes in with a big Cataclysm into the Galio combo and gets 2 knockups. Those champions are probably dead. Here comes the follow-up damage from the delivery man. He's shooting arrows, but it's Jin that does the work and gets the triple on Cassidon, just pouring it on at this point.
And what do you know? Shysep in the mid lane working on that tower while the team takes down CSU and takes the Drake.
How do you deal with this at this point? They can win the situation 4v4, no problem, and Shysep just knows where to be on the map to be as annoying as possible. Will get mid lane with the help of these super minions, and it's just so far ahead of Alawi. Almost 100 CS difference at this point. Cassidy bringing that bottom Baron wave up. He's fine because he can realm more. And we're looking at a 14K, 500K. Wait,
You'll figure it out. Quick
13,000.
maths.
13,500 gold lead for gamer hours. And you're also looking at a Cassidy in here. He doesn't even need a 16. Adele could just be dead. Look at his damage.
Here's the difference between the comeback for Peter's Avengers in this game is the Cassidy.
Yeah.
It's just, you can't.
Good point. I mean, yeah, I couldn't agree more. When this champion is 13 kills, not even level 16, I think it's kind of game over. The rest of the team is, he kind of has 4 utility champions around him as well. Like, Singe is going to draw pressure, make decisions hard, make macro decisions hard for Cleveland State. And then the Jarvan, the Ashe, and the Galio are all great setup for a Cassidy cleanup. So he has the supportive comp to carry, and he also has 3 items already at 23 minutes. There's nothing stopping gamer hours at this point.
What is he base? Okay, he's basing right now. Got the wave push. Look at this.
Shysep wants to go
care.
for a flip. 1v3 is going to flash into the base. This has to be crazy, right? There's no way this is a good idea. Oh my god, will turn and flip and just wants to 1v.
Oh my god.
Dies to Morgana from the laser turret. Talk about drawing pressure while your team sieges. That is tough.
Unbelievable.
She is forcing them to deal with her, and it's never a good idea because she is Sin. She either returns
the fact that
the
she
kill.
trades 1 for 1 in their base like that with all 5 of them trying to get her, unbelievable.
Putting on a show is Shysep here as they work on this 3rd inhibitor, the last one alive. If you get this, it's pretty much GG, but it was probably GG when Jin got his first kill. Now do they stick around and pressure with supers? Now we're looking, what's the wave clear for CSU? It looks very limited. They're going to drop some TPs, and I think these turrets are going down.
Yeah, they're looking for the close here. Let's see what crazy things Shysep pulls out right now.
Yep, a flip on OG Mudkip, and he will die to Jin, and that opens up an angle where they could just fight under base turrets. I think I saw a big Alawi ulti, but here comes Galio Jarvan. Will take 2 members down. Morgana and Amumu dropping as well. The Linked with a nice stopwatch. Jin will go down to turret shots, but it's just not enough. The goal lead is too big. It will be game over, and that will be gamer hours advancing to the winners finals of the first series of best of 3s in the League Amateur Series here at 1Life2Play. They win in a convincing fashion on the back of Jin with the hard carry, Shysep with the pressure that was enormous, and the consistency of the delivery man who always delivers.
What a game. Like I said, at the point where we saw there we go. We see a little bracket here. Whew. Winner side.
Here's the winner's bracket. We saw Peter's Avengers getting the best of 1Life2Play in that crazy comeback. Remember that team, how good that team was? They're up against what we just saw, Gamer Hours, who just destroyed Cleveland State. And that is going to be a crazy
This is going to be a hell of a match.
And that will be a best of 3 try.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm excited for it. And then we're going to have another best of 3 with whoever takes the win on the loser side.
Mm-hmm. And
so that was a great game to watch.
Great game to watch. We saw, there's different levels in this tournament. Cleveland State came out and looked insane against the team. But after some bans, some appropriate bans, some scouting, and some really smart champion selection from Gamer Hour, they were able to kind of pick apart that strategy, force Cleveland State into a less comfortable draft, and then their casting got ahead, and the Singe performance was insane.
Yeah.
So,
dude, the Cassidy was like First off, yeah, the Singe, like I said, when I see that pick, I'm like, I don't even like the champion, but we all know that there's an absolute monster behind the keyboard on that champion, and she was just doing what felt like whatever the hell she wanted, and it was
Exactly.
working.
That's
And then
exactly
you
right.
give, Cassidy at one point it's like 5-1, and it's just, not even level 11 yet. It's really tough there. So
Not much more to say about that one.
yeah. So we're going to head over to a quick break, guys, while we get ready for our winners finals. So don't go anywhere if you guys want to catch that. This one's going to be a best of 3, and man, is it going to be a banger. We'll see you guys later.
Banger incoming.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. I hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Appreciate the sound needed renovation.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
Nobody done it like me. Appreciate the sound. 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 Appreciate the sound needed renovation. Reshape the sound. 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 Reshape the sound, need to bring innovation. Reshape the sound, need to bring innovation.
Welcome back to the League Amateurs Network. I'm Diddy. I'm here with Trifolds, and what we are about to witness is the first best of 3 of the tournament because it is winners finals, and it's going to be a banger.
And
what are your thoughts?
Oh, all I know is that you're right.
And you want a game 3?
Banger. I don't really care about game 3 as long as I get a level 1 Fiesta.
What do you mean, dog? Hey,
Yeah.
my boy Trifolds. All right, let's talk about draft real quick. Gamer Hours banning Riven and Action. We've only seen Action banned, never picked so far in this tournament. And Peter's Avengers respecting the Rengar, respecting that Jarvan. And let's see what they're going to ban third here. This draft is really intense. It's going to be Xin Zhao. So Peter's Avengers banning both priority AD junglers, making Viego and Lee Sin the next 2 highest up, or Echo could be a good jungle option.
And
that's kind of the meta right now.
Yeah, and they take away the Seraphine. I think, like we talked about before, our main man over here.
You never let Void get Sarah.
Void Star now. Don't let him get it.
So
man is a monster.
This could be Ashe Galio. This could be Ashe. Ashe and Trundle. Okay. So they're all Gamer Hours is always flexing that second pick. So Trundle could be a support, could be a jungle.
What is that Trundle pick for?
I think it's to dissuade a Lee Sin or a Viego jungle. It kind of forces them to pick an AP jungle in a way. Trundle's really good into the AD junglers because he saps your AD with his Q. And if you pick an AP jungle and you have a Mumu, you could be slightly AP heavy, especially if you lock a Ziggs.
All right, so who do you? That's obviously a flex. What do you think for Void and Kenny?
No, I think that is Void on Ziggs and Moose on a Mumu. I think that's their bot lane right there.
Yeah, okay. So what do we think Kenny's gonna whip out then? So he's got to go AD.
I think
we
Yone.
Gonna see Yone again?
Yeah, I think because they need an AD threat, it's pretty clear. I think if they don't pick Yone here, it's a pretty obvious round 2 ban for Gamer Hours. So that's kind of what I'm expecting. But then again, it is blind, and it will be Echo triple AP. Okay. I told you the Trundle is going to dissuade the Lee Sin, the Viego, any AD junglers. So you got to go something AP. It's going to be Echo here, but they lock triple AP, which unlocks some picks that are randomly good in AP champions like Dr. Mundo. I mean, I don't think they'll draft that, but any tank that can stack MR.
They could.
Like
we know Dicep could rock the Dr. Mundo too.
And here's the Galio now. So a flex between jungle support in the Trundle, and then a flex between support mid and in Galio. So Gamer Hours with a very flexible draft. They kind of have a disengaged control looking comp so far here. And then the Yone is that very obvious ban. And I would even add maybe a Yasuo to the ban list as well. You need to get rid of those AD mids. And if you get rid of Yone, Yasuo, and Akshan,
no more bans left though, so they took away the
Vayne.
Vayne.
It was Vayne and Yone. That's right. Why Vayne? If Ziggs is already locked, maybe they are
like
flexing the Ziggs mid.
I think the Ziggs can be flex mid.
Like possibly Samira, but you're into Galio, Ashe. Samira could be. That's a Void Star champion for sure. So much speculation here. I think they're throwing us for a whirl with their draft so far.
I
It's
like
really
it.
hard to, yeah, it's hard to pinpoint everything. Let's see what flex they show. Did they pick jungle here or support? And they will go
Oh, and they
Singe.
go with the classic.
I think Singe is very happy looking across that 3 AP champion. Singe builds magic resist very well. Spirit Visage, a very nice item on her. And what will Peter's Avengers go? I think it might go Yasuo and a top laner here. Yasuo and Camille? No, Camille's bad.
5 seconds. What are we going to see?
Cho'Gath into the Singe.
Okay, this is wild.
Now that's 4
That's
AP.
4 AP, though.
You might need like a Draven mid. You need like some real damage in the mid lane. That
They were hovering the Draven.
maybe
game.
Kiana, maybe.
In their last game, they hovered the Draven, which I thought was going to be a mid pick.
I think it's Yasuo or Kiana. I can't think of more AD mids. They're pinched in AD mids. It's gotta be Yasuo. But there's not that many knockups. Oh, Aurelia, of course.
Oh.
How did I forget about Aurelia? This is definitely a Kenny champion, definitely a broken champion. I cannot believe this skipped my mind here, the Aurelia. But you are into so much CC here.
Here's the thing. He is into Jhin on the set in a matchup that Jhin probably knows well as a set top lane
Yes,
main.
he does.
Yeah.
Yes, he
This
does.
is going to be a tough matchup in the mid lane for Kenny.
That's a great point. That's definitely a great point. Not to mention the grounding from the Singe kind of turns Aurelia off. The subjugate from the Trundle makes it hard for Aurelia to make plays. Obviously, the Galio and Ashe CC. I think I like Gamer Hours comp, and I think it's because Peter's Avengers, they index so much on AP damage that magic resist is going to be so valuable. Merc treads are going to be so valuable, and for Kenny to 1v9, it's a tall task. But remember what we said last time about Kenny?
Yeah.
He had a 1v9 on the Yone, and he pulled it out. So we'll have to see if his Aurelia performance will be up to par. That is the man I'm keeping my eyes on.
Yeah, so you were right. So we're going to see the Ziggs in the Amumu bot. I think that's a good matchup for them against the Galio Ashe.
Yeah.
Easy for them to keep their distance. Easy for them to chip away at tower. Like, I don't know, man. Ziggs is just good.
Ziggs is really good.
Yeah. So I just see what's the state of the meta for Ashe right now?
Ashe is coming as one of the utility ADs. It's kind of like marksmen have a hard time dealing with Conqueror, Gore Drinker champions that heal a ton. So what you do is you kind of draft utility in the bot lane, like, Ziggs, for example. The only true AD people are drafting is like in pro play is like Aphelios, but after that it's like things like Ziggs, things like Ashe, maybe Jhin for the CC provides as kind of a utility AD. And it's, there's also Ezreal that comes through every now and then, and sometimes Vayne as a counter to a Ziggs, and that's kind of the AD meta. There might be one or two I'm not thinking of. Xayah has seen some play recently. But Ashe just a really well-rounded pick, as she always is. She always creeps around into the meta, especially around Worlds. And the AD meta a lot of the time, is like ADCs that can sit in the bot lane alone and be safe, like Ziggs who can clear waves safely, like Vayne who likes to be alone in the bot lane. And a lot of times it's sending your support for a roam, like the 8-minute Herald play that we saw 1Life2Play, and then your AD kind of sits and farms alone. That's why Ezreal is strong in the meta as well.
And
What?
We lost our guy right as we were closing up.
So
let's get into it a little bit.
We're getting ready to
So
talk
what are your
more.
predictions here? Based on comp, who do you favor?
I think I don't know. I think I like Gamer Hours. Their draft's slightly more well-rounded. I don't know. They're kind of lacking an AD threat.
Yeah, I think you're right. So we're going to have to see how this shakes out. But we're going to head over to a quick break while we wait for the spectator delay and load in a game. So don't go anywhere, guys. This is Gamer Hours versus Peter's Avengers in winners finals. It's our first best of 3 of the day. Game 1. It's going to be exciting. Let's get ready for this game. See you guys in a bit.
I think Slight Edge Gamer Hours.
want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, needed renovation.
Welcome back to the League Amateurs Network, where we have our first best of 3, our winners finals round between Peter's Avengers and Gamer Hours. This is gonna be a guaranteed banger try. What are you hoping to see?
Goddamn angle we got right now. Moving in, we got a great line of sight for this. See, Shicep knows what I like.
Already off to trouble.
Get him! Get him!
Already causing trouble here.
Oh.
Almost interrupted the recall. And I think we have a 5-point start. Are we going to see Shicep pull off the same shenanigans that we saw her pulling off against Cleveland State? Do you think
No.
she's going to get away with the same amount of disrespect against
No.
Peter's Avengers? No chance, right?
No, I wouldn't say no chance, but I would say she plays a little more cool. Would be my guess.
Okay, yeah.
Definitely a tougher, opponent here. These are some veteran players who have been playing. Like 4 members on this roster, or 3 members on this roster for Peter's Avengers have been playing together for a long time. Very high level players. I think that's something that she'll respect.
Most definitely. And one thing to point out about this lobby, guys, for those of you interested, is everyone in here, I believe, is D1 plus with a couple masters here and there.
Spicy.
This is a high elo game.
Yep, hopping in. Little quick pause right here. Not sure why, but
maybe we could talk
weigh
about
it
the
out.
format while we're in a pause here. So the winner of this will advance to grand finals, where they meet the winner of the losers bracket.
Yep.
Which is a series of best of ones. But the winner of the losers bracket will be down a game.
Yes.
So you can think of it as a best of 1 reset. Like you must win 2 games if you're coming from the losers bracket.
Yeah.
So whoever wins here goes to grand finals with that 1 game advantage, which is obviously huge. So this is a very important series that we have here today at 1Life2Play in Parma, Ohio. You see me in Trifolds here. Hopefully no technical issues. I spoke too early. I was like, I'm so happy we haven't had any technical issues at this tournament.
And then we get a pause.
And then we get a long pause. We see Perp getting busy here. T.O.
Extraordinaire.
T.O. Extraordinaire. Organizing it up. Looks like perhaps a mouse switch. Easy fix. I think I heard some R's in the chat.
You heard them? You heard the R's in the chat?
Yeah, I heard the key get slammed because they were so ready.
Yeah.
I just heard bop. Okay, where are jungle starting? The same side of the map. Will they fight over the top scuttle?
I hope so.
Oh, Kenny going
Whoa,
for
maniac.
Yeah, this is a little crazy, but 3 stacks on Aurelia. She should win the auto trade from here on, but Jin knows that, so he'll take the short E and go. And this is the spicy matchup we talked about, Try. You called it out. You're like, Jin as a top lane main is going to be comfortable in this Set Aurelia matchup. Will he be more comfortable than the mid lane main Kenny in that melee versus melee brawl?
I think so. I think that, you know, similar to Shysep, Jin, a player who likes to, he's a champion mastery kind of guy. You know, he picks up a champion, puts a lot of games on it, really learns the core fundamentals of the champion, likes to master a champion, and then adds that to his arsenal. He's not one to just willy-nilly pick up champions. So you're talking about a player who's played hundreds of games on Set, probably many times against an Aurelia.
Oh, and we have a flash Echo W for Biscuit Flavor to punish Shysept and her shenanigans. She doesn't get away with it against Peter's Avengers, and that's first blood to Echo, one of the hardest scaling champions on the Rift right here. That is huge for Peter's Avengers, and we see a bandage toss will land. Void Star with the follow-up damage. Okay, Musanir is forced to flash after the bandage toss, and Applause wants to continue this, but Delivery Man pretty low. A nice Ash W is going to get Moose really low, and remember, no flash, no ignite, by the way.
So I'm wondering, was the Echo flash necessary there to kill Shysep?
Oh, the flash
close.
coming out from Kenny. Was the Echo Flash necessary? Try. It's hard to recall exactly what it came down to, but if the flash guaranteed the E, then maybe. But if I recall correctly, she was low on mana. She was kind of caught out. And that's just what happens when you kind of teeter that line as Cinch. And now, let's see. As a result of this, is that double scuttle for Trundle? I think it is. So I think Echo deviated from his path, and Trundle, as a result of Echo showing and getting that Cinch kill, Trundle was able to pick up both Scuttle Crabs and now has a 1 camp advantage and a level advantage. He's level 4 to level 3 and looking to invade.
Who gets more value out of that?
I think Echo, the first blood, I would say is worth the double scuttle. Jim with the flash E because Kenny has no flash. Into the pillar, he's 100% dead. Bish, our friend's going to pick that one up. Great support jungle play coming out.
We saw the Galio flash there just to get the auto passive off for damage. Potentially necessary, but
it's possible that that was, you know,
like, that damage was needed. Otherwise, Aurelia was going to get the distance under tower to make the play a lot more risky for gamer hours.
I understand.
It was clean.
It could have been an overcommit from the Galio, but I understand flashing to secure that. Like, Aurelia doesn't have flash. It's all about getting that health bar down before she gets more distance under that turret. And they did exactly that, and it resulted in
that Trundle picks up that kill, so
now you can argue Trundle's possibly ahead of Echo.
Double scuttle and also a kill. So
versus first blood and a camp advantage. But, you know, Echo's still feeling pretty good. Kenny looking to get aggressive to pick these minions up, but Jin is going to pick her back up into another pillar. He's probably going to go down again because no flash. Musinator here to clean up. Can Biscuit get in there and get the stun? He opts not to because Applause not short behind Musinator. And we see both supports roaming mid. You leave your AD alone. They sit there. Bot lane's kind of like a solo lane nowadays. Try at the highest level. Supports are roaming mid so often to get that mid push. Play through mid. Invade. Find the jungle. Get neutrals. Shysept here having a good time against Boonis here on the Cho'Gath. Lots of damage. Lots and lots of damage. He's one flip away from death. Her ghost is almost off cooldown. It's maybe 10 seconds. Maybe less. And I think she'll just proxy this wave. Maybe Echo looks for an angle. And what do we see? We see Drake 1 picked up for gamer hours, which is a nice start for them. Trundle back to doing his clear, but Echo good amount ahead in farm at this point. I think because of that Drake 1, it gives Echo time to continue clearing, find that advantage, and I think Echo might be the scaling win condition for Peter's Avengers because your Aurelia is already tipped off balance and off the curve of the game.
I like the way these teams are playing this here. I think that this bot lane I keep seeing some poke going down. I don't know if we're going to see anything crazy here.
Oh,
literally.
Void Star, insta cleanse.
Okay, the insta cleanse. I was like, we're not going to see anything crazy as I'm finishing that. Arrow flying out.
Fly out. Yeah, gonna pick that cleanse up. Maybe they can time that and return that play. Here comes a mid gank onto Jin, but he's gonna just kind of taunt that away and say, hey, that doesn't work, but when I do it, it does. Now Fisher friends are here. Applause and Moosinator holding hands. 3v3 again. It's gonna start with a bandage toss into an Aurelia E, but they just can't help Moose. They're too afraid of the trio here. Biscuit Flavor forced to back away, and they could look for Raptors here with a mid push. I'm not sure if they will. Top laners in a duel and bot laners in a duel. Shysep's going to proxy another wave. Her CS per minute is going to look pretty nice here in a second. And what's the next move? We see Herald spawning in just 12 seconds. Will team send their supports up? My eyes are on where does Galio go on the map? Deciding to head bot. Where does Amumu go? If Amumu goes top, then Peter's Avengers could have a man advantage for the Herald play, but there are Echoes on the bot half of the map, Trundle's on the top half of the map. Oh, and Galio is actually switching directions and looking to cover mid. I think Gamer Hours are looking for Herald here, which would be the smart play, in my opinion. It could start with a gank on this Cho'Gath, but he gets his wave crash. He's looking for a recall. If Trundle can interrupt recall, it could be kill on Cho'Gath into Herald. Runus sees it now. He lands the Rupture, but is it enough? Shysep going to give him a flip here in a second. And I think Cho'Gath is dead. He will be dead. Shysep with blue buff, by the way. Shysep just has Peter's Avengers blue, so she's good on mana. This could be the response play. Moosinator maybe regrets that bandage toss.
Oh, Jin wasn't ready though.
Yeah, Jin did not want to commit to that, but they still get the flash from Moose, which is definitely huge. See some action on top side. Both supports roaming. Shysep, instead of looking to play for Herald, wants to play it on the turret. Moose with no flash gets hit by another taunt, but he buffers the bandage toss. Oh, here's the delivery man. No cleanse on Void Star. Oh, so he'll have to flash. So Ziggs no sums for a little bit.
We have Dragon up in 140. Looks like they're playing topside. Going to go for this Herald here shortly. Oh, sorry. They're grabbing the Scuttle, actually.
Yeah, I think it should be a Herald take there. I mean, before Drake comes off cooldown. Otherwise, you're going to trade Herald for Drake. So they want to get it in the next, minute.
Shysep probably going to shove this wave, make her way there to meet. I don't even know if she has to.
I don't think she has to. Just keeping Cho under turret is probably enough. Jin kind of doing the same to Kenny here on the Aurelia, who hasn't found the success that we kind of need to see him have if he wants to carry this game as a solo AD threat. Now I'm looking for MR coming in. We see the mantle for the Trundle. He'll easily go into Mercs, and we could see an MR stack for Singe Trundle. But Melissa, she always builds crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't build MR, even though we keep talking about it. But it would be really valuable with this comp that we see from Peter's Avengers.
Quite a bit of a lead for this mid lane matchup as well, as far as CS goes. So, kind of what we predicted here.
Definitely. Kenny running out of mana. His TP's coming up, so he should be able to base and not lose too much. But he definitely does want to base. Also, because Drake coming up here, it's going to be number 2 for Gamer Hours unless Aurelia can get back TP and they can get some presence there. We see some deep vision in the red quadrant of Peter's Avengers. Shysep still proxying there, creating that pressure, and she's going to look for maybe a map rotate. See how she's coming around this mid lane. But TP from Kenny. We see Drake start here for Gamer Hours, and it looks like Drake number 2 going over. And try one thing to note, well, I think they're going to say, okay, we'll give you Drake, and we're going to try and kill your Singe. Because we see multiple members running over, but I think they might give up the play.
Yeah, you don't pull it off anyway. Okay, so another Drake going over to Gamer Hours, a little bit of a gold lead as well as a few kills, and they're definitely winning in the CS department here, so...
Here's the 2v1. Shysep familiar in this position. Is the burst damage enough? The exhaust will go down.
Once the
she
exhaust
will
was down,
drop.
I think all hope was lost for Shice up there.
Kind of a random exhaust, by the way, because it
Yeah.
came from Cho'Gath Spellbook. As
Oh,
we see
really? Okay.
a bit of a scuffle
Yeah.
here in the mid lane. Jin with a big W. Oh, Kenny will use the Q to dodge out the W.
That was clean.
And I think if Kenny gets his cooldowns back, heals on the wave, and all-ins Jin, it could be his window. Because
Yeah, that was a good play by Kenny there, I'd have to say.
Yeah, definitely.
Using the Q to dodge the what is that ability called?
It's either like Face Breaker or, wait, no. I don't know.
Face Breaker is, I think, the
No,
one.
Face Breaker, then there's Showstopper, then there's, I don't know. W's the hard one. Anyway, 2 Drakes down, and try it. One thing I always note, if you kill a Cloud Drake before Drake 3, you know it must not be Cloud Soul. So it's going to be, oh, we see a TP flank coming on bot lane, but it's matched
Double
by
TP.
another TP. Musinator's the target for now.
Oh, here comes that Ash Arrow. Bop!
But it gets the cleanse, but Voidstar still gets flipped, and he has no flash from earlier, so he will go down. That's 2 for 0. Both kills going on to Shicep.
And she makes it out.
Right place at the right time. Shicep again on this Singe, so threatening. Jin coming around the corner.
Yeah, that was a great TP coming in with the Ghost already activated, ready to rumble.
Shicep is all over this map, just in the craziest of locations at all times. And we see a lot of mid-pressure built up because we saw, you know, the rotate down from Kenny means that they're going to get some nice hits on this mid-turret. Look, all the plates are gone. They need a Zigzag to clear out the minions to stop that mid-tier 1 from going down, because that is like the most important turret in the early game. Kent State on the back foot. Gamer Hours looking so impressive here. And I think we hear some comms coming out. I think we're going to have some rumbling going on.
I think so too.
Possibly for this Drake 3 coming up.
Trying to clear some vision out here, take control of this. Drake's not up for a few minutes, but looks like teams are kind of taking this chance to get vision control of their own jungle.
Definitely. And there hasn't been any tier 1s to fall yet, but I think that won't be the case soon. Shicep doing a good job to pressure hers. And
did you catch where Herald was dropped? This.
yeah, it was. No, I didn't. Maybe top if it's that chunked already. I'm not actually sure. Try. But we see, you know, many members committed top. I think it's mana advantage 3. No, it's 3-3 right now, but the Galio is going to get there.
Galio has ulti as well. Oh, no, she doesn't.
Aurelia will be there. It's going to be a 4v4 pretty soon here. Not sure what they're fighting over other than blue.
Fighting for the sake of fighting. Jin getting caught out.
On Wolves will get chain CC'd and going to give Musinator the quick kill. Not sure if that was the angle. Applause could be next to be caught out. Is this Peter's Avengers angle back into the game? Oh, Kenny with the fail flash, and Biscuit goes over. He goes over alone. He eased on to Shicep, who's going to flip him, but it still looks like a winning situation for Peter's Avengers.
Does he need to ult here? Is he going to? Okay. I thought he was still in the poison.
So now it's Peter's Avengers that could, with the pressure mid, getting some damage, but is this the best way to spend your time? Biscuit Flavor needs to reset and be ready for Drake. Or heal on a camp, but then does he use his smite? Shicep back to doing what she does best.
Back to running it down on this Cho'Gath.
Echo without resetting. It's going to heal up on a camp. And it's 45 seconds, so it's Ocean Soul try. The Soul is insane, especially into an AP heavy composition, because you don't have that sustained damage to finish off the Ocean Soul members. That healing is going to be huge. Not to mention if you buy a Spirit Visage, which already gives you MR, it works really well with the Ocean Soul, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Trundle go Spirit Visage second and then work with the Ocean Soul healing to be like really unkillable. So if you are Peter's Avengers, you do not want to give this third Drake over.
Yeah, does it look like that's what he's working on right now?
I think so.
I think so, yep.
And look at the triple mercs on the top side. It's similar to the tabbies we saw from 1Life2Play. These boots give you so much value.
Against this team, I mean, the draft here, getting the 4 AP was risky.
Yeah, it really is on Bork. So it's Gamer Hour first to Drake with proper setup. Is it going to be Jin initiating? It's going to be Shicep with the grounding on multiple members. They're going to go on to Kenny, but Kenny can like quickly turn it, and Shicep just drops instantly. Singe going in with the face breaker, the showstopper, big combo, huge Galio ultimate. Big Amumu ultimate. It's a full out scrap here. Voidstar in the backline, chucking bombs. Galio all going to come in and help. And a 1-for-0 plus disengage from Gamer Hours here, making it a 4v4. Runus wants to recall, but he has no TP. He's got to stick around. It's a 4v4. Gamer Hours pulling on the Drake. Biscuit Flavor needs to get in here. He gets a 2-man stun with his W, but the delivery man is giving the cover damage that he needs to.
Oh,
1-for-1 trade. Runus going really low. It looks like a winning battle. It's a 2-for-1 trade actually for Gamer Hours, which means it's Voidstar against the world. How do they get this Drake? There's no flash on Cho'Gath. He can't go eat it. Voidstar needs to steal it or poke him off. The poke is good, but I still think the Drakes can go over Gamer Hours unless Voidstar.
The reset.
Wait, but what about Moosinator?
Oh,
the
no.
reset gives the HP needed. They're going to go in for the fight. Red team gets the Drake, but can blue team clean up the kills? Voidstar is now in the thick of it. He's in the middle of 4 members, and Shy Step is back with a vengeance. Fight goes to Gamer Hours. Drake goes to Gamer Hours, and they're 1 Drake away from a soul. Looking great for them. Woo.
Wow. what a fight there at the Dragon Pit. You know, unfortunately for Peter's Avengers, they still get the Drake. So Gamer Hours, 3 Drakes, gonna be that Ocean Soul, and now I think they're in trouble, like you were saying.
I think they're definitely in a lot of trouble. It's somewhat of a close game. Like we saw, they picked off the Singe with ease, right? They didn't use that many major cooldowns. But in the 4v5, Jin's massive ulti into E, into a huge Galio ult, but then Moosinator responded with a huge Amumu ult. There was a point in time where multi-members from both teams were just stunned up right in that pit. Voidstar was chucking bombs, Delivery Man was dropping autos, and it was just an all-out brawl. Gamer Hours coming out slightly ahead when it mattered most. Now a possible 2v1 play. Moosinator's going to miss the first bandage toss, but he'll have another one. Aurelia's on the grounding, but I think she has the damage for sure.
Okay, Aurelia's starting to do a lot of damage now.
For sure. Huge kill here for Kenny. Peter's Avengers is going to have to rely on Kenny to carry, and we know he can do it. We say this all the time, dating all the way back to LSS. Can Kenny do it again? There's no way he could do it again, right?
I don't know, can he?
Ha ha ha! You are nuts. The question is, can he? Bit of silence in the game here as Trundle's working away on Herald. It's going to despawn in 30, but I think he has plenty of time. And that's 2 turrets down to the 0 for Peter's Avengers. Kenny and Jin back in the bot lane, side lane. Echo over here clearing away.
Another Herald.
Maybe if Echo sees Herald go down, then he knows, okay, can I make a play on bot side? So see how Mumu's running down over?
Yeah.
Once that Herald drops, I think Echo's going to think, should I make a play with my Aurelia to take out this set?
Mumu going back mid, though.
Jin's such an aware player. He knows, like, you know, maybe now's a good time to base or at least play it safe because my team's getting Herald. But we see a 2v1 in the top lane against Ronus here. Kind of like an awareness thing, right? If you're Ronus, you know, okay, enemy team's on Herald, or at least when it falls, okay, enemy team is topside. You can't be in a position where you can also get flanked, you know, right after the Herald. It just makes it too easy to drop and get this tier 2 in the side lane, in the top lane. Here's the Herald charge coming through. I think they'll get this turret. Biscuit Flavor with a decent angle, but he can't take it. They don't have the members. Kenny recalled. He has TP. There's a nice deep ward here where Ashe is going to run right to, but I don't think this is the fight they want. Gamer Hours doing a good job with small victories in between their 3rd and 4th Drake. You don't want to overdo it here. I don't think you start Baron up.
They're not, right? Yeah, okay.
No.
They're just clearing the vision that was on it.
Yeah.
This is one of those games, like, they have their lead. I think they just wait for this Drake, play around the Drake, get the Ocean Soul, and then look to close it out through the strengths that they have.
Definitely, and we see the Spirit Visage is going to come in for the Trundle. We have a Wit's End. We forgot to mention Wit's End try. That is a common Ashe item. Second item, it used to be first, but they kind of nerfed it. Now it's a good second item for Ashe that gives you MR. You see she already has the cloak. That's going to be huge. In addition to on-hit damage and healing on hit as well. So when Ashe gets that Wit's End, on top of the Trundle Spirit Visage, on top of the Ocean Soul, you have too much magic damage to handle this composition.
Yeah, I think it kind of... This one may have fallen apart in the champion select. Like, as those champs are coming out, Aurelia, I think is working. The Aurelia pick worked, but still, there's too much AP, and Gamer Hours is just playing it right. They're building it properly.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Peter's Avengers, the Drakes are working out in Gamer Hours' favors as well.
Yeah, the synergy between Ocean Soul and Spirit Visage, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Set's third item is Spirit Visage as well. It's just such an obvious pickup here. But here we go, 5v5. This might decide the game here.
Kenny's sneaking around in the back line here.
Yep, a nice 4-man group here from Peter's Avengers with Kenny on the flank. Fisher Friends not afraid to front line. He's going to soft engage here with the Trundle. Here comes the Ash Arrow. It only hits Cho'Gath. Here comes Applause. Kenny with a big ultimate. What can he do with it? A couple Qs, a little bit of damage. He's forced to flash away. Exhaust was massive there, but he gets the kill on the Trundle. Meanwhile, in the backline, Delivery Man getting a lot of arrows down. He still has the red buff. They're going to win on... They're going to trade on one front and win on the other. This looks like Gamer Hours, Drake's Soul. They need a miracle. Runus has no flash. There's no way he can eat the Drake. It's all up to Biscuit Flavor, but you know Shystep, right place at the right time, putting the pressure on the enemy jungler. That is huge because I believe Gamer Hours will now get Ocean Soul.
Guaranteed Ocean Soul, 100%. No doubts about it. And now they're really in trouble.
They are in so much trouble. That Ocean Soul is so deadly. You know, it's arguably the best soul in the game. I think it's close between Ocean Soul, maybe Infernal. I know Mountain is good, but we saw 1Life2Play got Mountain Soul and still lost the game. But this Ocean Soul in this particular game, I think, means even more than the Mountain Soul did in the other game I was talking about. And, you know, I'm expecting to see Jin pick up a Spirit Visage third, and then the healing is going to be insane. Trundle, by the way, just ran into 5 champions that last fight, and I'm pretty sure was completely fine. Like, that champion is very tanky at this stage of the game, given the compositions. And what's next? So Baron's on the menu. It's 24 minutes. Ashe is great at dealing damage to Baron with the setup she has right now. They have the damage to take it down. Trundle actually fairly good, surprisingly good at killing Baron as well. You see them setting up top half of the map. Kenny in the bot lane with TP. He doesn't want to have to use it for a Baron fight because he probably wants to continue to split. Here's the invade, the deep vision, and the vision denial from Applause, who always, by the way, Applause always knows how to set up these plays and kind of just play the objectives and play the vision game. Kind of an unsung hero for the Gamer Hours composition.
Oh, 100%. When I saw the Galio coming in, the Galio, she plays really well.
Really
well. Played it in some LSS games as well.
Yeah. And her stat line was similar last game at this point in the game. She was like a 0-1-10 kind of, you know, low deaths, always ulting at the right time. And like I said, the vision placement is key. Looking for some poke damage here. Let's see if this scrap turns into anything. Probably not. It's kind of a tank battle.
Oh, Shystep needs to be careful here. Look at the rest of the team
here
closing
comes
in
the collapse,
fast.
but this is what she wants, because if they all collapse on her, she's going to book down to bot lane. Oh, wait, Jin is hitting bot turret. How does she get out of this one? Actually...
She just runs, I guess.
Oh, she turns, dodges the E from the Aurelia, and flips her in the meantime, and now she's just 1v9ing.
What a fight.
Moosinator with a big ult, but it doesn't matter. Shystep has done so much work here. Absolutely crazy. You just cannot deal with this player. Jin the whole time is hitting bot. She still is going exactly where she pleases. Under turret, taking 5 shots. It doesn't matter. Another flip, and now they are just full in base. Fish are friends with a massive heal.
Oh, man.
Ocean Soul doing so much work, giving so much value. And this game looks like it's going to end quickly.
Wow, yeah, that was unexpected from Shystep there. I thought, when you said, okay, Jin's bot lane hitting tower, I'm like, okay, you know, she's just going to take the death here, getting collapsed on by all 4. But what do we know? A little bit of fancy footwork and ghost with ult, and, you know, you can't touch her.
Cannot touch her. And now Peter's Avengers are down like 12,000 gold. Ocean Soul, everything stacked against them. 2 minutes, 45 seconds to play around Baron. Once you get Baron, which should be a given, you have an easy transition to play for Soul. Then you have Baron Soul. You run it down and end the game. And I wouldn't be surprised if the game ended before all these things happened because I don't know how necessary they are. And we see some nice performances coming out from Gamer Hours. I think they came here to win it all.
Oh, it looks like so. They came here with a stacked roster of veteran players ready to rumble.
Absolutely. And now we see a 1v3 from Jin. I think he's going to be able to trade
What a
back
monster.
at least one. 927 true damage through exhaust.
At least one. Here he is.
Oh,
He's
he
like,
flashes the
give me
Troll
more.
Rupture. He was still fighting.
I know.
He had to use his flash, but he was not scared at all.
And in the meantime, the rest of the team taking Baron.
They are so good at playing the map, Try. Now Shysep gonna slot in for Jin. All right, now you recall and go play the other side. I'm gonna play this side and be a nuisance. Meanwhile, this trio doing their job, their due diligence. Now they have about 30 seconds to play with before they want to reset.
I'm gonna say
Elder.
this game's gonna end in about 2 minutes after that Baron. Oh, just kidding.
Or
It's not
maybe
even
right now.
Right now.
No one is taking damage from the
man.
composition of Gamer Hours. Let's just watch them
Oh,
all
if that
be insanely
clips.
tanky.
Oh, it gets 3.
Multiple turret shots will actually result in a shutdown on Singe. A good Amumu ulti under turret, but the Ocean Soul is healing so much. Applause gonna have to flash out.
Oh,
It doesn't matter.
wow.
Nothing matters. 3 members with complete full health bars. The Spirit Visages on the mid jungle are coming in. The Wits and the MR, the Ocean Soul. It's too much. Gamer Hours with a game 1 victory.
Wow, that's what I'm talking about. That was a great game, and they displayed some flawless dominance right there. I'm not going to lie.
Absolutely.
Like you said, they were all over the map. They knew exactly what they were doing. They were like, one's going in while the other pulls out, and then they're swapping, and it's just like the pressure on the map was never ending, and it was just too hard for Peter's Avengers to deal with.
Absolutely. And what I said about Gamer Hours, when I saw this roster, I know a bit about some of the players. I knew they would play through solo lanes, right?
Mhm.
And that's exactly what they did. They have Jin in one side lane, Shysept in the other. One of them is going to cause so much pressure that something's going to erupt. Meanwhile, the 3-man is playing perfect 1-3-1. They
Yeah.
are 3 utility champions that can either engage or disengage when they need to, and their solo lanes end up carrying the game through just really good 1-3-1 play that led to basically every objective.
Yeah, it was really, really well played. I'm kind of keeping my eye out here because I don't even know if we need to hop to a break. I think we're going to be hopping back in to the pro draft here pretty shortly. Wow, what are you thinking for this next game? How do you think do you think there's going to be any sort of draft adjustments or anything?
Absolutely. Gamer Hours came here with Rothmal as the coach,
Mhm.
and absolutely he will look for some draft adjustments and a different angle into this game. Maybe he'll note, too much AP or not enough AD, but I think it'll go deeper.
I'll give
than
you
that.
some tips. I'll write it down for you. Singed has got to go.
Singe has got to go, but
Singed has got to go.
they have so much.
They
to
actually
ban.
do. There is so much to ban.
And if you over-index on banning Shysep, I believe they can put Shysep in the mid lane on something wacky,
Oh,
wackadoo.
you madman.
And then the Camille ban that you dropped because you're banning
Is
Sin
now-
is going to be
yeah.
on Jin in the top lane, and he's an absolute master
Yep.
performer on the Camille. So you have too many issues. I think
agree.
what you need to focus on if you're Peter's Avengers is your own game plan. You need to bring out some spice. I've seen these guys draft.
Well, like, do you rather have now that we've seen the way the Singe works, would you rather have the Singe there still versus like a Rengar or something?
Not necessarily.
Like, it doesn't make her any weaker, but it might make the game plan a little more difficult.
I would rather see a Singe than a Rengar, unless my plan is to play into top and shut the Rengar down. Because
Mhm.
Rengar is like a feast or famine champion that
Yeah.
likes to, win its lane. So if you're changing your strategy, all right, guys, we're gonna flip the switch. We're gonna play to top lane. We're gonna bait her into the Rengar. We're gonna draft a nice counter pick that can fight it, and then we're gonna camp it.
Yeah.
That is one strategy. Other than that, no, I would not rather see the Rengar than the Singe. Maybe you live with the Singe. Maybe you drop a ban and hope they don't capitalize on it. But if I'm Rothmal right now, the coach of Peter's Avengers, I'm thinking, what is our strategy? How do we win? And I've seen them draft so much crazy stuff. We're kind of like scrim partners. Like 1Life2Play and Peter's Avengers are kind of scrim partners. I've seen them practice some crazy shit. So I think this is the draft where they pull out some wacky stuff. Maybe not so wacky, but maybe something like a Samira on Void Star. He's a good Samira player.
Oh,
We've seen
for
him
sure.
pop off on that
I
champion.
think we had one Penta in the last season of LSS, and it
And was it Void Star?
and it was Void Star on Samira.
Didn't Jabbar get a pen on Riven?
Yes, he did. That was a crazy penta.
That was a crazy.
That was
penta.
like a 1v. He got the kill, and then he 1v4 womboed and wiped the whole rest of the team in
Yeah. We
one
probably still
fell
have that clip
swoop.
somewhere on
Oh,
Twitter.
yeah, we do.
I need to go rewatch that back. That was a great game. And we do see the Rengar picked up as a ban now. Riven, Akshan, and Seraphine. Okay, so they did kind of what you said. They dropped the Camille ban. They picked up a Rengar ban in its place. They also are going to
So let's say
respect the
first pick. Are we gonna? No, we don't. Okay, I was gonna say, are we gonna see the Camille try to be picked up quickly?
Camille, you don't have to rush into picking the
Oh,
champion.
this.
Here's the thing about Camille. Oh, Zen, Senna. Okay.
I
Good
like it,
adaptation
yeah.
already. It's a different game plan. Senna's great with melee champions that like to go forward and just be aggressive and kind of just attack in a straight line, with her ultimate and stuff and her healing. I think Zinjao Senna's a really strong 1-2 and definitely already a different style here from Peter's Avengers. I like that one too. And they could go back to, this could be Galio Camille right here, which would be really crazy. Trundle again. So game hours, and this would be Galio if they don't want to. Oh, and here's the Camille third.
Okay, so do we see the swap?
So
Is
they
this gonna,
they are gonna.
It's gonna be Jin in the top lane and
That's-
Sky in the mid.
That's what makes them so dangerous. If you double ban one solo lane, they're gonna swap, and then whatever you left up, they're gonna pick.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
really tough to deal
Oh, the
with.
Gwen.
Oh, but
Okay.
a Gwen by Runis. All right, hey, this is Runis' chance to we don't know much about him. It doesn't mean he's not an amazing player or anything. But this is his chance in our 1Life2Play community to put himself on the map. He's in a skill matchup versus Camille. I think it's winning for Camille early. And then, at 6, it's going to be winning for Gwen. And then at 2 items, maybe it's winning for Camille.
And it's
again.
and he's up against by far the best Camille we've seen in the 1Life2Play.
Yeah, definitely.
League of Legends
like
community,
locally,
for sure. Yeah,
this
100%.
This Camille is
Amassed a veteran player with lots of competitive experience on his goated champion.
absolutely. And if you can pull out a victory on this Gwen, a nice performance, it will say a lot about your carry potential. Not to mention, it'll send you to game 3 and make them maybe think twice about that lane swap again. Cho'Gath being banned despite seeing a Camille is pretty interesting. Maybe they think it's a Camille flex, like possibly Camille mid. Maybe the champion is slightly better on Kenny, but I think that's a Runis pick.
I like the Galio ban. I think that pretty vital. Applause just with an amazing performance on all the games we've seen her in so far on Galio.
Not to mention, for those of you who don't know, Camille Galio, the obvious synergy. Camille ulties you, and then Galio ulties her. You pretty much can't get out. And a Kiana. Okay, so Peter's Avengers are pulling out full-on spicy, crazy skill champs. It's triple melee plus Senna, which is the way you want to draft Senna. You want to draft Senna with melee, engage, move forward. And then the last pick here is going to be their support. Something to maybe either bolster the Senna, it could be an engaged support, but the thing about an engaged support in this scenario, as we see a Lulu come
I was
in,
thinking it maybe was going to be like a Leona, but...
You know what I think would be good? Soraka.
Ugh.
You see a Lulu. Okay, actually, Lulu makes you want to draft engaged slightly. So it could be just like a Leona, like you said, or a Nautilus. But I think Soraka is kind of broken. What they did... Well, maybe I shouldn't talk about Soraka unless they pick it. Let's see what the 5 is for blue side here. As they have Lulu, Ashe in the bot lane. Or actually, is that a real Bard?
No, I think that was a mistake.
Well, wait, try. What if it's Lulu mid on Shisa?
Oh,
because Shisa, we were never going to guess her pick, right? It could
it's
easily
so
be
wild that I'm like, oh, it must have been a pro draft mismatch, but we'll see. We'll have to find out. I mean, right? It could work.
It could very well be
yeah.
Lulu mid, and I want to see a Soraka here. Malzahar, meaning...
Whoa, this is absolutely spice central.
So that means Gwen could be farming. Gwen could be the ADC. Wait. I'm thinking Senna plus Gwen farming, like fasting Senna, Gwen farming.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking that's right, because then who is there?
I think it's Malzahar and Senna in the bot lane.
Okay, yeah, you might be right. So farming Malzahar,
fasting Senna,
and fasting Senna.
Yeah.
Gwen top, Kiana mid.
And I think they needed some AP for Peter's Avengers, and then the Malzahar gives you that lockdown.
For sure, which is
So,
great in a Camille, by the way.
Yeah. That's my thought
And-
behind it.
And the passive on Malzahar means Bard can't just decide to ult him randomly,
hmm
because I believe the passive will soak that. So these are two really crazy comps. I really like the style that Peter's Avengers chose. It's kind of like the utility in the bot lane, and then their top side is just a really fierce skirmishing, scrappy trio in the top side there. For gamer hours, I think they're a bit more of a control comp in the sense that they want Camille to split, and then they want the other 4-man unit. Look, it's like Camille plus 4 supports,
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah. Pretty much.
So they want the control unit to be able to disengage whatever aggression you see from Peter's Avengers and isolate Camille in the 1v1. Get her
These
ahead.
are like this. These comps are wild.
Get her ahead. Once your Camille's ahead, then you have quadruple support for the Camille.
Yeah.
You set her up with Ash Arrow and some slows. Give her the Lulu ulti. Polymorph the biggest threat. Trundle subjugates her target. Like, this is a Camille comp. This is a Jhin comp.
And then for Peter's Avengers, I pretty much see run at their faces and slice and dice.
For sure.
Like,
Yeah, it's definitely going in. The only thing is Malzahar and Senna being immobile. If your 3-man melee unit is diving in, are you going to leave your Senna Malzahar exposed to a backline dive? But
I think you can, because what's going to happen is if the Malzahar ulti is up, you can leave them behind, and when the melees run forward, if the Camille goes for that backline play, you alter. It gives everyone. It's either two scenarios. One, you're able to kill her right then and there, or two, it gives everyone this chance to
wipe the backline
yes,
that
and then
they're
turn
not
around.
protecting, for
Mhm.
sure. And you know what? I need to see a good Bard performance here. Bard is a support that, in my opinion,
He's hit or miss.
he's like the highest skill floor of all supports and the highest skill ceiling, like one up.
Okay. Why
Like,
is that?
don't you think Bard's a really hard champion to just pick up and play?
Yeah, because well, one big thing is like his ultimate can hurt you and
That
help
is
you.
one major reason.
And if you're not using it correctly, that's like the downfall of a bad Bard, I think.
And on top of that, I think you need to know how to roam effectively.
With your
Yeah.
your portal and with your using the charms or
Yep.
whatever they're called, charms to get your speed, movement speed
Exactly.
buff and stuff. Yeah.
So if I have like a lower level support and they say, I want to pick Bard here, I'm thinking like, you know,
Mhm.
like gold or platinum. I'm like, I don't think you want to play Bard because you need to know exactly when you can roam without hurting your team, how to roam. Not to mention the mechanics of the champion. Like the Q's not easy to hit. The R's, like you said, is not easy to use like effectively. And you know, after he is an easy champ to just kind of CC lock and kill.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
I think I need to see a really strong Bard performance here from Applause. And
All right.
Peter's Avengers, their Gwen and their Kiana need to pop off. One of them at least.
All right, we need to see the Bard play it right, and we need to see the Kenny and Runis pop off.
Absolutely.
Let's see what happens. We'll catch you guys on the flip side.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound, need a renovation.
Welcome back to the League Amateurs Network, presented by 1Life2Play in Parma, Ohio. I'm Diddy. I'm here with my co-caster, Trifles. We are the dynamic duo, and this is game 2 between Gamer Hours and Peter's Avengers. Nothing spicy going to happen in the first level try, so everyone chill. But last game, we saw Peter's Avengers come out with a crazy game 1 and kind of a decisive victory. But we've seen some draft changes, and tried that Bard was not a Bard.
That's what I figured. Okay, so we do see the Kale here.
Oh, and it's Camille. No, it's Kale mid.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, we know what's going on now.
We are no longer clueless, and we are hopping into this game. So, they get vision down here? Okay, they did. What
is Malzahar doing in the top lane, by the way? And there's an Alistar now.
Okay, wait, hold on. What's happening?
Okay, so we were bamboozled by draft because they were messing their picks up.
Yes, okay. So, it's going to be a Malzahar top and Gwen mid?
They can switch.
Yeah.
I think they're waiting to see who shows where. So now they see it's Kale, and okay, so they want Gwen and a Kale apparently, and they want Malzahar and a Camille.
Okay.
Nah. Jin, I think, is going to have his way. Like, yes, you get 1 R to stop Camille, but I think she's going to have so many all-in opportunities.
I agree.
I don't know if that's the answer, but I could be wrong, and we'll have to see. But both junglers starting bot side. Trundle going to book right away to the top half of the map. Xin Zhao might stick around for a full bot side clear. Sorry about that.
We're back.
Quick mute for us. Set quick situation we had to figure out, but everything is good.
No more sweating over here.
Here comes Jin. He's going to get E level 2 and get a nice trade. And okay, I lost track of jungles. Okay, so Xin Zhao full clear bot. Trundle 3 camp right to Crab, but it's only 230. Does Trundle's pinging invade on the Xin Zhao. Jin looking to push his wave. There's no way Kale should get pushed into Gwen. Trundle's going to start up the red buff right now under Zin's nose. I wish the camera would show this. It's going to soon because they're going to run into each other right now. Oh, he cheesed it. He's sitting in brush. He's waiting.
This dirty
the
dog.
ambush on Biscuit Flavor here. He's going to smite red, flash over, but Jin's here.
Oh.
Jin's going to get this because no flash. Auto Q. First blood to Jin and his Camille. That is bad news.
Woo. And that's how it's going to start out. You know I like it when it's quick.
Yeah, dude, it's been pretty quick action every game try.
It actually has been, which I like to see. You know?
I think it's because everyone in the building knows you and they love you and they know you love that early action. They're like, let's just.
When they were on the drive, when everybody was on their drive here, they're like, all right, guys, so Trifle just commentating these games. So everybody just get a little loose for that early game.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. We haven't seen the 5v5 level 1, though, which is a shame, but.
Yeah, it is.
Now, advantage Camille, we know that. Fish are friends with one crab now, and should be able to trade with Biscuit Flavor for the other. I don't see a double crab coming, but he's making his way over. Okay, depending on how fast Trono can get over.
Look at this damage.
In with a quick all-in. Nice trade on Kenny. His E missed. He did the W mid-air E thing where you're supposed to tag the spell shield, hit the E.
Yep.
He timed the W properly, but the E was just slightly out of range. Otherwise, honestly, that's Malzahar flash.
Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe Camille flash to follow, and maybe he's dead. But that was really close. So Xinjiao was able to get that top crab, so no double crab here. And looking at CS numbers, the biggest lead is just the Camille matchup. Senna building a bit of lead, but wait a second, this red wave's going to crash, so never mind.
These comps just make so much more sense now. I'm bummed to not see the Kiana here as well, but I think the Peter's Avengers comp looks a little bit better with this Alistar for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. We were completely bamboozled in that. And now Fisher Friends making his way to the top lane. We see a 2v2. I like Biscuit Flavor protecting his Malzahar here. But the fact that you have to protect Malzahar, that was your pick in the Camille, no? Mm-hmm. That is what you chose to put in that lane. Yet you have to cover the dive. And you already lost the topside 2v2. You need that Malzahar to pay in value.
Well, I wonder if plans might have just changed once the Kale was picked, because that was pretty late in the game. That was last pick.
Also, we don't know exactly when. Oh, it was last?
Because the last pick was barred. So it was the last pick of the game, and they already had the Malz and Gwen. They're like, okay, where do we put these?
I mean, of all players, it is Kenny. Perhaps he finds a way, but his wave is pushing into Camille, and she has the all-in threat. Not to mention, she might hit 6 first with the kill she got. So if Camille hits 6, like, Malzahar can't really touch the wave. You kind of see him just, like, running back and forth. Like, I think the all-in's coming right now from Camille. Oh, but we're actually watching a 2v2 bot where the delivery man is forced to flash away and heal. Fisher Friends coming around. Here's the result of the all-in I was talking about, but it's Runis. He must have TP'd to flank on Jin. And Runis with a big kill to put himself on the board and go up 1-0. Also to punish the Camille for her all-in attempt. Meanwhile, the delivery man, Gamer Hours, lost 3 summoners in the bot lane, but so did Peter's Avengers just now. So sums are missing, and we have a 3v3 here because Biscuit Flavor's in the right place at the right time. Can they get Moose, or does Biscuit Flavor win this? He's going to knock up the Trundle. Here comes a blue TP. Gamer Hours committing members. Peter's Avengers going to take the TP and walk away. That's Shy-Step with the commit, which means Gwen can maybe get an even bigger lead. A nice recall to spend that kill gold and not lose anything. Kale going to miss some minions for that TP. And we have a dead even game.
I was just going to say, when you were done, this is a close game so far. Gamer Hours looking to pick up this Drake, and I don't think they're going to have any chance of contesting this.
Nope, it's going to be Drake over, but you don't mind to see this Drake one go over too badly if you're Peter's Avengers. You want to get your resets in. You want to get your Gwen back on the map with 2 more component items before she misses any CS. So you're kind of trading that Drake for a bit of tempo, because now we see some recalls coming out for Gamer Hours, and that'll give Peter's Avengers some more time to get back on the map. Alistar could be setting up on the kill. She has access to ulti and flash. Runis no ulti, remember, use that to pick up the Camille, and Fisher Friends is not far away. What's going to be the next play of action here? See how Lulu's walking up mid here. It could be a roam. It could be Herald time. Alistar and Lulu both moving a Herald try. You see this every game from high-level teams. When it's 8 minutes, both supports going straight to Herald. We're looking at a 4v4. River Control going to Gamer Hours. And let's see who can get pushing lanes. It's going to be Gwen push mid.
I don't know how this matchup plays out at all. I don't know the Gwen that well. Is this a good matchup for her into this Kale?
So early levels, yes. You're far better melee champion than Kale, but as Kale scales in the game, she's almost on that Cassidon level in terms of scaling.
Yeah, yeah.
Once she gets access to range, I think she can actually fare pretty well into the Gwen. The thing about Gwen in the mid lane is you don't have as much room to run your opponent down. I think in top lane, when you have a winning matchup, you get to exploit it more than in mid lane.
I see. Yeah. Because it takes you that, after that engage, it takes you a second to walk them down.
Mm-hmm. And Gamer Hours was able to pick up Herald during that. So, quick, objectives.
I didn't even catch that.
Yeah, both objectives early. First Drake and first Herald going to Gamer Hours. And Kale with the access and range can now actually kind of push into the Gwen. And let's see, where is the next play?
Trundle with a bit of a CS lead on Xin Zhao here. Has Xin Zhao kind of missed his opportune times to be making plays around the map?
I don't think so. I think
Okay.
the new Xin Zhao is just a unit for the first 25 minutes of any given game.
Okay.
Yeah. The way he itemizes, Gourd Drinker and Sterax, his ulti makes him, actually good in team fights now. We see a bit of an engage here on Shicep. They're looking for a 2v3. The ulti comes out and the flash comes out. Meanwhile, 2v1 top lane. So you really want to win this if you're Peter's Avengers. They do. Kill goes on to Xin Zhao here. And it's a trade 1-for-1 across the map, mid and top.
This game just continuing to be neck and neck.
Mm-hmm. And what's next here? What does that mean for these teams? Drake's up in 2 minutes.
Maybe they're going to look to continue this fight. Trundle is coming down. Looks like they're going to get pinched here, maybe. Oh,
Well, Gwen is recalling and does not have TP, so this could be good for Gamer Hours.
Are they going to be able to
here.
pick up Moosinator off that?
Ulti's
Maybe.
definitely good here. Can he get to the blast cone? Oh, they use it to bop him back, and that's a pickup on Moosinator. And with Drake coming up in minute 30, that is their vision source and vision denial source. So you got to expect Gamer Hours to have proper setup on this next Drake and be able to take it for themselves.
Something to point out here is that we have a previous member of one team against the other.
Oh, yeah? Who's that?
The
Wait.
Delivery Man.
Oh, Delivery Man is playing against
He
his
knows the
former
ins and outs of
team.
his
That's right.
opponents here.
Herald drop bot, gonna get some plays. You know what, Chai? As casters, we should have pointed that out first thing, because that's like the
It's important.
that's
It's a
like
big
the,
deal.
the narrative,
Yeah.
the drama, the lore. Delivery Man versus former.
He just
team?
knows the ins and outs of 3 members of his team.
Oh, absolutely.
What type of
Drafting
advantage does that bring
tendencies.
to this game?
That could
Their
be a
play styles?
massive
Yeah,
advantage.
yeah.
And maybe we're seeing it play out because the drafts have been, possibly favorable here for Gamer Hours. And the Trundle definitely getting a lot of use here for Fisher Friends as well. We saw when they picked Trundle last time.
Oh, look at this. Would you look at this?
Oh, Moose with the
man.
Hex Flash behind Shicep, gonna bop her up in the air. She does not have ulti. Here's the stun. Here's the follow-up from Xin Zhao and Biscuit Flavor. Gonna knock down the Kale, who does not have TP for maybe 15 to 20 more seconds. As a result of that, they'll get mid-push, but after it's gonna land on the Xin. There goes the Subjugate. He's really squishy, but somehow he manages to survive. It's 5v4 here until Kale spawns and gets TP. Mid-push in favor of Peter's
They need to be careful because
Avengers.
if Shicep TP's here, she will have ulti up, which she didn't have when she got killed there.
Yeah, and what ultis are down? Runus and Biscuit Flavor. So the Xin Zhao and the Gwen, no ulti. They are going to pull on the Drake. They're going to rush it. Moosinator in the front. Here comes the Kale TP. Are they going to 5v5?
Gwen
Drake
TP
going
as
to go
well.
over to Peter's Avengers here. So that's 1-1 in Drake's. Gold dead even still.
So I think they opted not to fight there once both teams were TPing in. If the KL TP came out without Gwen TP as well, maybe they would look for something on that Drake. But once Gwen was on her way, I think it became a little iffy.
Mm-hmm. And now Biscuit Flavor, he caught up in farm. He talked about the CS difference we saw earlier. He's all caught up. He's got 2 kills under his belt. He's got the bounty. Gwen doing perfectly fine in this game. Runis could carry this. Yeah, he didn't go head-to-head against the Camille like we were talking about. That was the narrative we were kind of trying to build for this game.
Yeah.
It didn't exactly happen that way, but the Gwen carry performance could be what Peter's Avengers need to tie the series up and eventually go to Grand Finals. Here's Applause in the brush. Voidstar walking pretty forward, but Applause is not on an engaged champ. Only on the Lulu, but they will still give Voidstar's Flash Cleanse, so no sums on Senna. But he's happy not to die here, but he's still kind of walking up for some farm. He'll be okay. And here comes another dive on the top lane. This is like the 3rd time. Poor Kenny cannot do much. He maybe could have traded one back, but meanwhile, on the other half of the map is a return kill. Another 1-for-1 across map here between Gamer Hours and Peter's Avengers. Great
Voidstar
game.
picking that one up.
Oh, yeah, Voidstar. Yo, kills on Senna are a big deal. I'm telling you, this champion infinity scales, and, you know, it could be the difference maker this game. We talked about draft adjustments and how we knew Peter Avengers were going to make adjustments. They went with a different style, the kind of the Senna mode now for Void. You know, infinity scaling and some Gwen and Zhao melee champs to kind of buffer with that. Let's see what Gamer Hours can do. Runis getting aggressive, but this top side dominance.
Penny again. Oh, this is brutal.
I don't know what to say about this. It's like if Trundle decides to pick on you, you will die over and over. I didn't think Malzahar was the best option in the top lane versus the Camille, but hopefully he can pay off with his ulti. Let's see if there's a response here from Peter's Avengers.
They're in trouble, but Applause is on her way. She's right around the corner. She can get this ult off.
Or can they get the shutdown? But it goes on to Alistar. Not ideal. Runis still advancing on Trundle. He's fast and he has Pillar, so I think he gets away. Meanwhile,
unfortunately, Applause rolled up to that fight without ult. Otherwise, that could have been a big game changer there.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Could have been huge. And now we see gold slightly going in the favor of Gamer Hours when it's all said and done. But another good answer kill onto the Camille. But unfortunately, it goes to Alistar. You would have loved to see that go on to Gwen or Xin Zhao. Ideally, Gwen. I think Gwen is, you know, going to be their mid-game carry and then Senna late. But when you look at the scaling of Gamer Hours, they have not only Kayle, but Lulu, Camille. Kayle is like S+ tier. Lulu and Camille are kind of like S tier in terms of scaling options, but you do have access to that Malzahar ulti to shut down the Camille. So much at play here, and now we're going to be getting set up for this Drake 3, and it's going to be an Infernal Soul game.
Which, like we said before, one of the top 2 Drakes to have for Soul, and it's still neck and neck here. A little bit of a gold lead for Gamer Hours.
Kenny is going to open up with the ulti on the delivery man. It'll get his heal. But his follow-up wasn't quite close enough. Maybe if Alistar was slightly closer, he could have flashed to follow up and they could have brought some more damage down. But at the very least, they do get the heal out of the delivery man. He won't have that for the next team fight. And they got some damage down on him. Yeah. Minute until Drake. We see Camille in top lane without TP, but she'll have it in the next minute, it looks. Oh, what is this? They're going to jump on a shy step, but oh, a failed combo. That's tough for Musinator. It's okay, happens. And was that a Herald that just went down?
They just did pick up Herald.
Yep, it sure
Herald
was.
on Jhin right now.
So you know what they could do is they could trade this next Drake. So you see how Peter's Avengers are really indexing on the bot half of the map? Here's a return on a shy step. She'll just early ulti and walk away.
Flashed as well.
Because there's so many members on the bot half here, they could give Drake 3, send Trundle top, try and kill the Gwen, drop Herald, and go for inhib.
Okay.
Because that could be like a cross-map option to trade away from this Drake 3. Because Camille has the Herald, it's an option they have. I'd like to see where Trundle goes, but he's hitting blue as Drake spawns, and Zinja's hitting Drake, so it's a possible give.
I think it looks like a give, because...
Yeah. So do they make their way top and try and crack inhib with Herald? I believe that is what they will do.
It looks like they are. It looks like the rest of the team is making their way up, but is it too late?
Yeah, there could be a rotation or an answer. Like,
No, it looks like the.
maybe it's a mid. Maybe it's a mid hero play then.
Okay.
They're gonna transfer.
Yeah.
They're gonna transfer from the top lane into mid. Voidstar gonna take a duel with Shystep, but he has Biscuit Flavor right around the corner. Shystep, Kales can randomly 1v2 in these situations. I'm not sure how that one resulted. Oh, she's gonna face check Biscuit Flavor. I think she's in a lot of trouble at this point. I don't believe ult will even save her, but she doesn't even have it. But does she trade one? She almost did. Meanwhile, they're going to use that pressure to get another charge in the mid lane. A flash R from Jin. They're going to try and take out Runis, but Gwen is a pretty crazy champion in a situation like this. Does he trade one back? No, he does not. And once again, we see Gamer Hours. If you overcommit onto one of their side laners, they will punish you on the other half of the map. And that's what we saw happen here again.
Yeah, and Applause using the ult to barely save. Or no, that wasn't even her ult. What was that? That was
The subjugate makes you bigger and heals you. Yeah.
Yep.
The Trundle, his own ulti, kind of saved his skin there.
Oh, for 100% did.
But what was the benefit for Peter's Avengers? They get Drake 2. They're one Drake away from that pressure of Soul Point. They didn't lose their Senna. Senna got another kill credit, or a kill participation. So Senna is 2 items now, slightly ahead of the Ashe. And that's their late game scaling condition. They lost Gwen, they lost tier 2, but let's see if they can set up a play on Jin. Here comes Malzahar ulti. Xin Zhao's going to flash to make it a one-shot, and that's exactly what it will be. And that is a nice setup play by Kenny here. We're starting to see...
That's what they wanted to happen with this.
Yeah, definitely. Like, when they originally thought Malzahar and Camille, they were probably thinking it would play out like that. We have Xin Zhao, all you do is R the Camille, Xin Zhao will come in for the one-shot. It didn't go their way in the early game, but you can still see some of the value come out from the Malzahar pick. The lockdown on a champion like Camille is so valuable. So if Kenny, can, kind of scale into this game and get his second item, which makes Malzahar really powerful, we get some value from that ultimate. They can maybe turn this game. And we see a nice performance coming out from Biscuit Flavor here on stage today on the Xin Zhao.
Definitely. They're keeping the gold gap pretty close. Gamer Hour not taking too much of a lead here. So, I think this might be one of our closest matches of the day.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of how close it is the entire duration of the game. Like, we've had games that...
been neck and neck this whole time.
Yeah, we've had games swing different ways, but in terms of neck and neck, this has for sure been our closest game of the day. And your eyes got to go to Shystep on Kale and Voidstar on Senna if this game goes 30 minutes plus.
Oh, yeah.
Those two champions are powerhouses. And then Camille and Gwen, I think, are kind of a wash. They're both insane in the late game. It just depends on who plays it better. So those 4 picks are key. Lucinator going to engage on the Trundle here. Going to give him a stun. How many members do we have? Camille's making her way over. I don't think she wants to invest a TP. Gwen has a TP of her own, and they are going to keep trading side lanes. And I think it's just going to be Drake 3 time here pretty soon, Try.
I think so, too. It's up in a minute.
Or I should say
30.
Drake 4.
You're right.
Drake 3-4, Peter's Avengers, and they definitely want it. So they're going to get mid push. They're going to tag the living man. Here comes the Malzahar ulti, and a great heads-up play by Peter's Avengers to pick out the lone marksman in the mid lane. They're going to get tier 1. They have options
be
here.
Careful here. Oh, okay.
They have options. They can continue pushing. They're going to lose their bot tier 1 for this, but that's probably fine. Kale is going to have to use her TP to defend the tier 2. Now do they rotate Drake? It's not up for another minute. Fisher Friends looking for a flank, and he has Camille TPing right above him. They turn on to Fisher Friends. That's their best play right here. Can they CC chain him? Can they take him down? The Subjugate's going to come out. He's big and tanky. He has Lulu ult. He has Kale ult. And here comes the turn. Jin going in. There's no CC for him yet, but yes it is. The silence was huge from the Malzahar.
Oh, Ashe Arrow.
And it's Peter's Avengers winning the situation out. Drake coming up in 35. Is that the result of this play? Peter's Avengers 3, the Senna for Peter's Avengers is now 3-0. But as I say that, KO with a flash for the shutdown. Huge play, big damage. Is this a winning situation for Gamer Hours now? Ruinous with big turn damage. Is it enough? Kenny can't do much here. 4v1. That will be Drake 2 for Gamer Hours and a triple on the Kale. And that is bad news for you, for Peter's Avengers as well. I was talking about Kale as a scaling pick similar to Malzahar.
Right
Kale is
before-
going to be online.
Right before that fight turned, I was going to say, okay, if Kale was already 16 in this scenario, it was an easy win for Gamer Hours, and they still turn it around as Ash sends in the arrow. She catches up to the group, and they completely turn the fight, and it just is 100% in their favor. They end up picking up the Drake, and now they have a bit more of a lead.
They sure do, and the gold was put on the Kale. She went from 1 kills to 3. She completed her Nashor's Tooth. That's all she needs, Nashor's Tooth Riftmaker. Now she does insane damage. We saw the amount of preservation they had on the Trundle. When you try and pick out one member of this Gamer Hours team, they have Lulu ult, they have Kale ult. It makes it difficult. It makes you use extra cooldowns. It gives Camille an angle. Then you have to use cooldowns on Camille. There's so many threats in this comp. It ended up being Kale to clean it up. Shicep, just an absolute monster today at this League Amateur Network, just putting on a show. And now we see a 2v2 in the top lane. It's going to be a 4v2, actually. There's going to be members advantage. Oh, and Jin with a nice QSS just completely deletes the Malzahar, but will they trade it on the other half of the map? It looks like Fisher Friends are going to go down, and that's a shutdown. Moosinator wants more.
He has no ulti.
Yeah, no ulti on the Kale, but this is a good situation for Kale. If that arrow hit, Runus was dead, but Kale is doing so much work. She has a Lulu with her, too. Oh, that root was huge.
Root was so clutch.
Kale and Lulu can kill an entire team if they're on cooldowns like they were there.
That was unbelievable. Did Kale use the ult right as that fight was first breaking out, or?
Yeah, she must have used it on when they were going on Trundle, but maybe she used it when we panned away and was looking at Camille 1v1. Yeah, Camille 2 items and QSS. There's nothing Malzahar can do. You just jump on his face and kill him. Now Gwen has to deal with Camille. There's a Baron pull from Gamer Hours, but they can pull off. Ooh, lots of pressure from Jin. He's going to go on a
damage,
but he's looking at a 2v1 here. Moose can maybe punish this. Runus with no ulti, though. They have to respect the Camille. They can't. Ooh, Jin is even walking up as well. And okay, another Baron pull. They're going to try and play both halves of the map. This is what I was talking about. Try the 4-man unit that can always disengage when they want. And then Camille splitting inside to force the Gwen there.
They're doing it.
See how they pull off of Baron?
Yeah, and now Moosinator making his way back up to the Jin. Are they going to go back on to the Baron here? Oh, Jin is long gone.
He just knows. And then now that Jin's job is done, they can kind of focus more on Baron, or they can... okay, so now that that inhib is down, Jin can now switch sides of the map, split top lane, while the 4-man of Gamer Hour sets up bot side for Drake 4, right? So the fact that he gets bot lane inhibitor right now is so crucial in this game. It's going to set up a series of, you know, map rotations from Camille. You're going to see her head to top lane next. She'll do that split. She'll have TP available pretty soon. And then this 4-man unit is going to set up the next Drake. It's going to be really hard for Peter's Avengers to deal with.
All right, I guess we'll see how it plays out. Kale is just like ramping up hard right now.
Yeah, big
level
farm
14,
numbers.
2 more levels, and going to be big time damage from her. Look at the farm from these 2 top laners as well.
Yeah, just in the 230s at 26 minutes. Pretty impressive farm, given how much action is also in the game. Oh, and a flash R onto the ADC, the delivery man. His former team just completely gang piles him. And that is what you do when Ash is standing past the river halfway point.
Yep, and this is going to be the opening for Baron, potentially.
I think you start Baron here for sure. If you're Peter's Avengers, you want to pull the other members to you. Runus has his TP, and they're going to turn and look for a fight. Here comes the Jin engage. He's going to probably one-shot Void Star. He does. That's so disgusting. Runus needs to 1v9 this fight, but he gets instantly exhausted. Shicep doing a ton of work, then cleaning up the kills, and Runus could not have the impact due to the exhaust. Now they turn onto him. Triple on the Camille.
TP in the bot lane to bring that super minion wave up, right? Okay, so what? They're going to crack base here rather than Baron?
Yeah, I think min inhib is you know, on the table. That TP makes you think, are they going for end?
That's what I thought. They're bringing up the... Why bring up the wave? They are. They're going for the end.
They are going for end, and the bot lane's up in 10 seconds. So is jungle. If Kenny can stall at all here... Oh, but Jin, look at that damage, brother. Is this going to be the defense, though? The Senna is alive and does a lot of damage. Applause just disappears. Here comes Void Star. The flash forward onto Shystep. Jin with the re-engage, but that's his E. But Void Star, steps one, step two
man.
forward, and Shystep can just
They
tap
can
her.
still end here, I think.
They can, but now it's up to Runis. Can Runis 1v9 this? But there's his W. It's going to make it hard for him.
Ash is rolling up right now.
The pressure is on. It's on Runis.
This has
I don't
gotta
think
be
it's
it.
possible. Camille going to start off the engage. The KO damage is coming in. It's just destroying everybody. And the Camille follow-up as well. They're all dead. And Gamer Hours will take the 2-0 out of that mid-top swap. And the mid-top, the solo lane performance was so insane this
The
series.
mid-top swap was a bop.
Oh, my God.
I don't know what else to say.
That was gas, bro. Dude, what can we say?
I don't know. I'm excited to see what's going to happen in this grand finals game. I think right now we're moving on to the losers finals, I'm pretty sure. And that is going to be...
It was whoever won between 1Life2Play and I believe CSU Green is going to play.
Yeah. So it's going to be
So it's
Peter's
1Life.
Avengers versus
Rematch.
1Life2Play. It's going to be the rematch. Can 1Life2Play come back and take the victory in their home court? You know, it's no longer the home opener because we've already opened and we're ready to close, baby.
Oh,
Man, I am just on it today.
God today. Jesus, loud. But yeah, it's going to be a rematch. 1Life2Play is going to want to get this victory. They had such an awesome looking early game against Peter's Avengers, and then it kind of fell flat off the back of, Kenny on Yone and then Runin on Ribbon. But, that's long in the past now. I think we see a new contender to win this entire tournament, and I think it's Gamer Hours.
Yeah, they came out here and displayed a great show of dominance, I would say.
Absolutely.
I mean, I bet you in that game they weren't worried.
No, not at all.
No.
Not at all. I mean, yeah, when you look at the scaling, when you look at the side lane matchup that Camille had, I think it was pretty obvious that they always had a chance, even when things looked like they were slightly tipping towards Peter's Avengers. And then
Acorn Boy asked, "Where's the bow tie, dude?"
So I don't know.
Diddy hit me up last night. He was like, "Yo, try." So it's pretty casual, right? We're not in the back with the full studio. We're just gonna be out here in the lounge
Makes
for
sense,
a LAN.
right?
He's like, "I'm gonna wear a polo." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, that's cool."
Yeah.
But little did we know, we're gonna get roasted
The people
on
want
Twitch.
The bow tie.
The people want the
people
bow tie. The
tie.
people's bow tie.
All right, next time. So we're gonna do another League Amateurs Network.
Mhm.
We want all teams, everyone watching, tell your friends, get to our studio, get to our LAN center. In the next one, we think it might be sometime around January, maybe winter season. It's not nailed down yet, but I'll wear the bow tie. How about that?
Oh, okay. Bow ties game then.
Yeah,
All
bow
right.
tie's back on.
Cool.
Why not? Easy. I'll give the people what they want, especially our viewers. We love our viewers here.
Yeah, 100%.
But next up, we have a rematch between Peter's Avengers and 1Life2Play. The winner of this best of one will go on to face Gamer Hours, and they will be down a match for grand final.
It's going to be tough. I'm excited, looking forward to these matches. It's going to be a good one. You guys don't go anywhere. We're going to head over to a quick break while we get ready for this next match. And, yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Give me a banger.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Chasing the thrills, I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound, need a renovation. Reshape the sound. 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 Reshape the sound needed for innovation.
We are back with the League Amateur Network. And now we have our losers finals matchup between 1Life2Play and Peter's Avengers. This will be a quick BO1, and the winner of this will go on to the grand finals to play Gamer Hours Trifold. What are you expecting out of these two teams in this epic rematch?
Epicness. I mean,
dang.
tell me, 1Life2Play coming back with a vengeance. They had a huge lead game one. If they get a lead like this again at this losers final, they are not going to let that slip through their fingers.
No, definitely not. And we saw such a clean early game from 1Life2Play. Had they closed that out in proper fashion, we would say they look just as good as Gamer Hours did, right?
Definitely.
But because the game turned and they ended up losing, now they have to battle through the gauntlet. So we got to give them credit. They beat two teams to even get to this point.
Yep.
If they win this best of one here against Peter's Avengers, that will be a full 3-game gauntlet sweep into the grand finals, and that would be pretty epic. Now we see a Zig's first pick, taking that away from Void Star here. So his Seraphine is down, his Ziggs is down, and we see a response in Xin Zhao, which opens up a Trundle, but Trundle's banned, which tells me possibly, well, maybe I shouldn't say it out loud, right? You know what I'm saying? Is this live?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I shouldn't.
You shouldn't shout through the loudspeakers your predictions for their picks and how they could counter them.
Nope, should not.
Yeah, maybe. Good call.
So, Zinjin. The Jin.
The Jin.
The
I like
Jin.
it. I like it.
Pretty cool. I wonder what they'll pick here. No idea. Oh, Jarvan, perhaps.
For the neural network here.
Dude, he popped off on
He
that
did.
Jarvan.
He did. Yeah,
he
100%.
ran that early game. And we have immobile ADC on Jin. And Xin Zhao also lacks mobility. So, I wonder what to pick here.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to be our third pick here for 1Life2Play? I'm assuming
I don't
maybe
want to
they're
say.
going
I have an idea. I don't want to say.
They're going to swing for the support pick, maybe.
I think Galio.
Oh, spicy.
Jarvan Galio. It's just a nice combo. It can flex support.
I like it.
Yeah. Hopefully,
Nice.
maybe they heard me.
Maybe they
All right,
heard
guys.
you,
Now
yeah.
pick.
They're like,
now
oh
man
yeah.
this.
They're like, yeah, Diddy, good idea.
This is actually troll, but it is what it is.
Ooh, I like that.
Salas is a great pick. That's usually around 2 ban. So I guarantee you, if 1Life2Play was red side and they got third pick and it was Galio, they would then ban Salas because Salas is a really nice answer to Galio. Beats him in the heads up 1v1, and then takes your ult so that if you roam no play, Salas can also follow you. So pretty nice.
Aurelia ban. Okay.
Yeah, showing some respect to Senior Ice here in the top lane. They're gonna take away Runis's Ribbon. Which tells me Gwen might be coming next because I would maybe ban Gwen first. And this could possibly... Okay, this I definitely don't want to say out loud.
We can wait and see how it plays out here.
Exactly.
I can make some assumptions because I don't know what the
What
hell
do you
I'm
think?
talking about. All right, so I'm thinking that we're going to see... Oh, okay.
It was
Not
Camille.
what I thought I was going to see.
I thought it'd be maybe Ornn as a ban.
Okay. I'm wondering
Now they get the
what
next
this
pick.
band we're gonna see. I'm looking at like Kenny right here. Do we think it's just? Oh, this is that was
Gwen.
your prediction. The
Yeah.
Runis.
I
It's
figured
probably Silas mid. Oh, the Tom Kench.
So Tom Kench is the denial to the Jarvan Galio.
I like it, dude.
Ziggs.
Unbench the Kench.
Yeah, because if you are Jarvan R, Galio R, Ziggs R on top of Jin, Tom can eat and deny all three of those. So it's a pretty nice pick here. Not gonna lie. And then this could be. I don't know. I don't know what this could be. I guess we'll have to see. Okay, Orn.
Nice. Okay. I like that
The
pick.
last team banned. The last time they played us, they banned, or they played 1Life2Play. They banned Orn second round. That's why I thought that last ban would be Orn,
Mm-hmm.
but it was actually Camille. And then they need some consistent DPS, but they're looking at support. So if it's Galio mid, this support could be anything. Yeah, Nautilus, sure. And it's a full-on wombo. Your AD threat is Jarvan, your AP threat is Ziggs, and then it's just big chunky boy.
I like the chunky boys.
Yeah, no, it's super chunky boys for 1Life2Play. They definitely lack
I
consistent
think it's
damage.
good, right? I mean, you don't want to be against this Jin and the Xin Zhao and just be, if your lineup is too squishy, be too easy for
sure.
the late game Jins. Just kind of boop, bop, bam, everybody on the team.
Definitely.
A little bit of chunky boys for Peter's Avengers here as well.
Yeah, and the set is actually a really great pick here because you have so many targets that are going to be walking front at you that you can pick up and slam into their team. And so set is a very great pickup. So a really nice, you could see like adaptive draft from Peter's Avengers. They did a good job adapting to what 1Life2Play picked. But I think 1Life2Play got away with a really solid combo and just so much synergy and just piling on that it's going to be really hard to actually pull off this counter draft.
I like the draft here for 1Life2Play.
Yeah. It has its flaws for sure. Consistent damage, AD threat, but at the same time, it's so straightforward that I think they can definitely find team fight advantages and get neutral advantages. It really comes down to when you have like the easy comp, that's the better 5v5. It's about how do you play macro? How do you get your comp grouped on time at Drake with setup without losing so much more on the map?
Yeah.
Because if you draft these 5 champions against gamer hours, they're gonna split you with like a Camille Singed or whatever. And if you are grouping 5 for Drake, they're gonna let you have Drake, but then they're gonna get Herald, they're gonna kill your top laner, they're gonna get your top turret, they're gonna invade your blue, they're gonna drop wards, and then
that's like
you.
that's their specialty. They play it so well. I think from
They
what
do.
we see with 1Life2Play is a lot more team oriented, like
team fighting.
Team fighting oriented comps, which I like. I like to see that. Sticking to, I don't want to call it the basics, but
oh yeah,
I mean in a sense it is.
It's kind of the basics
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
It's more straightforward of a style of play, but nevertheless, you have to be a good team fighting team. And I think one of 1Life2Play's strengths is they understand how to set up for neutrals and force you to fight them. And that is the key. It's not about, oh, I'll pick a champ if I hit Q, you hit R, you hit R, you hit R. It's more about how do we play the map to force you to
fall into the scenario that's easy for us.
Yes, and that 100%. Is the difficult part.
Definitely. All right, we'll see how these two teams play it out here in the rematch of the century, baby. Let's get into it. We'll catch you guys after a quick break once the game is loaded up.
want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound.
And we are back, locked, loaded, live on the Rift. Diddy and Trifold, your dynamic duo today, here to host this epic BO1 rematch between 1Life2Play, our hometown heroes, and Peter's Avengers, who just had a pretty crazy series with our Gamer Hours, I think, who are new tournament favorites here. The winner of this best of one will go on to face Gamer Hours. They'll be down a game in a best of 3. Try. Who do you have winning this match?
All right. Based on comp, I'm gonna give it to 1Life2Play. I think they took it away in that first game. They let it slip through their fingers. Peter's Avengers played it really, really well. They played the fights well, but I don't think 1Life2Play will let that happen again.
All right, we'll have to see how it all turns out as we see both junglers resetting. Getting back on the Rift. I want to see what side of the map they're going to start on. I want to see if teams are spotting the sides that they start on. Looks like a topside start for both junglers. Try this sometimes results in a spicy 4v4 over bot side Crab. And
hey, you know I love to see it.
Oh yeah. We know you love to see that level 1. Remember Jarvan went red straight to mid lane last time and it worked, but he does not have access to that exact play. He could go blue mid, but that's a little bit troll. And we got Kenny on Silas. Kenny's a dangerous player on this champion, I must say.
So Jarvan's going to go blue, Gromp, red here is what your prediction is? That's like the path?
That's the fastest path to get on the map. But Jarvan, if you start blue side, you can also do full blue into red, and then you're still on the map before 3:15, and you're getting your wolves on cooldown. That's what he's going to do. So it's full blue, red, and then Crab. That way, you know, getting your wolves on cooldown instead of passing them is just really helpful. It gets you 3 before you even get to your red, so if there's like a cheese gank, you're at least 3. Or I mean like a cheese invade. And then Xin Zhao taking Prugs here is actually the most interesting thing of either jungle's pathing. A lot of Zins will, he wants to full clear top. He maybe will gank mid in transition to bot crab. That would be the reason to take Prugs here.
Look at this play that's happening mid right now.
Yeah, bot lane is...
What is this?
4-man on Poggle here in the mid lane. Flash will not be enough because there's 4 of them.
Wow.
Yeah, that is an interesting play. It works. It only costs them 1 flash and 1 ignite. But
Peter's Avengers taking the playbook and flipping it on its head.
But how many minions do they lose in the bot lane is the question, because Jin is, yeah, he's right here with Set. He only loses 3, I think. I mean, maybe
so it's like
a
the
few.
thing, like, does that kind of just, it kind of like slows and screws with the tempo of the aggressive junglers here. So like J4 now gonna be caught with
yeah, but
Xin
they
here.
lose bot prio as a result
Yeah,
of that. So now they have to kind of deal with this minion wave, and you see he wants to, you know, Void wants to hit it. They don't want to leave, you know, like the bot push meant that Fox was in position right away, and Boomer was right there to help. So there's a lot of, you know, like
give and take there.
ripple effect from that play, but it definitely worked, and it got first blood on the Kenny. So if you're looking at Kenny to carry, which they do all the time, then that was definitely a good heads up switch up play. And now Biscuit Flavor here is going to approach bot lane. Boomer needs mana for a satchel. Oh no, they're going to target Fox, but a nice Spider-Man Q will get him out safely. And Jarvan is looking at a double crab here, so possibly a step ahead of Xin, all things considered, at the end of the day.
I think so, and the question will be, what is Jarvan doing now? He doesn't really have many options. He's going to look for the invade here.
A really smart jungle here is going to count the camps and know the cooldowns, and he could have gotten away with possible Raptors here, but okay, which is pretty tough. But he at least is covering, you know, the possibility of Poggle maybe getting a push here on Kenny. Kenny will probably look for a hard trade and maybe bait the 2v2. Okay, yeah, he stopped Neuro's network with some aggression, but we have Fox around the corner, so.
Okay, so they know he's going for this invade here.
Definitely, them spotting out Jarvan was actually huge. Kind of cuts into his game plan a little bit. Maybe they could have baited Kenny for a trade or something. And, you know, Kenny as a flashless member is maybe who you want to target as Jarvan.
Yeah.
You have the taunt, and you have the follow-up EQ. We saw it work so well the last time these two teams met. And then 1Life2Play with a nice push here in the bot lane, pretty consistently here. Voidstar running low on mana. Gonna clear that out. Let's see, Jarvan goes back to jungle. Xin Zhao gets first reset and gets back on the map. So Xin Zhao is gonna be slightly ahead of Neural in terms of tempo, but he'll be down 2 camps once this Gromp is done. But Neural's still gonna need a recall, right? So Xin will have some free time to make a play. We'll have to see where he heads. He wants that Gromp on respawn. Or maybe he wants to impact the bot lane, as these champions, like this bot lane from Peter's Avengers, they want a recall. Like Voidstar's running low on resources.
Yeah.
They definitely want to sneak in a recall without losing too many minions to the Ziggs push. So that's another thing kind of going on here.
Taking a lot of poke there.
This ship is really important.
They do have Xin on their side, but it looks like J4 is going to stop for this camp. Yeah, he does. I wasn't sure if he's going to look for something here, but that Warden try is about to run out. It could be an opportunity right now for a little 3v3 action. Let's see where J4 goes after Krugs here.
Possibly, and Biscuit Flavor has not been spotted. The awkward thing about this is Void wants to recall, no doubt about it, and Boomer wants to punish a recall by hard pushing this and denying up to 6 minions. If he fast pushes this wave, it'll be 5 or 6 minions that he denies from the Jhin, and then he'll be slightly ahead in the lane. So he's carefully hitting the wave because ADs know by now not to just run up and fast push because they could be in the bush cheesing. But once that push goes in, if it gets stuck outside turret, then that's awkward. It's so awkward. They needed to push that faster, but depending on the amount of damage dealt to the blue minions, it might still come back.
Still slow push towards him.
And Void might just decide to push it anyway, because maybe the last hit's making him hit the wave. We see a 15 CS advantage for Runis here in the tank matchup. And he has more minions to clean up. I think in matchups like this, Tom just is the ultimate bully, right? Ornn does pretty okay. Oh, we have another gang up, but the Ornn TP is going to come in. It's matched by another TP, but the Jarvan EQ is coming in. Here comes the Galio ulti. Oh, but it was Silas's Galio. No, yeah, it was Silas's Galio ulti, but the Ornn was huge in that play with the 2-man ulti and the double kill. Multi-TPs coming out there, but it was Ornn that made the difference. Senor Ice with a beautiful play.
All right, Diddy, I'm going to say good job there because I won't lie. I had no idea what was going on. Once the multiple Galio ults started coming out, I'm like, I can't tell which one is which. Yeah, it just was a total cluster for me there.
Oh, yeah. When Silas is like hard to cast, period, because you see an ability.
And you just initially, automatically assume it's from the champion itself.
And then when you realize it's not, you are thrown off, and it's hard to recover. But I had a sense that was Silas's because I didn't see the blue champions get knocked up. So I'm thinking, okay. Or I didn't see the red champions get knocked up. Oh, is this an engage? Jarvan's right around the corner, so Voidstar needs to watch the step or he's going to have to blow splash. I'm not sure what happened there because we have some trading going on mid. Kenny's going to win that every time.
It was Voidstar flash there.
Okay, it was. That's pretty huge. They also have a push there, so now Ziggs can out for recall, but I think he just bought, so I'm not sure he wants to. And that bot wave is going to bounce, and they can maybe look to set up a play, but it is 9 minutes. It's about time for supports to head to the top lane. We'll have to see if these two compositions value the Herald as much as we saw the PA against Gamer Hours value the Herald. And we do see Nautilus roaming up. This is great play here from 1Life2Play. Happy to see it. Set will probably make its way shortly, especially when they see Ziggs get to lane alone. It'll tip them off. Okay, they're looking for Herald. And it's a matter of ulti cooldowns when you're looking at 1Life2Play's comp. They want Galio ult. Jarvan ult will be off cooldown shortly.
Something to note here is that top lane farm advantage has become a lot larger.
Yes, especially off of that TP. I mean, levels are what's most important at this stage. Try the CS advantage. Once it gets to between 20 and 30, it's significant. But if you look at the levels and Senor Ice is the same level as Runis, it's really not that big of a deal. For one tank to have, 600-800 gold more than the other tank, not game changing. But the levels is where it really matters. Not to mention the 2 kills is going to make up for that 30 farm, and probably a bit more as well. But Peter's Avengers ahead in gold when it's all said and done, but the objective's going the way. Oh, Ornn ulti, looking for Kenny. He flashes, but it still gets hit.
When here comes the clap back.
Yeah, one thing about Kenny getting Silas in this draft is he has access to Ornn ulti, Jarvan ulti, Nautilus ulti. Who did I just miss?
Galio.
Oh, how could I forget? Galio ulti. That's 4 ultis that are really insane for a Silas, so again, it's going to be Kenny's show. He did it last time. Can he do it again? Because Silas, with access to this many ultis, can put a really crafty game together and hard carry. And remember, guys, winner of this best of 1. Good chip damage here from the Ziggs. Winner of this best of 1 plays in the grand final against Gamer Hours, and they will be down 0-1 to start the series. Sort of like a single elim bracket reset situation. I hear some chirping.
I know, we hear the hype.
I hear some chirping.
It's exciting. All right. I'm trying to look here. Okay, so Dragon is up in 1:45. Who just got Herald? Okay, 1Life2Play just took Herald. I missed it again. That's like the 3rd Herald in a row I've missed in the last few games.
That's okay. First day back in a bit.
Yeah, I'm wondering where we're going to see this drop. Okay, so Jarvan has it. Maybe they can make a play here on Runis and look for the Herald on tower here.
That would be fine, and I think this game maybe could work. Oh, wait, they have no interrupt.
Man.
The best place to drop Herald when you have a Ziggs is in the Ziggs lane, because Herald plus Satchel is one shot on the
one shot, yeah.
Then, what's even better is you get to rotate your Ziggs out of that lane and into mid lane, and then you put your maybe Galio or Ornn in that long lane. And then Ziggs wave clear mid. It makes it really hard for the other team to play. The downside for 1Life2Play of doing that is putting Galio in a side lane means he can't just ulti any side of the map. So a bit of a trade-off, but I think it's worth getting Ziggs into mid lane as soon as possible.
So Biscuit back bot lane again. Unfortunately for him, he walks through without getting seen, but they're ready to base. Oh, Ziggs stayed though. Boomer to Wallers could be in trouble here. Oh, they're flashing.
He had a bit of a hunch that people would be there. He's going to get some turret shots down that boost.
Oh!
Some dodges. Does he land all four? I don't think so. Neuro's here to block now.
Okay.
And it's Drake time, 20 seconds. I want to say neither team has really set this up. Both bot laners low on resources. And it's Xin Zhao taking the crab. That could be big for this next Drake fight. Senior Ice has TP, but he's walking top.
Runus does not, but by the time anything breaks out, he will.
Let's see what happens here. Both teams want mid push. They want wards. Oh, and there's a reset by Xin Zhao, and Drake is alive, but reset also by Ziggs, but he has TP, so Ziggs will TP mid. That's a really nice ward there. See how it's kind of
spotting. Is this going to be the Herald right here, and then into Drake?
Oh, it definitely could be. That's not a bad play at all.
They Herald, they pop the tower with the Ziggs. That's why he TP'd here, and then they walk to Drake.
Then it's an instant snap from Peter's Avengers, I think. They will probably not let 1Life2Play get back into River without a snap.
Kind of have to hang out for a second for this. Did he get it?
Not sure. He is hanging out. And okay, if that drops, now Boomer's here for the fight.
Oh,
it's going to be a 5v5. But Peter's Avengers in slightly better position in terms of they have control of the river. They have one flank angle. 1Life2Play is grouped up. They're going to go into this choke here and fight for some vision. It's a stare down. Here comes the engage. Who's it going to be? Senior Ice gets bopped away. The Galio ulti's going to come out and hit 4 members. That is absolutely massive. But wait, nobody drops right away. Does that mean it was disengaged? Is Peter's Avengers going to be able to turn this? Xin Zhao with the double. They're looking for more. Boomer, there's no consistent damage they get. Everybody's so low. No frags. The combo was there, but the kills didn't come through.
Boomer picking one up with the help of the Drake.
Oh, okay, so one goes down, and that is a 3 or 4 for 1, and Drake going over to Peter's Avengers. So the combo hits.
Yeah, it looked like it was in the favor of 1Life2Play. Silas that time around had the Nautilus ulti on to the Ziggs, which kind of like threw the momentum of the fight off for them.
Yeah, and if Ziggs wasn't there to kind of execute one member, then it was just, you know, still an even number of fights while 1Life2Play is on cooldown. And I talked about that lack of sustained damage. If you have a sustained damage dealer in there, like going for executes or at least capitalizing on all that CC, you can maybe get more kills there. But once 1Life2Play is on cooldowns, if they don't get a kill or maybe 2, then Peter's Avengers has a window to fight back, and you see Xin Zhao, he didn't go down. He sustained through it, and he got a triple kill on Xin Zhao, because that champion is really crazy if you don't one-shot him.
Xin Zhao now 3-1. Silas 2-0, or 2-1. Only a 2K gold lead, though, so things are still pretty neck and neck. That's one Drake going over to Peter's Avengers, and the next Drake is going to be in 4 minutes, an Infernal Drake. And let's see, I'm looking at items here. There's not really anything crazy that I'm seeing right now.
Okay, Kenny's going to go under turret looking for a one-shot on Boomer, but Box was there to answer. Right place at the right time. He should be able to body block some of these shots. They're looking to pick Neuro, but Neuro will EQ away. Positive play for 1Life2Play here. Senior Ice able to dodge out this knock up here. Biscuit Flavor going to engage on Neuro, who will wisely EQ away again. Oh, and Boomer the Walrus going to look to take out Moosinator. Some nice shots from Boomer, and you do not want gold on that champion because that is the damage engine for this entire composition. If Boomer continues to snowball, picks up a couple more kills, gets ahead on curve, 1Life2Play will not need to worry about the sustained damage, the lacking that they have.
If they can survive and keep him alive as he scales into this game, that's all they need.
For sure. Not to mention, Neural Network on Jarvan has had a great tournament so far. He had an insane game 1, and he's that raw AD damage. threat that, you know, no one's going to itemize tabbies in this game. So he will be able to kind of put in work. And we saw him getting triple kills in mid-game team fights the first time these two teams met up. He'll have to have a similar performance here to keep pressure on Peter's Avengers. And we have an even game, another really even game, Try.
And they've done well with objective control as another Herald picked up by Neural Network here.
And what's the next play? Drake is up in 2 minutes. No Herald to be had because Baron will be up soon.
I think the next play is Boomer's got to get this mid tower down. He still hasn't gotten the satchel on that tower mid. It never went down.
That's tough. In theory, that should go down, right?
Yeah.
Even if you...
I think it was to the state of the lanes there was like too volatile. Like if he stuck around and looked for that, he might have been capitalized on, or the rest of the team might have when he wasn't in position prepared for a fight. So
it's better.
I think it was the safe call to just he backed away from it, stayed close to the team, and let it go for the time being.
Definitely, it's better he doesn't just die there, right? Because then who knows? But he is on one item. I think his next recall will be pretty big. I'm pretty sure he's been sitting on these items for some time now. With the blue buff, he can stay on the map for a long time. He wants to go back and get a nice big buy for that second item, which I think will be maybe the tier completion. Third could possibly be Zanya's or Deathcap. That's a big decision he'll have to make if he wants to go Deathcap third, or even Void Staff if you see some MR coming through. We even see some pro Ziggs players go Morello Namicon second, the Grievous Wounds item, but I'm not sure. Hard decisions for itemization for Boomer DeWalrus here as the, you know, kind of solo damage carry.
Yeah, because I look at their comp here, I don't really see that much magic resist coming out here. Something I like that I'm seeing here is what's up with these Swifties? We got 4 Swifties on the side of Peter's Avengers.
Yeah, I think it's... I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, perhaps if tabbies don't look good, which they don't, if mercs don't look really good, you could opt into Swifties. But CDR boots are also really good. So, yeah, I'm with you, Try. We see 3 pairs of Swifties.
4.
4?
I mean, on the gym, it's
right.
I guess pretty standard, but
you know, I'm not sure. Maybe it's just the, you know, Peter's Avengers, you know, new meta tech.
The special.
Yeah,
We
it really
got
helps
Peter's
against
special.
slow. They're the fastest boots other than Mobies with the bonus, and they help with slowing the
Must be Peter's secret sauce.
Hey, Peter's boots, Peter's kicks. And now we see 1Life2Play looking to go 2-0 in turrets because Ziggs was able to get that mid turret, and they also have a Herald play top. And wait, second Drake, so third Drake total just went down to Peter's Avengers, but we see 1Life2Play with a cross map play. This is what you like to see. This is pretty good macro and good pressure. But are they overextended? Are they opening the TP flanks or flanks of any of this sort? They will just get that Herald charge. They trade away from Drake number 3, get a turret, and they're up 2 turrets to 0. Now I think they want to get Ziggs back in the mid lane to wait clear that out.
Good exchange there, I think.
Yeah, so one thing that's good about getting that tier 1, or yeah, that tier 1 in the top lane Try is if Ornn can push his minion away past river, he buys himself, since there's no turret there to bounce the way back, you buy yourself another like minute or so before minions come back, where you can move to the mid lane or you can teleport and then get back to your lane and not lose as much farm.
Okay.
So that could come in handy later and get some nice gold.
I'd like to see 1Life2Play be ready for this next dragon to keep Peter's Avengers off of Soul Point.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I'm with you there. I would really like to see them set that one up, give it another go. Maybe they're stacking their sums, stacking their ults. You know, you need all your cooldowns. When you're the combo comp, you need all your cooldowns. And maybe they just weren't prepared for that Drake and opted to just trade away, which is always a good idea if you're getting something, which they did. Now, where's the next area of action gonna be? I think when you have Ziggs in the mid lane, it kind of stalls the game out a bit, right? Because has such an easy time just pushing that wave.
And there has to
river.
always be somebody ready to catch it.
It makes it really hard for Peter's Avengers to make proactive plays. And then when you look at the side lanes, it's Tom Kench. How much resources do you want to spend on that champion? And then it's a Silas, a champion who really outclasses Galio in the 2v2, unless the taunt results in a one-shot. So I do see a bit of a stalemate game state here between these two teams.
We got, okay, so Drake's up in 240. Baron's up, that's pretty early. So what do you think the game plan is here?
It's all about Drake's from here on out for both teams. Yeah, it's just setting up on
get
Drake.
vision.
Yeah, just pushing, bouncing waves back and forth, trying to get the best recalls you can, getting wards, placing vision in river, pushing waves, denying vision, resetting, getting more wards. It's kind of just the Drake dance. And we see Galio took a recall that kind of results in the possibility of Silas maybe getting his turret. He will, and that means they're going to look for a 2v1. We see an instant TP from the Ornn to cover it. Poggle with a nice stopwatch will buy some time, but they're still super outnumbered. Ornn can't really commit to this, and that's a full-on dive on the bot lane here, 2 minutes before Drake, plus a turret for Peter's Avengers. So a good aggressive play there as a result of a Galio recall.
Yeah, I think so. And now Senior Ice with no TP. They're obviously gonna be up before Drake is, but TP will not be. So depending on how they want to work these lanes, they got to be careful.
I think one answer, you could look for the top tier 2 as a response play here.
Ziggs just got to tap it with a...
Yep. So when you commit like 3-4 members bot, it opens up your top side to where you see kind of the one
they were ready. They were ready. They knew that it was close. They were pinging the tower as Ziggs and Neural were making their way up there. So
yep, Peter's Avengers didn't waste time. That's the biggest thing. Sometimes when you make a positive play, you waste time. You don't instant recall. They made their play. They didn't drop tempo. They instantly recalled, got back on the map, and denied the counter play. It's almost like getting back on defense after you score in basketball. Like, you don't waste time. You have to run back. Otherwise, the other team is going to get, a slight advantage on you and maybe score something.
Oh, the flash.
Ooh, flash for flash. Senior Ice looking to double bop Kenny. He puts him in the trampoline, bouncing machine, and Kenny will drop to Senior Ice. Did you see him jumping there?
Yeah, I thought that was his whole idea there. He was like, I'm going to jump on out of here. 1, 2, 3, didn't make it anywhere, and I'm dead.
He was getting bopped up by the Ornn there. Kenny going to drop, but it costed Ornn Flash and R. But it's 30 seconds before Drake, which means 1Life2Play gets free reign to completely set up here however they wish. Ooh, a pretty deep hook from Fox. Oh, if he got hit by the Moosinator E there, that could have been possibly a trade back kill here. So now the question is, Kenny's going to TP, right? Drake's in 8 seconds. Senior Ice on Ornn just used ult and flash. So can 1Life2Play still win this fight once Kenny TPs without those major cooldowns? As well as Fox used his ultimate as well.
Gonna be tough.
So did Boomer. So was that pick worth the investment if you give this Drake 3? Because now there's no Ornn ulti to really start it off.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nautilus is late, and they're going to give.
Okay, so not a worthwhile pick there.
Not exactly. You got to take the gold and hope. Who did it? Oh, is there a 5v5 after
There's
the Drake?
the Kenny taking Nautilus.
Boomer to Walrus. Oh, he uses flash, but he still gets shut down, and that's most of the damage. It looks like a clean 2 for 0 for Peter's Avengers.
That's going to be Baron.
They're heading straight to Baron, and they're going to tag it up. And this is looking really good for Peter's Avengers now. They get this Baron, and they're going to be able to play 2 lanes, pushing lanes with the Baron buff, and to set up that Drake Soul. And if they get that Soul, it's going to be really hard. Let's see if Neural can look for a crazy steal. This would be absolutely insane. He gets knocked up about 4 times. But wait, he kills Set. Does he get away? He does, because Runus is trapped in the Cataclysm. So he just bops him on the head and walks away.
That's one way to do it.
But Peter's Avengers still very happy with that play sequence. Getting Drake 3, getting Baron. And now
it's so unfortunate in hindsight. I know that's not ever a great thing to cover when you're talking about you're on the catch as you say in hindsight, but it's like just in hindsight, taking that pick just resulted in such a harsh punishment for 1Life2Play. They lose the Drake, they lose the fight, and then Peter's Avengers go and take Baron.
Yeah, that's one of those things. You gotta weigh the pros and the cons, and maybe Kenny was in that specific place at a certain time thinking oh, if Ornn wants to pick me, he'll use R. Drake's up 30 seconds. Like, I'll take
Like,
that.
I'll just see what happens.
Yeah, like, I'm going to push this extra wave because if they spend cooldowns on me, we'll probably get Drake because I have TP. So that's where it kind of becomes like 3D chess of like, are you making the right decision? Yes, you got to kill, but you really need that Ornn ult. Then we saw 1Life2Play stepped a bit too far. Nautilus ultied kind of randomly, and Ziggs threw an ult over the top. So it's 3 major cooldowns down ahead of that Drake 3 fight.
Oh, and Senior Ice. Oh, a nice little
good
footwork
dodge.
there.
It'll give Biscuit the knockup though. He's fairly tanky, but Port Shot should do the trick. And yeah, just kind of a pylon top lane. Gonna give Peter's Avengers an angle to work on top lane wave, top lane tier 2. This gives them something to spend their time on ahead of Drake's Soul, right? They're gonna take this top lane turret, maybe take some jungle camps, reset, head to the bot of the map, and then go from there. Although we do see a scrap kind of coming out here. Galio ulti looking to save Fox, but at this point, Peter's Avengers going deep, but it is Tahm Kench. The champion is really hard to kill, especially
Yeah,
with
look
the
at
comp.
this man is a goddamn truck right now.
The comp that 1Life2Play has a really hard time killing a Tahm Kench on top of it. So, top inhib, that is even better because now 2 minutes till Soul, top inhib down. Everything is going in the favor of Peter's Avengers now. I think it's up to them to make a mistake now. If they play the rest of the macro game properly, it's going to be really difficult for 1Life2Play to win.
They are playing a great macro at the moment. So the resets coming out, members running to mid and bot side. I think it's time to get control of Dragon. Neural Network gonna take down Kenny.
Yeah,
Kenny getting caught out there. What was that? A little bit of green. I was looking at the mini map.
Yeah, he just probably stuck around slightly too long, given the timing of resets from 1Life2Play after that fight. We see an Ornn TP. This is definitely aggressive. He's going to get CC'd up a bit, but he wants Void Star. But, a really nice R from Moosinator is going to make it so that Senior Ice can't use his knockup. But here comes the combo. The Ziggs over the top. 1Life2Play will go 1 for 0. They're going to keep going. Is that a 2-man taunt?
Barely.
That could have been a couple more kills. Drake's up in a minute. Ziggs definitely wants to hit this turret down. And then is it resets? It looks like it is for Ornn.
It should be for everybody.
I think so. I think Boomer wants to reset as well. He's sitting on 3 items. He has the Demonic Embrace. I think a pretty good 3rd item option if you're the solo damage dealer. It's going to do a lot of damage over time, kind of help with that sustained damage issue that they have. They'll get Crab, but Boomer was not able to sneak a recall in. Maybe he recalls now and uses TP, but then that means they give up control of River, so they need to get out. But Runis has different ideas. They're going to punish this, kind of overstay in the river here. Poggle out of position. Fox might be next to go. And if these members drop here, it looks like Soul. Senior Ice with no ulti cooldown, and that is 2 members dead from 1Life2Play with Drake up in 5 seconds.
That's going to be Infernal Soul over to Peter's Avengers unless we see some kind of wild play here from Neural Network. You can see he's lurking right outside of... Okay, he sees the pink there. He's right outside of the... Oh no, Kenny sees him.
He's going to go in. He gets the Cataclysm, the Galio ulti, but they stopped hitting Drake.
Yeah.
Wisely, they stopped hitting Drake, and they will secure the Soul. Neural had to try. You got to give him props. It was a good attempt. Really nice try, but Peter's Avengers were very wise to stop hitting Drake and only focus the Jarvan until he's dead, and then they can go ahead and finish and execute. Boomer de Walrus has the wave clear that they need in this position here to kind of stall out a bit here, but man, it's nothing but pressure from here on out.
Yep, Kenny now holding on to the Nautilus ult. He's going to take the plant over into their base. What's
he wants to pressure
okay,
bot.
He's going bot tower.
So 3 lanes being pressured because no top inhib means top's pressured. Bot is pressured by Kenny, and then that 3-man, that 4-man is going to keep bringing mid wave up. And there's only one source of reliable wave clear for 1Life2Play, and that's Boomer de Walrus. Here's a hook on Arunis, but he is a tanky boy. Let's see if the Ornn ulti can do any work. It will knock up the Xin. This could be a good combo for 1Life2Play. They are landing the abilities they need to win a fight. Is this their chance to come back in the game? Runis running low. They're going to get CC'd. Oh, Poggle just barely missed on Void Star. Again, that taunt would have been huge, but here comes Neural Network. He's going to stopwatch, and it's Void Star against the world.
Okay,
he flashes the Cataclysm.
Silas is coming up from behind right now.
Silas is on flank. You're absolutely right. But Boomer DeWalrus did the damage they needed to win the fight. What does Kenny do? He takes the Ornn ulti. How does he set it up? He's going to go for Boomer first, but look at the damage from the bombs and the minefield there.
Oh, man.
Base is in shambles, but 1Life2Play show that they can still win a fight against Infernal Soul.
All right, we're coming down to another close game, but their base is being whittled away at, as you can see. Did those minions take? Oh, no, that was a super wave already. Okay. I thought that wave took the inhib.
Yeah, and actually that inhib should be respawning pretty soon, which will come in handy for this 1Life2Play team, as they're going to have to deal with Baron pressure here. I think you're going to send Kenny bot lane, and you're going to send the rest of them to get control of Baron and kind of force 1Life2Play out of their shell, because when this comp has to walk into Fog of War, it's kind of easy to maybe pick the Ziggs off or get a fight where they're not just front to backing you, and that's what the comp from 1Life2Play wants to do.
I love what we're seeing here today. This is some great games, some fierce competition.
Definitely.
So game, I mean, other than the Drakes, this game is still fairly close in gold. Not too much of a gold difference here, and like you just said, I mean, they show that they can win a fight if it's played right, and they still have a chance here. Maybe we're gonna see the 1LTP come back in this rematch. You never know.
Could you imagine the epic comeback both ways?
Yeah, both ways.
First beaters. Oh wait, Kenny's looking for a big play. They're gonna try and just catch out Fox. He's a free 1-for-0, and Baron is live. Do they try it? Ziggs is one of the best champs in the game at poking teams off of Baron, but it forces him to come in range of this comp. If they close the gap on him, he doesn't have a stopwatch. He has only his flash and his satchel.
It looks like they're not even looking.
They're not going to contest Baron. They're going to sack it. They didn't want to take a 4v5. Maybe that's the wise decision. Try.
I think so.
Maybe if they really contested
I think if you
that.
you know, if you risk it there in a scenario where you're already down a man, it could be game. You know, let's say they lose a 4v5 fight there. Peter's Avengers takes Baron anyway, and then they can run it down. They only have that top inhib to take care of. They can make their way towards Nexus Towers, and then it becomes near impossible to win.
For sure. I think at this point, 1Life2Play really needs Drake's Soul, or I'm sorry, Elder Dragon. The true damage that would come from Elder Dragon would, you know, obviously be a huge help. And I think it could overpower the power that you see from this Infernal Soul. So I think what they need to do is kind of stack their cooldowns, make sure they all have their Rs, make sure they all have their flashes, and then give it one more good go at the Elder Dragon fight. Other than that, they need to just defend their base, which this comp is pretty good at, because if you funnel into this front entrance, there could be some good angles here for 1Life2Play. We'll see if they want to defend their mid inhib.
Oh, I mean, that was just so quick. They're going to get top inhib here as well.
They definitely, I think they want to defend this, but it's probably already too late. The trigger needed to have been pulled already, and it hasn't, so 2 inhibs without a response. Fox, okay, Biscuit gonna jump in on Fox. That's a good stopwatch here. Ornn ulti gonna hit a few, but Kenny has an Ornn ulti of his own. That's gonna cancel Galio ultimate, which was massive, but he dies for it. So a 1-for-0. And here comes the fight, breaking out more action. Another big stopwatch by Poggle here. He's in the back line. Big Ziggs bomb, that's huge damage. Boomer DeWalrus fleeing back to his towers, gets a double kill. Void Star looking for the last auto, but he runs into the minefield, and Boomer's still alive, and that's a triple. Does that mean 1Life2Play can get Elder Drake? I'm not sure. Boomer DeWalrus, can you finish off Runis? 1Life2Play showing they can win fights in their base. And that is
so close.
Gonna be kill number 4 for Boomer, but they gave so much in their base before they even started that they need to sprint to the Elder. Jarvan's up 12 seconds before Biscuit Flavor. Kenny no TP, but Runis has it. They need to defend base and get Elder. How do they do it?
This is a close game here. That fight in the favor of 1Life2Play looking really good. I don't really know what happened. what the Galio ulti, was that a Silas
So
Galio ulti that missed?
no, Poggle. So Silas took Orin's Galio ulti and interrupted Poggle's. Sorry. Silas took Orin's ulti
Yeah.
and interrupted Galio's ulti with it.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
one
Yeah.
life to play is Galio. Okay, and here we go. Elder Drake. Both teams know they need this. They absolutely need this. One life to play's game is riding right here. Jin's going to open up with an ulti. It's a fight on multiple fronts here. The Ornal is going to hit 3. That's pretty huge. Moose is going to go down right away. One life to play, looking to get the advantage here. They get Elder. Cataclysm is flashed away by Void Star. Neural Network is chasing him down, but there's a TP coming back door by the Tom Kench. It's forcing recalls, so they get Elder, but they can't win the game with it. They have to defend their base.
This is one hell of a game.
Fox is searching for Void Star. So they get Elder, they delay the game, they make it last longer. But with Elder, you need to team fight Ace and go kill the Nexus.
I think that was an awesome TP by Runis there, because if he didn't go for that TP, they probably would have went for the fight and then pushed it into their base and potentially gotten a lot off of that.
Yeah.
But forcing them to recall there, even if he knew he wasn't going to get anything out of it, was 100% worth it.
Definitely. Just the pressure, just a wise use of TP there to force the backdoor. It means that even if one life to play get Elder, it's like they can't really do much with it. They have to recall, and that takes like, Elder's going to be halfway gone before they even approach the base of Peter's Avengers, but they need to be aggressive here. I think they know it too. Let's see what they do with this Elder buff. I mean, if nothing else, they stabilize the game, but they're still dealing with a Jin that's working on an IE with an Infernal Soul. But oh my god, Boomer's doing so much damage in these fights. He's really putting on an impressive performance for the solo damage carry of One Life to Play. And this is the same guy that...
Oh, look at that Q.
Look at that.
Oh, my
Oh, but wait, Fox kind of jumped over. Maybe not the best time, but they're going to send it. They're going to full send. The Elder's working in their favor. They're diving base. Oh, the ulti's going to go on Kenny. Does the Elder finish him off? It does.
Oh!
Do they lose Neural for it? They lose Neural for it. No, they don't. The shield is there. Wait, is One Life to Play going to kill the base here? Do they end the game? We're not sure. Oh my god, so much turret damage, and the flash double taunt, that was huge by Galio. That's going to be it. One Life to Play does him back. They do it back. They're going to the grand finals because of Elder Soul and Boomer DeWalrus on Ziggs. Oh my god, what an absolute animal.
It was the comeback on the comeback.
Are you kidding me? What a crazy game. Down.
Earlier in the day, we see Peter's Avengers with a huge comeback on One Life to Play, and I say, there's no way we're going to see another comeback like that today.
Crazy.
It comes down in the losers finals to be a rematch of those two teams, and what do you know? We get another huge comeback.
Yeah.
What?
Wow.
I got to give it to these guys. That was actually a great matchup between these two teams.
What a series of BO1s between those two teams.
Yes.
That makes me wish they best of 3. Like, I know, like, for format purposes, they didn't, but imagine that. The game 1 was such a big swing, game 2 such a big swing. Those two teams need to duke it out.
That could have been another big swing there.
At some point in their lives, those 10 players need to get back on the Rift and duke it out.
All right, guys, you heard it. Diddy says it. If he said it, it's got to happen.
Set it up. Wow, what a performance here from One Life to Play.
The next game we're looking forward to seeing is we're going to see One Life to Play in the grand finals, best of 3 against Gamer Hours, and I'm excited to see this matchup.
Yeah, me too. I mean, God, Gamer Hours looked so insane.
Their games today have been really, really cool.
Not only are they impossible to ban, we'll start that. We'll start there.
Which actually, I 100% agree with you now.
They're impossible to ban.
You called it out the exact way it was going to happen. You're like, if they ban the Singe, like, this is what's going to happen. And 30 seconds later, it happens, and it just worked out flawlessly for them still.
I just know that group of players, Jin, Applause, they know how to win. They are so freaking smart. LAN after LAN, they show up with a high elo group, and they just figure out how to win. And I've seen it too many times, but it's One Life to Play in the grand finals. They're down a game. They need to beat them 2 times in a row. But, let me tell you, if you win game 1, you take that momentum. Game 2, you got that site advantage. So it's like,
Mhm.
you just
Yeah.
got to win 2 in a row. Could definitely happen here. 1Life2Play with
Well,
a great performance too.
Hours only has to win one game.
Yeah.
And okay, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes. One life to play. If they get that first game, then they could take that momentum and win the next.
Absolutely.
We'll see.
For sure.
We will see. All right, guys. This is going to be an exciting grand finals match. Stick around. We'll be right back.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate the 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 sound, need a renovation. Appreciate the sound, need a renovation. I'm on the run, chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound. Appreciate the sound, need a renovation. Appreciate the sound. 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 Appreciate the sound, need a renovation. Appreciate your sound needed renovation. I'm on the run, chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate the sound. 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 Appreciate your sound needed renovation. Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Chasing the thrills, I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Reshape the sound. 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 Reshape the sound, need to bring innovation. Reshape the sound, need to bring innovation. I'm on the run, chasing the thrills. I'm having fun.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
sound needed renovation.
Welcome back, everyone, to the grand final of the League Amateurs Network. Very first time brought to you by 1Life2Play in Parma, Ohio, in the LAN Center. Live action in person. I'm Diddy.
And I'm Trifolge, and man, are we excited to get into this final series.
Oh,
Why don't you
man.
tell them a little bit of how this final series is going to work?
Well, 1Life2Play is already down one game because they're coming from the losers bracket. They went out round 1 to
Peter's Avengers.
Peter's Avengers, which means
Diddy's got his notebook. He checks it every time when he
they
goes first
had
with the
to
team.
win the losers gauntlet. They had to win out. I think it was 3 best of ones. Maybe it was the team and then Cleveland State Green and then Peter's Avengers. So 3 wins in a row. They are looking hot. They had that insane comeback win off the back of Boomer, the Walrus's Ziggs with the demonic embrace and that Elder Drake. But they're running into a brick shit house of a team called Gamer Hours. They look like the best team in the building. But 1Life2Play has the tools it takes to win. And we're going to see that happen right here. And Ziggs is going to go down right away for Gamer Hours. And they are pinching Boomer the Walrus heavy
Oh, man.
with the double ban. And Jarvin, I think I know what they're going to first pick. I know what they're going to first pick. Okay.
All right, so let's hear it. This is good bans from both teams, I think.
Absolutely.
Important and impactful. So.
Absolutely. Champions that we've seen picked all day for both teams.
Yeah.
Boomer played Ziggs on stream. He played Ezreal on stream. He absolutely popped off on both of the picks. And it's going to be a Sivir, a Mumu. Try, you're going to like this.
Oh, I bet.
I'm not going to say anything.
Oh.
Have you seen this, Saus?
Have I seen this, Souse? I have not seen the Souse.
Larry's seen this house, I'm pretty sure. Larry's seen this. Larry knows it's about to go down. Oh, all right. Sorry.
All right, relax, buddy. Relax.
I know.
relax.
I gotta,
The hype train.
Yeah, no. So okay. Swain and Trundle on the
Ooh.
same team. A little weird. We don't know exactly where the Trundle's going, do we? But
We
anyway,
have no clue.
I don't know how to not spoil it. So Swain, Trundle, Galio, pretty nice first 3. Sivir and Mumu for Gamer Hours, prioritizing the Mumu for applause. That's the new meta support pick. We've seen it banned. We've seen it first pick. We've seen it prioritized. Applause, obviously very smart support. And she's on that pick, so high impact support here. And let's see what they pick up third. Could be, I'm not sure what to expect from them here. And it'll be
Ooh,
LeBlanc.
okay.
So I was going to say either LeBlanc or Akali, but the thing is, Galio's pretty good in both of those champions, which makes Galio a really nice third pick for 1Life2Play. And as we approach round 2 bans, we know, well, we are almost certain that it's going to be Jhin in the mid lane. So now we can maybe start to target Shysept with maybe the Singed ban now. And then I'm not sure, but their Gamer Hours is going to take away Gnar. And they could
There's
pinch.
the ban. I think it's a good ban. I mean,
And I think
like we've said many times, just a monster on that pick.
I think Xin Zhao would be the next best ban to take Fisher Friend's next best jungler out because Jarvan's already taken away. Oh, you know what?
Okay.
They were afraid of the
yeah.
Nunu because they said Fisher Friends are spamming that champion. So a respectable ban there. And then maybe this is Singed. Maybe this is Xin Zhao if they want to actually pinch jungle. But either way, good start to the draft here for 1Life2Play.
So I'm excited to see Jhin on this LeBlanc, honestly.
Yeah, me too. We saw him play Kassadin,
Mm-hmm.
which was a pick that like I would have never predicted. Kind of came out of nowhere. Oh, and it's gonna be Shysept on Ornn. So Gamer Hours, they're definitely drafting outside of their purview so far.
Yeah.
Which I think is great for 1Life2Play. Some of the champions you don't want to see Melissa on, she's on. Or maybe Melissa's the LeBlanc and Jin's the, we don't know.
Oh, man.
Exactly.
Now I just feel confused. I'm going to be thrown for a loop here when we see them in this game. Oh, the Viego. Okay.
I'm not sure if that's a lock.
We'll
be
find
Kindred.
out right now.
Oh,
And
it is
is.
Viego. You crazy dog. I thought maybe it was going to be Kindred with the Galio would be really nice. But Viego, a nice AD threat. he wants to clean up fights, take the souls, hop around. You know how it goes. And let's see, will it be a Xin Zhao 5 for Gamer Hours? They're saving their jungle pick. And set into Ornn, and Senor Ice is a really nice set player, by the way. Oh, and it's going to be an Amumu Flux to the jungle for maybe if Applause locks the support here.
This is where I wonder, like, was the Ornn? Because something I do know is Shysep play a little bit of a Mumu in the top lane. Been there, done that.
Kha'Zix jungle?
Oh, the Kha'Zix. Okay.
Kha'Zix, I think, is actually an answer to Viego and solo queue that a lot of junglers go to, because Viego is kind of a good duelist, but he really needs to sustain DPSU, whereas Kha'Zix is like shows up, chunks you half, disappears, chunks you half again. Like he never really fights you. So up against a duelist, Kha'Zix is a really great pick. But it's really on Kha'Zix LeBlanc to carry this game. Double assassins, both with mobility. LeBlanc with 1 to 2 forms of CC, and so it's really on their mid jungle to carry here. Whereas 1Life2Play, I think it's safe to say now. Swain
I'm going to see. Tell me about this draft a little bit, because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking. My guess is, what is this, a Trundle and Swain bot lane?
It is.
Oh boy,
it is, and that really is the 1Life2Play sauce. Like,
that's the
we don't
secret sauce?
get it in our leagues. Like, if you watch our league matches, no one lets us have it.
I'm ready to see it.
Yeah, so that's the sauce. We got the nice, reliable Galio in the mid lane. Pairs pretty well with the Viego. And then Set is the really sturdy rock champion for Senor Ice in the top lane. He's a beast on Set.
I'm excited to see this, and I'm excited. I want to see the Jhin on LeBlanc as well. I mean, I really like that champion. Fun to watch, flashy plays. So I'm excited to check it out. So what we'll do is we'll head over to a quick break, guys, and when we get back, we'll be ready for this match. And I can't wait to see how it shakes out.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack. It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers. Hate ribbons! Because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.
Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound, needed renovation.
And we are back. We are live. We are loaded onto the Rift for the League Amateurs Network Grand Finals between 1Life2Play and Gamer Hours. And this is going to be an epic best of one reset or best of three. If you want to say Gamer Hours has one, as you see up on the scoreboard here. And let's see if any Spice try. You might get what you wanted, but no, it's a ward.
They tried for me, but Gamer Hours, not tough enough.
See how LeBlanc is standing not in the mid lane?
Yeah.
Could be a
Spicy.
reason for that. Oh, and they warded all their entrances, and they are not letting the Spice happen.
They know the Spice.
I think they've done some homework. Oh. Okay, I canceled recall on Fox Tier. And yeah, no blood drawn in the early rounds. But man, this is going to be hopefully a great 2-game series. I want to see it go 2 games. I don't want to see it just go 1 and out. This is our grand finals. $250 on the table. What else can you say? This is why we're here. This is why we got people from different states. People from
I'm really
all
excited
around.
for this match. I think this is going to be a hype match. I like the team comps. I like the lane matchups. I'm excited to see Jin on this LeBlanc.
Oh, for sure.
But again, it is a tough matchup for LeBlanc against a Galio.
Yeah, and he did go Aftershock. He didn't want to go Predator because of the extra resist for the quick LeBlanc trade. So Poggle with nice rune adaptation here. And oh my god, that's a nice nice Galio trade. I mean, you're familiar with this matchup. So how would you say it goes? Like, can LeBlanc beat you if she's just a better player? Or?
Yeah, but the thing is like when you're talking about this 5v5 competitive match right now, we're at a LAN. The people know how these matchups play. When I'm playing in solo queue, man, it's like the Galio, you just shove your lane and you just run rampant in their jungle with your jungler and you do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, you're in a solo queue game, this matchup feels free to me, but you know, it's a whole nother story in our setting. Especially
when you got Jin across from you. But we do see the Galio does get the push, and junglers are pathing opposite from each other. Both are full clear junglers, by the way. Kha'Zix might skip his Raptors because he's not very good at it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he took them. Yeah, both junglers going to skip Raptors here, so mirrored clears, or I should say opposite clears. And push going to Boomer and Fox in the bot lane here. And this could be a slower start. I mean, Try, what would you say? We've had some pretty explosive starts in most of our games in this tournament.
Oh man, that's some damage right there. Yeah, we've had a lot of games with like level 2
Delivery Man forced to flash already, showing a lot of respect to this Swain Trundle duo, which I think is well deserved. But we see a 2v2 Neural Network in the right place at the right time. The taunt is gonna land, the stun is gonna land. Jin forced to flash away. Fisher Friend's gonna look for lethal on Neural, but he still has his flash. Now Poggle's the target. He has his flash. So 2 flashes for 1. And that's a win for Gamer Hours here, but Fox is here to possibly follow up.
Bot right there.
Does LeBlanc have her W? Does Fisher Friends want to go in? Does Galio follow up with the damage? He sure does. It's first blood to 1Life2Play, but wait, Applause is here to answer 1 for 1.
Oh, and the twofer!
Another chain. Applause on the Amumu 2 for 2. Does she look for more? Applause so nice on this Amumu to get to that roam and to follow there and to be there when she needed. Turns it around for Gamer Hours. But the fact that 1Life2Play got first blood means the gold's still relatively even.
The Amumu double bandage just coming in clutch right there.
Yeah, you don't expect him to just do it again.
Yeah. It was like I took a second and I'm like, oh, wait. It's 2?
It's 2. Oh, another bandage for Applause here. 100% kill participation. Man. What a good response play. Now we got Boomer. He's 1v3. He's probably going to have to flash here. He sure does. But Applause still has her flash, and it's just all over the map making the plays. You got to give her credit here for this early game on the Amumu. 3 for 3 now, Try.
Yeah. This is a good start for Applause. Making plays all over already.
Senior Ice with a little friskiness. And let's see, Neural Network is covering this wave that Boomer has to miss on the Swain, which is huge that he has to miss that. By the way, he should have maybe respected the members that could have been coming down to his lane. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, out of position, gets punished heavily, missing so many minions. He's down about 17 now.
So I'm surprised here seeing a large Okay, wait, never mind. I see where it came. I forgot that Galio had gone down to the Amumu play there.
Gotcha, yeah. I mean, they're only down about 600. Jin here with double buffs. He's sitting pretty, and we're gonna definitely get to see how he plays this LeBlanc. I mean, obviously, but not only how he plays it, but how he plays it with a slight lead. And really good players, what makes them really good is their ability to turn small leads into slightly bigger leads without ever giving away their advantage. And LeBlanc is one of those champions that if you play her perfectly, you may never die because she's so dang mobile and hard to kill. Boomer Wallace is down 2 levels. He just dinged 4. But man, he's down a ton of XP. It's not where you want to be on the Swain pick. They definitely need access to their 6. Let's see where junglers are. We got Drake is up. Drake 1 is up. Kha'Zix on the bot side. Vega on the top side. Is he going to revisit this LeBlanc? Not too sure.
I think he's looking here, but... Oh, that was a close taunt.
She's so hard to gank, man. I think Neuro maybe just wants to cross to the bottom half of the map, but I don't think you expect to really land the kill. But Fisher Friends, he sees that enemy jungle's mid, so they're going to go ahead and look for advantage shots here on Fox. The target is the Trundle, but here's a double TP from 1Life2Play. A
tower shot.
Good
damage.
And here's a big set ulti. No flash on the Amumu. He will drop. Here comes the Ornal because Shysept is also TP'd down. And that's a double kill to Senior Ice on the set. Great active play, great reactive play by 1Life2Play. And there's the combo of the pillar into the pull.
Canceling the pull with the Ornn.
I believe it's E. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's E. But that kind of unlocks Senior Ice. We haven't talked much about this guy this tournament because he's mostly a tank player, mostly a utility player. And 1Life2Play largely plays through bot lane. But when this guy gets a lead on one of his carry champions, which Set is kind of like a hybrid. He's like a weak side. He can carry, but he's also just mostly useful in most games.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's the pillar into the hook. Neural Network's coming around. Delivery Man does not have flash, so he looks like he'll be dead. But he's going to flee to his team so fast with that ultimate.
The ulti, yeah.
And here comes the TP return for Gamer Hours. Fisher Friends going deep, but he's almost under turret. Jin could look for some poke, but decides not to. And
I think that's pretty good. I think that is a win-win for 1Life2Play there because they get the TP out of Jin. And did they burn, like no flashes or anything there, burned by 1Life2Play?
Yeah, definitely, but it
might get the dragon here, though. I think 1Life2Play needs to reset. It looks like they're canceling backs, but okay.
Yeah, they cancel backs, but I know they don't seem too concerned with Drake 1. So I think Herald is going to be the next play for either team, and here's Senior Ice with a slightly positive trade. Shysept doing her best to hold her own on this tank pick here. Not a champion we normally see her on. Maybe showing respect to this 1Life2Play roster for not just picking me, pick me my carry champ. Like, this is what I want to carry with today. But actually going with the full tank Ornn here this game. And another thing is Kha'Zix off to a 0-2 start. He's even in farm. But you want to really snowball on this champion. Kha'Zix is one of those champs where if you see him get like a random kill, it could mean the game's over if he plays it perfectly. It's similar to LeBlanc. Like, LeBlanc and Kha'Zix, I was talking about their mid-jungle. Both have the capacity to hard carry this game. And so far, LeBlanc slightly ahead and Kha'Zix maybe a bit behind. Boomer in the bot lane. He really wants to solo XP to catch up in levels to the Delivery Man. But both ADs are solo. Both supports are top side. And here comes Shysept with the chain into the Ornn ult. I don't think the damage will be there through the W. Applause is also there. It's a 4v4 top. And this is the evolution try. It's all teams are sending for the Herald at 8 minutes. It's so much fun to watch. And if you watch the Worlds tournament coming up this year, you're going to see a ton of this, 4v4 action. Some teams will even send their AD and sack like 2 waves just to get
to secure it,
to win that, win that fight and secure it, because they know, okay, they're sending 4. What if we send 5? Can we ace them? Can we get 2 kills and Herald? And then Herald can snowball games. Like at the highest level, when Chinese teams get Herald, they'll give Drake 1, they'll get Herald 1, but then the gold that they get from that Herald and the first tower they get, the first rotation, they'll win the whole game just off that little lead because they're such high level players. Fisher Friends lurking in the top lane will be spotted out by a pink ward. Gonna give his location away. And we see Viego kind of creeping into the bot lane of 1Life2Play. There's a pink there, but he kind of needs Boomer to kill a couple more minions. Or maybe to just land a pull, and they're gonna all in, but it just gets Applause's flash for now. Pretty important cooldown for the Amumu. But when you see that Swain hit R, you know he's looking to hit big, and it just gets Amumu flash for now. Been doing a pretty good job CSing on LeBlanc. LeBlanc a hard champion to get your last hits on. And Neural showing himself again in the top lane while Kha'Zix is soloing Herald. So they're going to force Sivir off the wave. I think Sivir is respecting for now. She is. Well played match by both teams so far. I'm really loving to see this.
I know, another neck and neck game. I mean, tied in gold, tied in kills.
But neutral advantage to Gamer Hours. They get first Drake and they get first Herald and they're tied in gold. Typically when you use your tempo and your time and your resources to get neutrals, you're likely losing gold somewhere else on the map. So the fact that they have both early neutrals and they're even in gold.
Yeah, there's a large gold lead on LeBlanc over this Galio here,
sure.
And that's pretty tough in his situation.
Definitely, but you know, Galio more of a utility champion, kind of just wants his levels, wants access to his ultimate. And what's going to be the next play here? Both jungles on the bot half of the map. One on Wolves, one on Raptors here. And do you think teams are going to set up and full send for this Drake? Both tops are going to have TP by the time it's up. Maybe some early recalls. I like the vision control for 1Life2Play so far. They have not only the crab vision, but they have 2 pinks in river. But Viego is kind of crossing over that deep pink ward that Gamer Hours has set up. That's getting a lot of value here.
A lot of damage there from Shysep.
Yeah, Ornn can definitely scrap. He can't box Tom Kench, but against fighter picks, his short trades are really strong. Here's Neural kind of setting up for the LeBlanc. Again, this champion
is here though, hanging out, ready.
I know. If you use your cooldowns to try and kill LeBlanc, she's going to slither away, and then if her team's there, they're going to turn it and win it. So, Neural Network helping. Oh, is that an overstep? Here comes the Amumu. The bandage toss into the ultimate, into the chain, into the one-shot from Jin. That's his second kill. He is looking really good this game. Poggle's in a bit of trouble here. He's going to have to flash away. And yeah,
kind of like what you were predicting there is if you go in to do something, she's going to slither out and then you're stuck with the team. And they were there lurking and ready.
He's going to jump on Fox here. Fox might die to one more Q, and he does in midair. That's tough.
That is tough.
Tough break for Fox here. Fish Our Friends gets his first frag. Really scary to see kills go over to Kha'Zix, and I believe Gamer Hours is going to get Drake number 2 and put a lot of pressure on 1Life2Play. Now 1Life2Play, when you're looking across the board, their advantage is really just in top lane at this point. They need to get set down. Wait. Swain stole it with the W!
Oh, no. I didn't even catch it after it happened, after you freaked out or anything. I saw, like, the animation fading away at the end.
Just took Drake.
Wow.
That's
not an easy way to take Drake either, honestly.
No. I told you this guy was out of his mind. How do you even do that? Well, okay, Drakes are even now. Gold, they're down 1,400. But you are so happy to see that as 1Life2Play. It really tips the scales a bit back in your favor. Yeah, they're slightly behind. And we're looking at Jin with the completed Ludens. He is liable to completely pop off and take this game over with his pick potential. But, I mean, evening up those Drakes, very important in this game at this stage. Here comes the Herald drop. They might want to give solo gold to LeBlanc, although she will split it with the Kha'Zix no matter where he is, I believe. But yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It's past 14 minutes. No plates, so they're just going to get mid-turret low, but it looks clearable. Fish Our Friends, a nice invade on Viego here. He sees Viego's covering mid, and he's going to go take his blue and Gromp so quickly. Like, Kha'Zix kills those camps in like 5 seconds. So Neural will kill his wolves and then realize he's been had. And that's another small advantage for the Kha'Zix, who, by the way, completed his mythic before Viego.
And Applause, just been hanging out around mid for so long, getting good vision down right now, and looking for the
Is that going
dive.
to be a dive, I wonder? Yeah, they're just going to commit members to make sure they get that turret down, but let's see if there's any commit on the delivery man. Fox taking many turret shots here. Here's Senior Ice and Shystep kind of duking it out. Set will win the extended fight due to his Conqueror, but Ornn, you know, has an easy time. Just wait, it's double TP. What is going on in the bot lane here? Senior Ice is looking to probably. What is going on? They're looking for the Kha'Zix. They're trying to spot him out. He must have been out of
He's
position.
going to die to Ignite.
But wait, Senior Ice just insta-dies and doesn't do anything. Do they even get the Kha'Zix,
No,
or does he
Kha'Zix got out.
escape?
Oh,
They know he's
not-
behind
yeah,
enemy
he-
lines. Neural's looking to find him. Would definitely be a good pickup. Here comes Jin with a bit of burst damage himself. Boomer under turret. He has his ultimate. He's gonna have to pop it soon. He pops it now. Is it too late? Oh, the Galio ultimate's gonna block some magic damage.
Oh.
Get a big knock up. This could be a huge swing. So many members under turret for gamer hours. They're trading 1-for-1 so far. Oh, it's just a Galio chasing the LeBlanc. Is that going to be enough? He does.
Oh
He
my
shuts
God.
down with an auto.
Are they going to get Shystep here
Now
as well?
Shystep behind enemy lines. This champion's quite immobile. No flash. And you got to expect Viego to be able to pick this kill up. And he does. Neural Network picks up 2. Boomer DeWalrus picks up 1. And it looked to me like a 1-for-3 trade. Unless you count the set going for free, then it was a 2-for-3 trade.
And just like that, the game is tied up again. It's been
For
another
sure.
neck-and-neck game. I love it.
Yes.
It's great to watch.
You're absolutely right.
The Galio ult there was so clutch.
Clutch.
It saved Swain, and Swain, now they're all under the tower. Swain
Yeah.
is doing so much damage.
Oh,
but he's going to get caught out
that's
here.
LeBlanc,
Greedy
he's
to
dead.
shove the wave.
yeah, he's dead. All right, rip. LeBlanc's going to be able to take this one easily. You know, Boomer probably did not expect that ward to be there. Just a really nice ward to be able to TP to when, you know, you have a Swain that's kind of creeping just past it. There's nowhere for him to go. Immobile champ. So great heads-up pickup by Jin, who seems not to be shook whatsoever by that last play. He's going to get right back onto the board, pick up a kill, get a bounty on his head. But wait, is this a collapse on the Kha'Zix? He's using his invis. He used his jump. No more follow-up TC for 1Life2Play. Now let's see. Oh, first time all stream. We don't know about the off-stream games, that it's a Cloud Soul. So when it's Cloud Soul, sometimes Cloud Souls are really good for certain teams, certain champions.
Yeah.
But largely, a lot of teams will prioritize this Drake less.
I think for gamer hours, it's good for their team.
It's definitely...
I mean, obviously, anything else is better, but
Right,
like it'll
yeah.
be good on the LeBlanc, it'll be good on the Kha'Zix.
But it's a Drake where... Okay, let me say this. It's the one Drake soul that you can trade for Baron and maybe say worth. Because if that Baron leads you to get a bigger advantage,
Yeah.
The Cloud Soul. But, you know, depending on who you're, you could argue, no, the move speed is super worth it. The ulti cooldown is game-changing. And that's a fair argument, but I think if you trade the soul away for Baron and then that Baron gets you a bigger lead, then you could call it worth. But any other Drake soul, I'm not sure if that's the case. Here's Fox.
He gets spotted by that ward there, but
Spending some time topside. So is Viego. So it's a 3-member, and we see Melissa or Shystep. Wow, randomly just using a first name for the first time on this. Shystep respecting this is good map awareness, and Jin is gonna get opened up on by Neural. 1Life2Play slightly ahead of the play topside, but then look at bot. This is their response. They could probably 3-man this Galio. So does Galio have the awareness that Jin did? It looks like it's going to be pretty easy to gang him up and get him down. Pago going to use his flash, but it's not enough. Meanwhile, a big dive and a huge W from Senior Ice, and that's 2 for 0 on the top side, and they might get another Herald charge.
I think they do. I think this is a good trade for 1Life2Play here. The Galio goes down, but the rest of the team's top. The Herald's going to town.
And that might be top turret.
It does. Are they going to stay for?
No,
okay,
they don't
yeah.
want
Good
him
call.
at this point. Yeah, it's a bit of an overstay.
Oh, baby, another charge. Whew.
Really nice map play coming out from 1Life2Play. They recognize that Gamer Hours is going to send it. They saw that, okay, you send 3 to Galio. Well, what if we 4v2 your top 2-man now? And this is like awesome, really high-level gameplay to see the cross-map play that, you know, we know and love here at 1Life2Play.
We've been seeing it all day. I think that we are like we're pretty blessed as an operator to be in an area where it happens to be that the teams that are coming out are all like pretty top tier amateur
They are
and
definitely.
collegiate teams. Like we're watching some pretty high level gameplay compared to a lot of other amateur
Most
productions
definitely.
you would see. Yeah,
Absolutely,
yeah. Like,
yeah. I
the
couldn't
players
agree
here
more.
are really good.
They are. They are absolutely good. I mean, everybody's D1 plus for gamer hours. 1Life2Play has a couple members that aren't, but they also have a couple members that are. And you could tell by the macro movements here that both squads know how to play, know how to win, and that's why they're in the grand finals. So, Gamer Hours was able to pick up Drake 2, by the way, kind of before that all happened. But like we said, it is Cloud, so it's a bit less pressure, a bit. And 1Life2Play with a slight gold lead and a bounty on the Viego. This champion, Viego, can really take over games, but I gotta say, I think he might be greeting his build with a Bork. My opinion is that Viego needs to build to stay alive. I think Sterix second might be a better option. If he goes Sterix third, I think that's okay. But this champion in 5v5 especially, you just want to stay alive and get your resets. And the damage will do itself once you get, reset.
Like as you scale into late.
Yeah. But Neuro might be just feeling feisty and saying, give me Bork and I will shred. And that could be the right decision. So we're 21-30, Baron's on the map. Some teams are showing some members here to clear out some vision, but I doubt either team would want to pull on it quite yet.
I don't think, I look at these teams here and I don't really see the Baron potential too much from either of them. Like I think both teams would have a hard time taking Baron with, anytime soon.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Both mid lanes are really bad at killing it, but both junglers are pretty good at killing it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
and then I would give the AD carry advantage to Gamer Hour. Sivir's not bad. I mean, Kraken Slayer does a decent amount of work, but we see some mad movements here. Jin is going to aggress on his Senor Ice. They're going to follow up with an Ornn ulti. That'll get his flash. Yeah, definitely a good flash. And showing 5 members on the bot side now. What is 1Life2Play's response? It seems like Gamer Hour just took control of the map in these recent moments, maybe off some recalls. Oh, and that Kha'Zix W slow is kind of like CC.
Yeah.
It is a heavy
That
slow.
was heavy.
Jin being a nuisance, landing his chains. He's going Deathcap second. That is really spicy.
He's pretty far ahead right now. I think he's a force to be reckoned with in this game and potentially just the carry threat here. Like, he's going to be bursting bubbles, and then by the time he's not, Sivir will be.
Here's what I say about LeBlanc in 5v5. Once your team is set up with vision control around an objective and you spot her, she becomes less effective as a champion.
Yeah.
But in situations
like right
this,
now?
Yeah.
Surprise.
Scrappy game, Boomer to Walrus. He might need an ulti just for some HP. And does the one-shot come in? Oh my god, Jin, that was so much damage. Almost an insane one-shot pick. And that is if she had
that was close.
Completed, that's a one-tap. That LeBlanc is so scary. And of course it's Jin making the moves happen. And you know what? That might lead them to getting their third Drake. But
Jin is an impressive player. He's a very flexible player. He's a top lane main, but coming into this and playing mid lane and performing really, really well in all the games that we've seen him play so far is crazy.
I could not agree more. This guy is insane. He's nuts as a player. And when him and Applause get together on a team, they're so freaking good. It's just crazy.
They have a lot of competitive history together as well, which makes it even deadlier.
Yeah. I don't know where they learned their stuff, but let me tell you, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
So they've been doing this a long time. It's really impressive to watch, and 1Life2Play going toe-to-toe with them. Got to give them their credit there, but yeah, Gamer Hours are going to get that third Drake, kind of off the back of that disruption. Wait, Shystep, is that the right time to go in? She's going to have to flash.
Does the tower stay up? And it does.
She's playing Ornn like a Singe low-key right there,
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to kill your turret, force you to chase me, somehow kill one of you.
And then get away.
Take half of your HP bars with 3 of your members.
And then by the time you kill me, the Baron's going to be dead by the rest of my team.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, but wait, both solo laners are on the bot side. I do not like this from 1Life2Play when Baron is the only objective up. You don't want to show both solos down there. Give way too much control over to Gamer Hour. But wisely, Galio will back in a bush, so they're not really showing. And Neuro has completed his Bork. He's going to farm fast. He's going to DPS Baron fast. He's going to shred enemy champions. And Boomer the Walrus on his 2 items. This was the carry. This is the man who's been really putting in the work for 1Life2Play. Slightly behind. I mean, even in farm, but you know, I guess they're pretty even. He just fell so behind early in XP that he's still down a level to Sivir and hasn't had really the snowball game that you want from a Swain. Fish our friends. Possible face check here. Gonna jump away. I didn't see a pillar interrupt that.
Jin just lurking on the outside of this buff. I wonder if he's... Okay. I was wondering if he was going to try and make a play over that wall. I don't think he actually had vision.
Do you think 1Life2Play is going to give Drake Soul as just like, you know, if we don't see a good fight, you could just have it?
I would say that's the right call to make because the game is so close, but I'm not entirely sure. I mean, maybe like what you said is like, right now you want to take the scenario as like, okay, when Soul is up in 3 minutes, in a minute from now, get control of Baron side and see, just like play it from ear at that point.
Yeah.
See what you could do. See if you could get away with it. Because I don't know if you're necessarily going to win a fight at Drag.
Okay.
I don't know.
No, yeah, I think you're onto something. It's like if Red Team overcommits to that Soul, can we trade for Baron? Like what I was talking about earlier. Yeah. And I think, you know, if you snowball, oh, is Fisher Friends going to get engaged on? It's a big fatty wave that they really want to clean up. Also, Shysep kind of around the corner. Both teams sending members up here. I think
Neural Network doesn't want that. I thought with Bork, you know, he could take put some decent damage down on Shysep there as she was on her way out.
I think he low-key wanted the wave. Damn junglers, always wanting our waves.
Greedy.
We see Jin and Senior Ice. This is the top lane matchup that should have been, but wasn't. Oh, and that is big damage. By the way,
that is huge damage.
Jin on LeBlanc can space out any set player any day of the week. Like, if they stay down here and just kind of scrapping with each other, the LeBlanc is going to...
I know. Look at him lurking here. Senior Ice.
Big damage, and he already uses W. Yep. LeBlanc's going to chip away at that melee champion and kind of just kite him around. Meanwhile, Pago and Shysep kind of doing the do-si-do as well up here in the top lane. Shysep, if I'm not mistaken, is going to go get that demolished Pog. No! Hey, I got to give Shysep credit. I've watched her over the years. She usually would always take the upside option. And I see her making like wise decisions based on state of the game, where she's not just going for everything. She used to just kind of go for everything.
Literally everything. And that's the thing. That's why the gameplay would be so crazy. Is when she's playing like the Rengar and just goes for every opportunity. Yeah. If 65% of the time it worked out, it just looked nuts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then you have that drawback of what if it doesn't work. But I think as a player, she's matured a lot and kind of can play the consistent good option and can play the champions like Ornn and Scale and give her LeBlanc an ornament so that next time he hits Boomer, he just destroys him.
Yeah.
Because, well, Boomer has stopwatch now, which is a really big deal when against the LeBlanc. And then while we're talking about players, well, it's 30 seconds to Drake, so maybe I'll save that for later. 1Life2Play has shown up and is here. LeBlanc looking for some chip damage. Will tag up the Trundle.
Oh, that's slow, man.
A nice chunk of his health bar. TP coming in mid lane for gamer hours. And, you know, eyes on applause. I could see her doing the game-winning Amumu thing here. Because 1Life2Play is kind of grouping up. They're in river. They're missing Galio.
I'm not.
Oh, and they know that. They know they're missing Galio. So Shysep pulls the trigger, and here comes applause in with looking for a big ulti. Where is it?
Oh my
I don't
God,
see I don't see the Mumu ulti, and she dies. But oh, she used it though. Okay, so 1-0, 1Life2Play. Senior Ice on the other front, other fight. Boomer the Walrus is in his ulti, but look, they're getting kited back and forth. The Assassins are playing on the outsides, and they're picking 1Life2Play off one by one. Here comes Jin in. Pago with a big 3-man taunt, but where's the follow-up? The Assassins have gotten to members like one at a time, and they're picking them off. Gamer Hours wins this fight because they played it so smart.
There was a major miscommunication right there. I saw, so in that scenario, we had Kha'Zix on the opposite side of 1Life2Play in that fight. Neural Network had a Mumu abilities.
Yeah.
And he turned on Kha'Zix, and no one turned with him. And they would have killed the Kha'Zix and been able to, like, recuperate from there, I think. But Kha'Zix got so much. He killed Neural Network 1v1 and then was able to just pick off the rest of the team with his team from there on out. I think if there was a coordinated, if one other person turned with Neural Network on the bandage toss onto Fish Our Friends, it would have been a whole nother fight.
I'm glad you spotted that out, Char, because things like that are so important. And what I noticed, among other things, was both of their assassins, LeBlanc was on one front, Kha'Zix was on one front, and the three-man was swaying back and forth, fighting away from the sluggish champions like Swain and like Set. They're running at you. You just run away, run away. Let your assassins dip in and dip out, dip in and dip out. And they played that fight brilliantly, and it led them to Baron, and now they have better setup for this Drake. Can 1Life2Play brute force win a team fight, though? Oh, Jin in just a really nice spot here to cut off the Galio. You'd think he might look for a double chain. And now they also get Cloud Soul, which, yeah, not end of the world, but they're kind of getting everything.
Yeah, they are at this point.
They're winning on the map.
It's still close in gold, close in kills, but as well as towers. But those little advantages are adding up.
And what's next for Gamer Hour here? They get the soul, they unlock Elder. Can 1Life2Play pull off the Elder comeback like they did last game? Fish Our Friends gonna tag up Senior Ice and say, never mind.
Hey, if they did it once, they can do it again.
You know, when Viego's in the game, you're never really out of it. He can pentakill reset at any time, especially if he gets on his hands on a champ like LeBlanc or like a Mumu, as you mentioned, and gets, you know, more mobility, more CC. That champ can really take over team fights.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. I mean, no objective up for 4 minutes. Is this going to be like kind of the slowing down of the mid-late game? Well.
All right, so Baron is up in 340. Elder's not up for a while, so I'm going to guess that the... Oh, wait, they just took Baron right now. I'm blind. I got so distracted for
No, they took Baron before they took Cloud Soul. Like, it is... I think it is going to run out.
How did I miss
Okay,
that?
so it's a 3-4-man gang onto Senior Ice. Can he trade one back? Ooh, Fisher Friends with a nice stopwatch. But yeah, just a nice map pick for Gamer Hours, being aggressive with their high mobility champions, finding those picks. That's what their comp does really well.
All right, they took Baron before they took Soul.
I believe so.
How did I miss that? We didn't say one thing about them taking Baron?
After the fight they won, that it was like really well played, they went and got Baron. But
Okay,
let's see if 1Life2Play can do the same thing to Shysept on the opposite end. She is so darn tanky, but I don't think she can fight back. You want to give that over to
Tanking
Vigo?
3 of them for what feels like 30 seconds.
Oh, definitely. And I have a feeling it's going to get explosive here pretty soon.
Yeah, me too.
Could it be a fight over Elder or Baron? Baron's up first. It's about a 40-second differential between the two major objectives. This is where you need to choose wisely what your lane assignments are. And I think it's going to be Shysept in the bot lane, Jin in everyone's face, and then, you know, they're going to have that TP option. I think Baron is going to be the objective both teams are looking at just because of that 40-second difference. But, as I say that, team's lining up on the bot half of the map. Jin looking for an opening on Neural Network, and oh my god, those chains are massive, and Fish Our Friends love seeing that.
That is so much damage on Jin right now.
Look at these mid-jungle duo assassins putting in work here, and pick after pick. Boomer to Walrus with not a shot in hell to get out of this one. Fish Our Friends are going to jump over, and that could be GG right there, as we have 30-plus second death timers. We have a red wave coming up here pretty soon.
The wave is barely tagging along, but look at Shysept. She can tank this until the wave gets here, no problem.
No problem at all. It's Senior Ice versus the world for 20 seconds. There's no way. He needs to use his ult to clear the wave. That's the best he can do, but it's not enough. because in 10 seconds is when neural network spawns, and that is not enough. And I believe we have our champions of the very first League Amateurs Network, and it is Gamer Hours. Great job.
Wow, what a final game for today. Dude, the games today were actually so good.
Yeah, they
They
so
really
fun
were.
to watch.
Yeah, this was some great competition here today.
Absolutely.
And that was a blast.
And look at that logo. I mean, does that not just
Yer did it.
Does that not just scream we're here to take your money?
Yer did it.
Look at this.
Oh.
But no, they brought such an insane team out to this. Like, as soon as I saw them.
Yeah, they're really good players, all with long histories in competitive League of Legends.
Absolutely.
In collegiate, in coaching, in all different fields, like playing on collegiate teams. And they came out and performed really well. They definitely deserve the win there today.
Some of the best in Ohio in this building today, no doubt about it. And, you know, hopefully all these players come back. Another shout out quickly to Delivery Man. Remember the the narrative we were talking about? It's like, you know, he wasn't on Kent State's team, but he joined up with Gamer Hours and ends up, you know, taking it all and going home with that grand prize. So shout out to him. And man, just all 5 players did so well. Yeah,
they did. Great games today, guys. We appreciate everyone who came out and participated today, and hope that you guys will be back for the next one. If you guys are interested in checking out the lounge, you can get a nice little shot of our PC pit right here. You guys can come out 6070 Broadview Road, Parma, Ohio. We got all kinds of games. I mean, we got a list of over 700 games. We've got VR. We've got a custom arcade system with over 10,000 retro and up games there. I mean, I think we've even got some PS2 games on that bad boy. So come out, check out the lounge, and I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We'll catch you guys next time.
Thanks for watching.
This was my...
Chasing the thrills. I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. We shake the sound. Change the sound, need a renovation. Shake the sound. We 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 shake the sound. sound, need a renovation. Appreciate your sound, need a renovation.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack.
It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping. Or be a boss and take a few minutes for yourself and keep watching because you love fantasy sports as much as I do. We can all agree that without an adequate trophy to crown the champion of your fantasy league, you might as well be handing out participation ribbons like a bunch of losers.
Hey, because ribbons are for losers, Jerry. Trophy Smack is more than just a trophy company with outstanding customer service and products. It's the very essence and heart of every fantasy.